What they were practicing then was not risk arbitrage, where one buys the securities of a target company after a deal is announced, betting on the transactions going through, but classic arbitrage. Icahn would buy a convertible bond at 100, convertible to 10 shares of stock at 10, and then he would simultaneously sell 10 shares short at 10 and 1/8, thus locking in the eighth of a point professor IT on each share. Then he introduced options into the mix, in elaborate hedging formulas that left him protected on the downside with the potential for an enormous upside. There were great opportunities to make money, Icahn said, recalling a particularly gratifying transaction in Polaroid where a combination of buying stock, puts and calls brought him $1.50 million for what he insists was no risk. The ARBs didn't know options, and the options brokers certainly didn't understand arbitrage. The ARBs kept arbitrage very quiet in those days. There were only a few doing it, like Gus Levy at Goldman Sachs. So when I put together arbitrage with options, it was really great.
Always, I looked for a spot that was not too popular.
You want to be in something other people don't see, and which makes eminent sense. In 1973, the Chicago Board Options Exchange opened, and the Phi-Elds soon became too crowded for Icahn's taste. Kingsley, meanwhile, had been hedging capitalizations of various companies, which he described as constantly molding a position. It was like a washing machine, going round and round. I'd look at the whole ITT mess, of varying securities, and I'd say, I could buy this preferred, short that security, and all he hedged. And then the next day I'd buy some other issue, sell against that. Round and round. It was driving me crazy, and I started getting really bored. Kingsley said it was boredom that drove him from Icahn and Company in 1973 and led him to a small firm named F.L. Solomon, to specialize in new issues. One longtime associate of Kingsley disputed that explanation, saying Kingsley left because Icahn was paying him spit. Icahn is notoriously tight FI stead. It seems to pain him to give another dollar. Even in later years, after he had made over $100 million, he groused when his team of investment bankers, working until 2 a.m., ordered steaks from Smith & Walensky's restaurant. Law Phi RMS that did work for him would often wait months to be paid. Another of Kingsley's associates said he was disappointed at not having been made a partner in Icahn and Company, but by this time Icahn was shedding partners, not making them. He was already notorious for his sudden rages, and for the abuse he heaped upon employees, minority partners, outside lawyers. No one was exempt. Kaminer left, then Goldsmith left, although he said Icahn offered to increase his equity share if he remained. Freilich was later reduced to his 1%. Even Schnall was relieved of his stake. Schnall had not been admitted to an exclusive beach club in Southampton, Long Island, and he decided to leave New York, changing his whole social circle, which summered in Southampton, and moved to New Canaan, Connecticut. Icahn suggested that it might be a good time for him to take his money out, since Wall Street was in the doldrums and Schnall was nervous, but he asked Schnall to leave his bonds there. Schnall agreed, and continues to receive what Icahn calls his allowance of $100,000 a year. To this day Schnall chafes at having agreed to give back his 20%. Kingsley, meanwhile, was finding the world outside Icahn and Company inhospitable. F.L. Solomon went out of business. Kingsley joined another firm, and it soon merged with yet another. Every 3 weeks, he says, there was another name on the door. If acumen were the only determinant, Kingsley certainly should have thrived on Wall Street. Jeffrey Steiner, who assisted Nelson Peltz and would become one of Icahn's principal investors in the 80s, called Kingsley the most clever business analyst I have ever met in 30 years in business. But Kingsley, a short, rotund Buddy Hackett look-alike, an Orthodox Jew who leaves work early on Friday so as to be home for the Sabbath before sundown, did not fight nor did he aspire to, in the white shoe investment banking world. And life in the bottom-tier RMS that were struggling for survival in Wall Street in 1974 had little to recommend it. In 1975, Kingsley returned to Icahn and Company after less than 2 years away. Even while he was away, Kingsley had continued to talk to Icahn. In one of their conversations he had mentioned that he thought there were great investments to be made in undervalued situations. The one he recommended was a closed-end mutual fund named Highland. Kingsley bought some of its shares for his customers, Icahn bought some, and after Kingsley rejoined Icahn they accumulated a block of about 30%, which management, distinct from the company, then bought back in 1976. It was a 2-year play, it took us a lot of time to accumulate, Kingsley recalled. But we bought at 2 and we sold at 6. That was the beginning. After that, they accumulated positions of 4.9%. At 5% a shareholder must file a 13D disclosure document with the SEC, in several more closed-end funds at discounts to their real value. The stock prices then went up, and they made a Professor IT. Because these were mutual funds, all one had to do to determine whether they were undervalued was to compute the value of their portfolio and compare that to its stock price. That was the chicken way of playing, said Kingsley, comparing it to the task of targeting a company, whose value is harder to quantify. And after we'd done those, Carl said, "This is an interesting way to invest, let's do some more." In 1978 Icahn waged a proxy FI-GHT to gain control of a real estate investment trust named Baird & Warner. Like Milken, who had been investing in Wright Paper through the mid-70s, Icahn recognized that there was a lot of hidden value in the depressed Wright industry. And Baird & Warner was not a troubled Wright, just one whose stock price had suffered because of the Wrights' general disrepute. While Baird & Warner's assets were mainly illiquid at that time, they were worth about $30 million, a nice pool of capital for Icahn to control. Icahn renamed this Wright Bayswater, after his childhood neighborhood, and eventually caused it to revoke its status as a Wright, in order to invest in new types of real estate-related activities and also in the securities of public companies. Bayswater thus became a vehicle for raids. The proxy FI-GHT, a campaign for the shareholder vote held at a public company's annual meeting, now became Icahn's weapon of choice. In the 1950s, proxy FI-GHTs had been waged by outsiders, such as Robert Young at New York Central Railroad, to persuade stockholders to throw out incumbent managements and install them instead. At that time, however, the advantage lay with the incumbents. As long as management was paying a dividend and was not tinged with scandal, stockholders would rarely vote for a raider. By 1979, the odds had changed. Forbes magazine reported that a check of 20 FIV proxy actions taken that year showed management the victor in 12 and dissidents in 13. Icahn and others had started a new wave proxy FI-GHT, in which the aim was not so much to replace management, although Icahn had done this at Baird & Warner, as to attract the attention of third parties to an undervalued company. And the issues in the proxy FI-GHT were framed in terms of shareholder Professor ITS. Icahn would point out that the stock was trading at some paltry fraction of book value, and that there was real potential for better earnings. In 1979 Icahn won a proxy FI-GHT to gain board seats and then forced the sale of Tapan, the stove maker, whose stock was trading at around 8 and had a book value of over $20 a share, to AB Electrolux, a Swedish-owned home appliance manufacturer, at a price that gave Icahn a Professor IT of close to $3 million. Tapan worked like a charm for Carl, said his lawyer for that deal, Morris Orens of Olshan Grundmann and Frome. It clearly demonstrated that if you are right about the company's assets being undervalued, and the company wishes to put itself up for sale, there will be buyers out there. Icahn was ebullient. Discussing proxy-fied GHTS aimed at forcing a sellout, he told Forbes, "I think the risk-reward ratios there are a very exciting thing. Much better than arbitrage. It's the wave of the future." Icahn moved on to Saxon Industries, the copier company, where after threatening a proxy-fied GHT he sold back his 9.5% stake to the company at a premium over the market, making a $2 million Professor IT. It was his Phi RST public green mailing, selling back to a company at a higher price than was available to other shareholders. But the word, greenmail, had not yet been coined. The activity, which had been carried out by others such as Victor Posner and Saul Steinberg, was known as a buyback at a premium, or a bon voyage bonus. Now that Icahn was launched into this new game, it was time for him to divest himself of his last meaningful partner, Fred Sullivan. From now on he would accept investors in his deals, but would share equity with no one, except Freilich, with his 1%. Fred Sullivan, the CEO of Walter Kidde, a small Phi re-extinguisher company that he had built into a major conglomerate, had met Icahn when Carl was a trainee at Dreyfus, and Icahn had become Sullivan's broker. In the early 70s, Kidde had invested in Icahn and Company and owned approximately 19%. "We sold back about 1 year after Tapan, at a Professor IT for Kidde shareholders," recalled Sullivan. Carl wanted to buy it back. Asked whether he felt he had any choice, Sullivan replied, "Well, he could have just put it, the Professor ITS, all in another entity if we had refused. Carl is very clever. And we decided not to test him." On Icahn's modus operandi in those early raids, Sullivan remarked, "Carl didn't have the money to finish the deal. He genuinely thought that the price of the stock was undervalued, and he genuinely thought that the values could be realized. He bought on that basis. It was only later, when greenmail started to be excoriated, that he defended it on the grounds that these companies were poorly managed. And when Icahn descended upon his adversaries, the chief executive officers of his target companies, he must have seemed like a nightmare come suddenly to life. After Saxon, Icahn's next target was the Hammermill Paper Company. "Here's this poor guy from Hammermill, Albert Duval, its CEO. A real Ivy League guy," said Sullivan, "and he's sitting there thinking that the world works the way it always has, with his golf club and his graduating class, and he never raises his voice, and all of a sudden, he's got Carl, who is such a Phi Gchter. It's terrible. Carl was a scourge in those days. Carl is a dedicated capitalist. He is dedicated to amassing capital. He decided that he wanted to make money. Now, a lot of us made that decision, but few are as dedicated to it as Carl." 7 years after Icahn appeared on his threshold owning approximately 9% of the company's stock, Duval spoke of him with a bitterness which made it seem like yesterday. "I formed the opinion that this was not for us, in the Phi RST few minutes of my meeting with Carl," Duval declared. Asked what it was that was so quickly decisive, Duval replied, "He said he wanted to piece off the company. He said, 'I'm only in this for the money. I don't know anything about the paper business. I don't care anything about the paper business. All I care about is the money, and I want it quick.'" Duval added, however, that Icahn did not ask explicitly to be bought out. Had he done so, that could have hurt him later in a proxy contest, as the company could have used it against him to discredit all his claims of wanting to increase the company's value, and expose him instead as someone who had asked for greenmail. "Everyone knew who Carl Icahn was in those days," explained one securities lawyer. When you're a green mailer, you don't have to ask for green mail. He said he wanted to get on the board, Duval continued. He wanted to force it, the company, to a merger. He said repeatedly that he had no interest in the paper business. Well, everybody that worked there did. As far as we were concerned, the company had a future as well as a past and a present, but Carl just wanted to parcel it out as fast as he could. I'm sure if I had said, "Here's your money," at a price over market, he'd have taken it right then, Duval added. Instead, Duval, with the help of takeover lawyer Joe Flom from Skadden, Arps, instituted anti-takeover measures, mounted his own proxy campaign, and sued Icahn, charging him with disclosure violations and fraud. Icahn Phi led a counterclaim, alleging violations in Hammermill's solicitation of proxies. One of Duval's lawyers said, Duval called Icahn's bluff. He said, "I'm not putting you on the board. I'm not buying you out. I'm not selling the company right now." Icahn was a known quantity at that point. He was someone who had about 10 to 20 million at his disposal. You didn't have to worry that he'd make a tender offer for the company, he didn't have the money. At 10 or 11% of the company's stock, he was tapped out. One of Icahn's lawyers conference IRMED that Icahn was stretched to his limit in each of these early deals. He was really a gambler, everything he had was in each of these deals. Each one got bigger, because he would plow the Professor ITS from the one before back in. And the leverage was enormous, so a loss would have been devastating. Icahn narrowly lost the Hammermill proxy contest. To make matters worse, it was discovered that he had voted about 70,000 shares that he had borrowed, and then returned, after voting day. Icahn's defense was that he had been buying stock through the days just preceding the election and was afraid that not all of it would clear in time for him to vote it, so he had borrowed some in order to be sure he had the full voting benefit of what he owned. Duval met Icahn in a hotel room in Erie, Pennsylvania, where Hammermill is located, not long after the voting of the borrowed shares had been discovered. Icahn had lost the contest. The company was not offering to buy him out at a premium, but he was sitting there with close to 10% of the company's stock, and settlement talks were at an impasse. I used a lot of vulgar language, Duval recalled. I said, "You're the damnedest liar and cheat I know. We're going to take out a full-page ad in the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times that says, 'Icahn cheats.'" I walked to the elevator, and he followed me and said, "Please, come back, we'll talk." Duval is convinced that it was that meeting, and that threat, that broke the impasse, since not long after that, at the end of July 1980, they were finally able to reach settlement terms. For the next year, Icahn was prohibited from engaging in a proxy contest with Hammermill, and he granted Hammermill a right of FI-RST refusal on the shares owned by the Icahn Group. Hammermill paid Icahn $750,000 for his expenses. Through the next year, Icahn mounted no raids. According to one former insider, he was stymied because most of his capital was tied up. He and his investors had invested about $10.60 million in Hammermill stock. Then, when the standstill expired after a year, Hammermill bought him out at a premium. The price of the stock had risen considerably in the past year. Icahn made a Professor IT of about $9 million over his initial investment. Someone else might have been tempted to sell back without a premium after the debacle of the proxy contest, in order to free up all his funds. But, as one lawyer who has been opposite Icahn on a number of his forays pointed out, Icahn's style in 1980 was a whole lot of bluff and bluster. His game was, "I will not be bluffed out." For him to have sold out at market, after losing the proxy contest, he viewed, I believe, as a signal to the next 10 CEOs. Fight the proxy FI GHT, beat him, and he'll go away. In those days he never made any pretense to doing something socially beneficial. The Carl Icahn of 1980 was still trying to figure out how this game was played, and what he could get away with. For Icahn, the lawyer added, the game never became personalized. Icahn would make whatever attacks on management seemed to be required to win a proxy fight, and he understood that his opponents would unleash their armaments on him, but he seemed surprised when he saw how personal was his target's animus for him. If Carl had his druthers, these fights would have been like two gentlemen dueling. You take your best pokes, but when it's over, why not go out and have a beer together? His targets, however, tended not to see Icahn's game as sporting. People don't like to be challenged, this lawyer commented. Particularly kings in their own castles. In early 1982, Icahn led a raid on the huge retailer Marshall Field that established him as a serious predator. He surfaced, as was his habit, with a little over 10% of the company's stock. But one day later Icahn and his group reported that they owned 14.3%. 1 week after that, they led at 19.4%. What had happened was that additional investors, including British financier Alan Clore, and Marvin Warner, then chairman of the Cincinnati-based Home State Savings Bank, had jumped on the Icahn bandwagon. After his group had acquired nearly 20% of the stock, Icahn executed a loan agreement for $20 million with Jeffrey Steiner on behalf of a small bank Steiner controlled in Paris, Banque Commerciale Privée. Under the margin rules, which allow one to borrow up to 50% of the purchase price of the stock, this would have enabled Icahn to buy $40 million of stock. Marshall Field fought back with a lawsuit as Hammermill had, making the usual battery of allegations about violations of federal securities laws, but added something novel as well: a RICO, Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, count, usually reserved for dealing with organized crime. It charged Icahn with having invested income derived from a pattern of racketeering to acquire his interest in Marshall Field, whose activities affected interstate and foreign commerce. The complaint charged that this pattern, which was defined to include violations of securities laws, could be found in Icahn's history of infractions over the past decade. These were laid out in detail. There was a consent order from the New Jersey Bureau of Securities, a censure from the New York Stock Exchange, a consent agreement with the New York Stock Exchange, an assurance of discontinuance from the New York State Attorney General's Office, and 4 decisions levying fines against Icahn and Company by the Chicago Board Options Exchange. And, finally, there was a consent decree Icahn had entered into with the SEC in 1981, alleging various securities law violations in Bayswater, Saxon, and Hammermill, involving the borrowed shares. Marshall Field's legal battle was unavailing, however, and, within days of Icahn securing the loan commitment from Banque Commerciale Privée, Marshall Field entered into a merger with Battis, Inc., the British retailer. Battis made a tender offer for all outstanding shares at $30. Icahn's average cost per share was about $17. The aggregate cost of all shares purchased by the Icahn Group was nearly $70 million, and Icahn had still not been tapped out. The bank loan of $20 million had never been taken down. With over $100 million of buying power now at his disposal, Icahn was a more fearsome predator than he had been before. The business establishment took note. One close associate of Icahn recalled that Lawrence Tisch, chairman of Lowe's and now of CBS Inc., said to him, "Tell Carl to cut this out. It's not good for the Jews." For Icahn, the deal had many satisfactions, and one was the settling of an old score. Back in 1978, when Icahn was just an arbitrager, betting from the sidelines, Marshall Field had made such a successful anti-takeover maneuver that Carter Hawley Hale dropped its hostile bid for the retailer, causing the price of Marshall Field stock to plummet. Icahn had lost $100,000 in one day. As much of a triumph as the Marshall Field raid was for Icahn, it soured him once and for all on having anything but passive limited partners. Before, he had formed limited partnerships of investors, college friends, his uncle, Schnall, his landlord at 42 Broadway, real estate magnate Zev Wolfson. Some entered these partnerships for as little as $50,000, and Icahn charged a management fee of 20%. The partners had no say in the decisions Icahn made. But in Marshall Field, for the Phi Rst time, he had formed a group with individuals who were more than passive. A Netherlands Antilles corporation called Pickera Valley, controlled by Alexander Gorin, Philip Sassauer and Lawrence Schneider, the same trio who had bought Flagstaff from Nelson Peltz in the late 70s. They had introduced Icahn to Steiner, shortly before this raid. When it was over, Icahn decided that in the future he would always insist upon having complete control and would never accept a partner who would not cede it to him. Neither Sassauer, Gorin nor Schneider has invested with him again. Steiner, however, became Icahn's most constant and largest investor. He says he has no problem with Icahn's autonomy. In this type of business, you can't be in a position where you have to get approval, Steiner declared. There has to be a captain. Carl is the captain. The key to these operations is being in control. After Marshall Field, the tempo of Icahn's raids quickened. Marshall Field had given him not only Professor ITS of about $17.60 million but a great boost in conference idents. He moved from Anchor Hawking to American Can to Owens, Illinois in rapid FIRE succession, bought out by each company at a premium over market within a week or two after his stock purchases. By the fall of 1982, Icahn had begun his battle with Dan River, a protracted, acrimonious Phi GHT, during which townspeople of Danville, Virginia, who had never owned stock in the company rose up to repel him, buying stock with money saved for vacations and retirement funds. The struggle finale ended in 1983 when management escaped Icahn by taking the company private in a leverage buyout. Icahn's Professor IT was $8.50 million. In the summer of 1983, Icahn pocketed a quick $19 million, his largest Professor IT to that date, when he sold his Gulf Plus Western stock at the market price to an institutional buyer, in a sale arranged through Gulf Plus Western's investment banking firm, Kidder, Peabody. To reap this Professor IT, he had invested more than $35.50 million, more than twice his commitment to the largest investment he had hitherto made, $14.30 million in Dan River. In June 1984, Icahn confounded many Icahn watchers by doing what he had insisted, in the Marshall Field depositions and the Dan River litigation, he had wanted to do all along. He acquired his target. He could have sold his stock in a railcar leasing company, ACF, to the company in a management-led buyout and made a handsome Professor IT, but chose to top the bid and take the company, for $410 million. National Westminster Bank USA, which had extended a $20 million loan commitment to an Icahn raid in late 1981, now was the lead bank in loans that totaled $225 million. The rest of the purchase price came from the sale of a major division of ACF just before the acquisition, in what was a highly unusual maneuver, and the post-acquisition sale of another division. Was the greenmail game dead? Had Icahn decided that no amount of fast-earned dollars was worth being called a racketeer? Was the scourge of corporate America going respectable? What now seems clear is that Icahn had decided it was time to move to the next plateau. He had been saying for a couple of years that what he really wanted to do was gain control of these companies and sell off some pieces. He no doubt meant this. In a stock market where companies were as undervalued as many were in the early 80s, it was feasible, if one chose the right companies, to gain control, sell off parts in order to pay for the cost of the acquisition, and be left with the best part of the company almost for free. Over the long term, it would be far more Professor I-table than grabbing a quick greenmail. It would also be less aggravation. Icahn had accumulated a fortune of over $100 million. Even with his rare hunger for dollars, he could now afford to be a little more choosy. Greenmail had become the bête noire of corporate America. From now on, taking greenmail openly was going to mean incessant suits from enraged shareholders and incessant beatings in the press. Moreover, Congress was up in arms about greenmail, and it seemed as though legislators might figure out a way to outlaw it. In March 1984, Icahn had testified before a congressional subcommittee and had said, somewhat surprisingly, that he agreed that they should end buybacks. But if they were going to end buybacks, he had argued, they should also make illegal all the defensive maneuvers open to managements. Do not let them print up stock. Do not let them issue themselves golden parachutes. Do not let them sell the crown jewels. Whether or not Congress outlawed greenmail was almost not the point. The point was, once an activity was so popularized that it was front-page news, what was Carl Icahn doing in it? He had made his fortune by entering a relatively undeveloped field, taking it farther than anyone else, and then, when it got too crowded and visible, moving a small step forward, in a natural progression. He had FIRST gone into puts and calls. As that became more popular, he had mixed it with classic arbitrage. When options exploded, he had gone into risk arbitrage. Then he had decided to better control the arbitrage, by becoming the principal himself. Now it was time to become, at least often enough to give him the credibility he would need to continue his progression, the acquirer. And this, interestingly enough, was when Leon Black came to call to offer Icahn a Drexel war chest. For in the summer of '84, at a go-by seminar, Black, Fred Joseph and others had been discussing their need to find those players whom no one else could or would finance, who therefore would be desperate enough to pay the price, in interest rates to the junk bond investors, and fees and equity stakes to Drexel, of Drexel's dollars. Icahn was one obvious candidate. While David K., head of Drexel's FL Edgeling M&A Group, objected to their representing the notorious green mailer, that objection was overruled. Icahn was, after all, a singularly able green mailer. He had amassed over $100 million in about 5 years, and his annualized return for that period was over 80%. It would hardly be like Drexel to place a higher value on respectability than on performance. Moreover, Icahn fit nicely into a plan that Black, then head of Drexel's LBO Group, was advancing, to get cash into players' hands by refinancing LBOs they had already done, replacing bank debt with junk bonds, and adding in a surplus for a war chest. How much surplus was right would vary in each case, depending upon the appetite of the player. For example, Drexel did a refinancing for William Farley, a small-time Chicago entrepreneur, who had acquired a company which he renamed Farley Metals. Drexel raised $80 million for the refinancing and $60 million for a war chest. About 1 year later, in the spring of 1985, Farley put that war chest, and more, to use when he made a $1 billion acquisition of Northwest Industries. Icahn's appetite dwarfed Farley's, but he was far less compliant. Farley gave Drexel 5% of equity in Farley Metals and accepted a Drexel-designated director, Leon Black, on the board. Icahn refused to give any equity, and he took no Drexel-designated director. In late 1984, Drexel raised $225 million for the refinancing of ACF, and the bulk of the remainder, roughly $155 million, went into a war chest. According to Black, however, Milken would have raised another $200 minus $300 million for Icon had he been willing to give up equity. Said Icon, "I don't like giving up equity. I've learned over the years, a dollar bill is a better partner than a partner." When Icon found his next target, in any event, he was not hampered by a lack of cash. Drexel was there, ready and willing to back him, in his $8.10 billion tender offer for Phillips Petroleum. In late December 1984, just weeks after the ACF junk bonds were sold, T. Boone Pickens, the most sanctimonious of the raiders, who had vowed often that he would never accept greenmail, was greenmailed out of his Phillips stock. Drexel had backed two hostile bids, both unconsummated, Pickens' Mesa Petroleum bid for Gulf Oil, and Saul Steinberg's Reliance bid for Walt Disney. It was eager now for one of its players to pick up the Phillips ball that Pickens had dropped. Phillips had announced a recapitalization plan in which all shareholders could participate, except that Pickens got cash in exchange for his stock while the rest of the shareholders were offered a package of cash and securities. The buzz on the street was that the Phillips recapitalization plan was much too low, and that the situation was therefore ripe for another bidder. We decided that since a lot of our clients, Ivan Boesky, Irwin Jacobs, Carl Icahn, were rumored to be holding big positions in Phillips stock, we should try to interest someone in doing the transaction, Drexel investment banker John Sort recalled. But it had to be someone not wanting greenmail. We'd now used the high-yield weapon twice, in Gulf and then in Disney, where Steinberg took greenmail. And we decided we shouldn't be using this weapon for greenmail. Too much criticism. Drexel tried to interest companies they thought might be bona fide acquirers of Phillips. Pennzoil, which had recently lost Getty Oil to Texaco, was one. David Kay thought Pennzoil was a natural, said Sort, but I'm not sure they ever returned his phone call. David Kay and others in M&A did lots of cold calls. In the end, the only interest that Drexel was able to stir was Icon's. Flush with his ACF war chest, Icahn had begun buying Phillips stock in late December, 2 days after the company's announcement of its recapitalization plan and its buyout of Pickens. In February 1985 he decided to wage a proxy fight GHT to defeat Phillips' recapitalization plan, which was to be voted on at an annual shareholders meeting on February 22. He hired another Wall Street firm, Donaldson, Lufkin and Jenrette, Inc., for the proxy solicitation. The open question was whether Icahn would accompany his proxy fight GHT with a tender offer. In the past he had preferred to combine the two, because used in concert they put far more pressure on the target. But a tender for Phillips would be exponentially greater than any that he, or, for that matter, Drexel, had done before. The junk bond financed hostile takeover was so nascent that there was no blueprint. In Mesa's run at Gulf, before there was any public announcement of an offer, Milken and his troops had obtained commitments for about $2.20 billion from their network of bond buyers. Drexel had circulated not the commitment letters that later became boilerplate, but thick securities purchase agreements, which were haggled over endlessly by Drexel and the prospective purchasers' lawyers. Those who were thus solicited became insiders and were prohibited from either trading in Gulf stock or divulging the information. But word did leak out, or some of those solicited bought stock, and the stock price traded up so rapidly that the deal became too expensive for Pickens to make the tender offer. Instead, Drexel had negotiated a $300 million private placement for Mesa with Penn Central, controlled by Carl Lindner, and Pickens had used that to make a far smaller offer, which ultimately sent Gulf into the arms of a white knight, Standard Oil of California. Now it was clear that, with Phillips, Drexel could not attempt to obtain oral commitments before an announcement and take the risk of a run-up in stock price. Icahn came up with an alternative: to borrow methodology from the establishment. When major corporations launched their hostile takeovers, they did so on the basis of commitment letters for the financing from commercial banks. Drexel, Icahn suggested, should act like those banks and give him a commitment letter. Swart and Black thought that Icahn's demand was outrageous. Drexel, they argued, was acting merely as agent for the lenders to Icahn, and if it gave him a commitment letter, the amount would be charged against the firm's capital. In 2 years, however, this strange notion would be known as bridge financing, and would be the rage on Wall Street. Investment banks would commit their own capital to a deal, in a bridge, between the time of the offer and the time it actually had to be funded. By funding time, the investment bank would have placed much if not all of the debt with bond buyers. Trying to respond to Icahn's demand for a letter of commitment, Black finally ventured, "Why don't we say we're highly conference ident, that we can raise it? It's really different. It hasn't been done before." Carl looked at me, Black recalled. He turned to his lawyer and said, "What do you think?" His lawyer said, "Leon's full of shit. It's not legally binding, what good is it?" Sometime in the early hours of the morning the meeting broke up, with Icahn saying he was no longer interested in doing the tender offer. But the next morning he called Black and said, "You know that highly conference ident letter you were talking about? That was the beginning of Drexel's famed, highly conference ident. The pronouncement that would seem, for a time, almost talismanic in its power." One after another, multi-billion-dollar tender offers were launched on the power of those 2 words, uttered by Drexel. It became an article of faith for Milken that once he had said he was highly conference ident, that he could raise a given amount of financing for a bid, he would never renege or cut back on the terms, because then, of course, the words would be just words. It took some time before Black and his colleagues recognized fully the magic of the highly conference ident letter. In Phillips, they charged Icahn $1 million for it. By the time they launched the Mesa Unocal raid for Pickens, 2 months later, they were charging $3.50 million for it, although they changed the words to firmly believe, because highly conference ident had become too charged a phrase in Congress. Icahn's bid for Phillips was the FI-RST tender offer ever launched without its financing in place, and the FI-RST in which no banks were to participate. Icahn was proposing that he acquire Phillips in an $8.10 billion deal that was part cash and part securities. The cash portion, which Drexel had said it was highly conference ident it could raise, was $4.05 billion. And this $4 billion was to be raised from an amalgam of senior notes, senior subordinated notes, and preferred stock, all placed with Milken's army of buyers. Thus, Phillips was to be, essentially, a hostile leveraged buyout. Icahn would pay the debt with Phillips' own cash FLAO. Icahn formed a dummy partnership, for which Milken would sell junk bonds, ultimately secured by the assets of Phillips. If the transaction went through, Icahn would pay down his mountain of debt, $11 billion, set atop an equity sliver of $800 million, by selling off some assets and utilizing the company's cash FLAO. Unlike the friendly leveraged buyouts that Black had structured, in which commercial banks, typically, were the lenders for the senior level of debt and Drexel placed the subordinated debt, with Phillips even the senior level was to be lent by Milken's network. For some time, Milken had been asking his fellows, "Why do we need the commercial banks?" With Phillips, Drexel announced to the world that they did not. The world, however, was disbelieving. Phillips and its advisors charged in the ensuing litigation that Milken's highly conference ident assertion was nothing but sleight of hand. The company ran full-page newspaper ads demanding, "Is Icahn for real?" Icahn, meanwhile, had been holding Drexel back from the next step, which was obtaining written commitments from the bond buyers. It was going to cost him, which is why he had been postponing it, but after the taunting ads he gave Drexel the go-ahead. He would have to pay a commitment fee to the subscribers of 0.3%, or $37,500 for each $10 million pledged. In the abortive Mesa Gulf deal, those who had committed orally to buy the bonds received nothing for their trouble, while Mesa walked away with a net gain of $214 million after taxes. Milken had realized then that his customers would have to be paid to play in the future. If Drexel raised these commitments and the deal did not go through, Icahn would have to pay Drexel 1/8% of all the commitments obtained. Drexel had fought hard with Icahn to be paid 1% of the commitments raised, as they had been in Disney. But Disney, Icahn had argued, was a $700 million deal, and this was $4 billion. Instead, he got the 1/8% in return for agreeing to pay Drexel 20% of his Professor ITS if he sold his stock. This Professor IT sharing would become boilerplate in future Drexel-backed raids. With all these hefty surcharges, therefore, Icahn did not want to raise the entire $4 billion, and with the vote on management's recapitalization plan just a week away, it was unlikely, anyhow, that Milken could raise the $4 billion in time. According to Black, Milken was pressing Icahn to let him raise $2 billion, but Icahn drew the line at $1.50 billion. In 48 hours, it was done. Sort commented, "Lots of the buyers now were the same ones that we'd lined up 1 year before in Mesa Gulf, when they obtained $2.20 billion in oral commitments. And we kept a lot of our powder dry. For example, we didn't put in the S&Ls, even though we had lots of them. We realized that if we started having lots of S&Ls in hostile deals, we would jeopardize their ability to be in any, because of the growing concern in Congress about junk bonds and thrifts investments in them. And a lot of our big buyers weren't there. Executive Life wasn't there. Columbia S&L wasn't there. Carl Lindner wasn't there. We wanted people to think we were not stretched. Some of the faithful, of course, were there. Meshulam Riklis, Shenley Industries, came in for $25 million. Nelson Peltz, Triangle Industries, $20 million. David Solomon, Solomon Asset Management, $50 million. And Steve Wynn, Golden Nugget, $40 million. The biggest pieces were taken by the Beltzbergs, Charles Knapp and Atlantic Capital. The Beltzbergs, through 3 of the entities they controlled, First City Properties, First City Financial and Far West Financial Services, weighed in for $287.50 million. Knapp, through Trafalgar Holdings, signed up for $100 million. Since Milken had not raised that mythical $1 billion for Trafalgar, it seems highly unlikely that Knapp had $100 million to contribute to anything at this point. More likely, this was a way for his air fund to earn a commitment fee of $375,000. 2 months later, Knapp would commit $15 million to the Peltz and May Triangle National Can deal, and then back out. And, finally, Atlantic Capital, which appeared on the list submitted to the SEC under a disguised name, Worldwide Trading Services, came in for $100 million, taking $50 million in preferred stock, which was the biggest chunk of preferred by far. It seems unlikely that Icahn intended to take the company. One of his advisors recalled the night when Icahn was told that the proxy solicitation was going well and that he might well win the company. His attitude was, "Holy shit. And we sat him down and started to tell him about an oil company. You know, holes in the ground that are called wells. Carl is a very smart man, but he didn't know a helluva lot about the oil business. In the end, Icahn won his proxy contest. Phillips had instituted a poison pill, the defense mechanism created by takeover lawyer Martin Lipton, which is triggered by a would-be acquirers buying a certain percentage of the target's stock and gives shareholders such extravagant rights that the company is rendered far less desirable. Designed to protect the company from being taken over by Icahn or any other bidder, so the recapitalization plan would seem to have been the shareholders' most attractive option. But in a dramatic display of new shareholder activism, shareholders voted down the recap plan. Then the company sweetened the plan, and Icahn decided to sell his stock and move on. He had invested about $175 million in Phillips stock, mainly with his war chest money from Drexel's refinancing of ACF. And now his trading professor ITS on the 10-week deal were $52.50 million, more than twice what he had ever made in a deal before. Icahn did not retreat from the Phi Eldav battle without a long night of haggling, however. He had declared publicly that he would not take greenmail. But expenses were something else. Phillips was prepared to pay him $25 million. Icahn insisted that his expenses were $27 million. One advisor in this deal insisted that even the $25 million was a Professor IT making, not break-even, deal for Icahn. Hours went by. The other side did not budge. In the end he gave in because the Phillips people dug in their heels, said Anthony James, of Donaldson, Lufkin and Jenrette. The Phillips board had authorized a maximum of $25 million, and they weren't going to meet again. So it was take it or leave it. That's the only way to deal with Carl. You have to cut off your avenues of retreat. Otherwise, he'll just keep nibbling away at you. Carl will fight GHT endlessly for the last million, the last $500,000. He will fight GHT for the last penny. While Icahn prides himself, as he so often says, on being a man of my word, James, who has also been opposite Icahn in deals, counters that Icahn is a man of his word, in a sense. With Carl, the deal's never over till it's over, till you have negotiated every possible last detail. We have corporate clients who, once you've agreed with them on the major piece of a deal, will bend over backwards to be fair, to drive the other 10 unnegotiated pieces together so that the deal happens. Carl would take every one of those 10 things and use them to negotiate every last advantage. Icahn, said James, is different from most people who care about how they appear, and therefore feel certain restrictions on their conduct. Carl is not impeded that way. He is guided only by what is in his economic interest, and so he's been a lot more successful than most. Phillips was Drexel's gala coming out, the $1.50 billion bash that proclaimed to corporate America and its investment bankers that Drexel had come of age. For Icahn, the fated raider, who heretofore had made his idiosyncratic ascent in measured, self-propelled steps, it was a giant, almost magical, step up. After Phillips, however, Icahn went his own way. Unlike Peltz, who, once Milken had enthroned him at national can, made no meaningful move in the M&A world that was not orchestrated by his benefactor, Icahn continued to do what he had always done: choose his targets with Kingsley, move against them on his own. But by mid-1985 Drexel had become so ubiquitous in the M&A world that wherever Icahn turned, Drexel showed up, too. Sometimes Icahn and Drexel, although independent, seemed to complement each other. For example, in April 1985, Icahn, who had accumulated a 10% position in Uniroyal, threatened a takeover. The company's management then took it private in a leveraged buyout, financed by Drexel. And Peltz, with Milken's help, would later acquire the core chemical business of Uniroyal. But in TWA, Icahn and Drexel found themselves at odds. TWA was a Drexel client, albeit a far more prosaic and less important one than Icahn. Drexel had raised $100 million in financing for the airline in 1984. When TWA executives learned in mid-April that Icahn was accumulating the company's stock, therefore, the first thing they did was seek Drexel's protection, exhorting Fred Joseph to persuade Icahn to retreat. It was in fact Drexel's policy, known as the Joseph Doctrine, never to assist an aggressor client in depredations against another client, but to go to the defense of the victim. The necessity for that policy is self-evident, according to Leon Black. Drexel's client list is a roster of raiders. How could any corporate client open up to us if they thought we would help one of our clients take them over? Another Drexel executive added that the policy was sometimes phrased more bluntly to prospective clients. Pay us, become our clients, and we'll protect you. Adding to the TWA executives' indignation was the fact that their chief financial officer, Robert Picer, had made a presentation on the airline at the Predators Ball 2 weeks earlier. After Picer's talk, Icahn had introduced himself and engaged him in conversation for about 15 minutes. They were casual questions, kind of bantering, but Carl's got a way of asking probing casual questions, Picer recalled. And afterwards, a number of people who had been standing around, listening to us, came up to warn me that he was really interested in the cash flow of the company. Now Picer and others at TWA felt badly used, as though they had been offered on a menu to Drexel's partygoers. I really tried to dissuade Carl, said Joseph. I told him that we couldn't support him. Most important, though, I said I didn't think it was a good business for him. Joseph raised a number of disadvantages. It's capital intensive. It's in the midst of deregulation, so it's a free-for-all, but still regulated enough that you can't do lots of things. There's a history of adversarial labor relations. It's dependent on a volatile commodity, jet fuel. Pricing is a complicated chess game, so if somebody else in the industry makes a mistake, you can get hurt. I kept going through this litany, Joseph said, and Carl kept saying, "Stop, stop, I'm going to throw up, stop." Moreover, from a political standpoint, Joseph thought Icahn's timing could not have been worse. I told him I'd just been down in Washington, getting screamed at by Senator Thomas F. Eagleton. Joseph had recently testified before the Senate Subcommittee on Securities headed by Senator Alphonse D'Amato. The raids on Phillips Petroleum, FIRST by T. Boone Pickens and then by Icahn, and Unocal, by Pickens, had created a backlash, and a lot of anti-takeover legislation was being introduced. A raid which might result in the dismemberment of an airline as symbolic as TWA would add fury to the storm. Icahn was aware of the trouble in Washington. Just 2 months earlier, in the midst of his Drexel-backed raid on Phillips Petroleum, he had testified before a House subcommittee. He had lectured the congressman on the ineptitude of American corporate management, regaling them with a couple of his usual routines, slightly tempered for this crowd, on his misadventures in a corporate world where, to hear him tell it, he alone had the gumption to declare that the emperor wore no clothes. Leon Black thought Drexel's warnings just whetted Icahn's appetite. And Drexel was caught in the middle. They had sworn they would not represent the aggressor but were rejected by the victim because they were so close to the aggressor. At the start, the firm acted as intermediary, hosting several meetings between Icahn's and TWA's representatives. Meanwhile, Icahn continued to buy stock. On April 29 he crossed the 5% threshold, and when he led his FIRST 13D with the Securities and Exchange Commission, 10 days later, He owned not 8 or 9% of TWA's stock, as its management had feared, but 20%. In the beginning, the directors, managers and rank-and-file employees of TWA viewed Icahn much as his other targets had, as a pariah. TWA led the usual battery of lawsuits, seeking an injunction against Icahn's buying any more TWA stock or commencing a tender offer or a proxy GHT. The airline petitioned the U.S. Department of Transportation to investigate whether Icahn was FI-T to run an air carrier. It encouraged the unions to mobilize against Icahn. Employees lobbied legislators and wore "Stop Carl Icahn" buttons. TWA solicited help from Congress. And in a congressional hearing in early June, 1 month after Icahn had surfaced with 20% of the company, the president of TWA, C.E. Meyer, Jr., called him one of the greediest men on earth. Icahn also testified at that hearing, and he revealed a fine appreciation of his own abilities, a conference idents perhaps born of the fact that to this time he had suffered no major loss. Asked by one member of the congressional panel why he had chosen TWA as a target, Icahn responded, "Do you ask Willie Mays why he jumped a certain way for a ball? Or do you ask McEnroe why he holds the racket a certain way?" In fact, Icahn and Kingsley had been lured to the airline in large measure by what they read as its ample cash flow, the Raiders' lodestone. TWA was basically breaking even, but it had, according to Icahn's calculations, about $200 million in depreciation. In the Drexel-hosted meetings with Meyer, CFO Robert Peiser and other TWA executives, Icahn had talked a great deal about the airline's cash flow. Meyer had argued that it was unpredictable, because in the crisis-ridden airline business, vulnerable to strikes and to terrorist attacks which halted tourism, it could disappear overnight. Icahn was unimpressed. But on another point he was persuaded. He had had a tentative plan to partially liquidate the airline, discontinuing domestic routes and selling planes. But in the course of these meetings the TWA officials convinced him that that liquidation plan was not viable. In an evidentiary hearing before U.S. District Judge John Cannella, Icahn testified to having been so persuaded. "I go by instinct," he said, explaining this sudden sea change in the middle of a deal in which he had reportedly already invested over $100 million. He emphasized that, in fact, he preferred a course that did not require selling off major assets. "I was never in love with liquidating a lot of planes," he testified. "I don't want to get the image of a liquidator." So the plan changed, but the newly image-conscious Icahn was seemingly undeterred. Judge Cannella found him credible and denied TWA's request for a temporary restraining order against Icahn, which would have stymied him. He continued to accumulate stock. After Cannella's decision, the directors of TWA decided that the company had to be put up for sale. Though Resorts International showed some interest, in the end the only clearly committed white knight was Frank Lorenzo of Texas Air. Frank Lorenzo, who had started his career as a financial analyst at TWA, had bootstrapped himself into the aviation business by taking over the ailing Texas International Airlines in 1972. He had long harbored an ambition to own TWA. If he added TWA to Continental and New York Air, both owned by Texas Air, the market share of those three carriers would be second only to United Airlines. Lorenzo was represented by Drexel. TWA had hired Solomon Brothers, not Drexel, because the TWA directors did not trust Drexel. And while Kidder, Peabody had been Texas Air's traditional investment banker in this transaction, which would be essentially a leveraged buyout, with the financing of about $750 million raised largely from the sale of junk bonds, only Drexel could place the debt. The Drexel investment banker working for Lorenzo was Leon Black. Black and Icahn had become such good friends during the course of their ACF-financing negotiations and then the Phillips campaign that, from the start of this transaction, Lorenzo and some TWA advisors were uneasy about the relationship. One night in mid-June, Icahn, Black and other Lorenzo advisors, and a host of lawyers and investment bankers for TWA held an all-night meeting to structure a three-way peace. Icahn would sell his stock into the Texas Air Trois merger, making a Professor IT of roughly $79 million, and would also receive an additional package of about $16 million. This was not to be greenmail. Icahn did not want greenmail anymore, but he did want money, so this was a package of expenses and other benefits. Had Lorenzo paid Icahn his price, TWA would have gone down in the annals of corporate raids as a vintage Icahn deal, in which he was a buyer at one price but a seller at another, and his advances forced the company to sell to a third bidder. All that would have differentiated this deal from its predecessors would be his Professor IT, at $95 million, his biggest yet. But because Lorenzo was unwilling to pay Icahn his $16 million greenmail alternative, what should have been the close of the deal became its opening curtain. Lorenzo was not present at that night-long session, and when Black, who had been negotiating with what he and everyone else in that conference room believed was authority from Lorenzo, called him at dawn to say that the deal had been struck, Lorenzo rejected it. Instead of the $16 million, he made a counteroffer to Icahn of $8 minus $9 million, which Icahn refused. According to former employees of Lorenzo, this is his modus operandi, always to be absent from the negotiating session, so that he is free to say the negotiator had no authority, and then to scrap the deal. For Lorenzo, these former employees say, the moment he sees that a deal in which he is the buyer can be struck at X, that says to him that it could have been done at X-3 or X-2. I argued with Lorenzo. I lost, said Black. And then he lost. Icahn kept his 35% of TWA as the company, and Lorenzo proceeded with the deal to have Lorenzo buy the airline, or so they all thought. In a vacuum, Lorenzo was right, Black said. Once he had a merger agreement with TWA, he felt, why should he buy out Carl? Carl didn't know the airline industry. You had to conceive of Carl galvanizing the unions and taking it away. And at that moment no one could have. On the other hand, my feeling was that we weren't talking about a lot of money, the $16 million package. When you have a 35% holder who has proven in the past to be a dangerous adversary, why not take out an insurance policy? Of Lorenzo's actions in this deal, Black declared, if ever defeat was snatched out of the jaws of victory, this was it. What unfolded over the course of the next 2.5 months, at the end of which TWA's board finale voted to accept Icahn's bid and reject Lorenzo's slightly higher one, was a humiliation for Lorenzo and a triumph for Icahn. Lorenzo's poor business judgment was there for all the world to see as he continued to offer higher and higher, though never quite high enough, amounts to buy Icahn out, and as Icahn maneuvered himself into ever more favorable positions. Having refused to spend an extra $16 million to secure the airline, Lorenzo ultimately offered $100 million, to no avail. And while Lorenzo reneged on a handshake deal and breached an unwritten agreement, Icahn conducted himself so that he was able to proclaim later that he had been a man of my word, and everyone in this particular deal, at least, concurred. Icahn's transformation from hated pariah to a kind of secondary white knight, offering the unions an escape from Lorenzo, after Lorenzo had given TWA an escape from him, was made possible by virtue of one fact. To the unions, Lorenzo was evil incarnate. In 1983 he had sought protection under Chapter 11 for Continental Airlines, abrogated its union contracts and cut wages in half. Then he had proceeded to turn the airline into a moneymaker. Next to Frank Lorenzo, Carl Icahn suddenly looked good. After TWA struck its deal with Lorenzo, and Lorenzo left Icahn free with his 35% holding, the unions approached Icahn. TWA's labor costs were dramatically higher than competing airlines, and the TWA management had been readying itself for a strike as its labor contracts came due for negotiation. Now, as they were about to fall into the clutches of Lorenzo, the union signaled that they would be less intransigent than TWA had feared. Labor negotiators are known for their stamina in the typically marathon sessions that sometimes seem to exhaust their management adversaries. But, for Icahn, a veteran of hundreds of night-long negotiations who, some have suspected, deliberately prolongs these sessions because he is having such a good time, this situation with the unions was tailor-made. Unlike most managements, which use labor experts to deal with the unions, Icahn dealt with them directly. Negotiating is probably the thing Icahn does best in life. He brings to it his considerable talents as a poker player, bluffing masterfully, so his opponents never know whether he is going to play or fold. He sketches so many options, and so many variations, or hedgings, on those options, that his adversaries often feel they are lost in a maze. The positions he takes are in such flux that for his adversary to try to challenge or attack them is, as one recalls, like wrestling with a ghost. And he keeps constant vigil over his own vulnerability. As one individual who has dealt with Icahn says, he is so paranoid, always looking over his shoulder and behind every door, constantly thinking everyone is screwing him. As a result, Carl gets few surprises. By early August, Icahn had exploited his talents as a negotiator and the union's distrust of Lorenzo to reach an agreement with not only the pilots' union but also the union representing the machinists, a tough, headstrong and volatile group, who were lower paid than the pilots and thus had less to give away. It amazed TWA management and their advisors that Icahn had been able to extract his desired concessions out of the machinists. But there it was. In return for Professor IT sharing in stock ownership, Icahn had wrung concessions from the two unions, though not from the FLIT attendants, concessions that would eventually turn the airline from breaking even to $300 million in Professor IT's. Having made his deal with the unions, Icahn could now top Lorenzo's bid. Lorenzo, aware that the airline was slipping from his grasp, raised his bid, and also brought in Martin Siegel of Kidder, Peabody to advise him. Kidder had been his traditional investment banking firm, and he had worked with Siegel before. In the last 5 years, moreover, the bright, flashy good-looking Siegel had become one of the stars of the takeover Eld. According to two Lorenzo advisors, Lorenzo turned to Siegel as his distrust of Drexel, particularly of Black, became overwhelming. He would keep Drexel in the picture as his money raiser, he had no choice, but in the 9th inning he was desperate for Drexel-free advice. By this time, in the late summer of 1985, it was not easy to escape the Drexel presence. Unbeknownst to Lorenzo, Siegel had, since June, been deep in discussions with Fred Joseph about moving to Drexel. Siegel, of course, was the recruitment assignment Joseph had taken after the Cavas go-by session 3 years earlier. It was only in the last 6 months, since Drexel entered and transformed the M&A world, that long-ago goal had become something more than a pipe dream. Siegel had been in another deal with Drexel recently. In the Storer Communications buyout, he had represented Kohlberg Kravis Roberts, KKR, the premier LBO firm. And now he was in TWA. As Siegel said later, he had watched as his peers at Drexel made 5 times what he was making in these deals, and he was not used to being the margarine spread. Moreover, in Storer, KKR had beaten out a rival bidder because Milken could raise $1.466 billion in 2 days. Black was the Drexel investment banker on that deal, and he had courted Siegel assiduously. It made Siegel think more seriously about what it would mean to work for a firm with that kind of muscle. He was tempted. He knew he could multiply his income if he went to Drexel. His father had gone bankrupt at 45, and Siegel believed that this had planted in him a powerful longing for utter financial independence, what he thought of as, "fuck you, money." But he was still not sure that the Drexel lucre was worth the taint. Henry Kravis, of Kohlberg Kravis, one of his best friends, had advised him against doing it, for that reason. But he was thinking about it. In TWA, Siegel was able to do no better for Lorenzo than Black had done. Even though Lorenzo had made a bid higher than Icon's, once Icon reached his agreements with the unions, he held all the tickets. With those agreements in hand, Icon could offer TWA labor peace and a financially viable airline. Had the board sided with Lorenzo, on the other hand, they would have had to utilize an anti-takeover maneuver to block Icon, which he would certainly have challenged in court. And if the deal with Lorenzo did survive court challenge, it guaranteed labor havoc. The pilots were promising wildcat strikes, and the machinists let it be known that they might vent their frustration by destroying planes. So Icon emerged the unlikely hero. "We got ourselves an airline." The New York Times reported he shouted, donning a pilot's jacket and dancing around his off-ICE, when he heard that the TWA board had decided in his favor. The union representatives and their advisors were jubilant, too. Despite the fact that their deal with Icon prohibited him from giving Lorenzo a standstill, promising to buy no more stock, they had always been fearful that the wily investor was merely toying with them, intent on using their concessions to get a higher price from Lorenzo. There was certainly an economic rationale for what Icon had done. Initially, before all the union drama, he had been a willing buyer of the airline at $18 a share, or about $600 million. When Lorenzo offered $23, Icon had been a seller, except that Lorenzo had balked at the extra $16 million, which had killed the deal. With the $300 million of union concessions in hand, Icon became a buyer at $24. And he stuck at $24, even though Lorenzo came in at $26, and even though the unions and the TWA advisors begged him to go to $25 in order to make the directors' decision to side with him a little easier. In Icon's judgment, he didn't have to give that extra dollar, and, true to form, he cut the price to the hair's breadth. But there was more than economics at work here. By mid-1985, Icon was carving out for himself a public image far grander than the one he had had for years as a hard-nosed green mailer. Some who know him well agree that Icon's decision to buy TWA was influenced by more than the numbers, which heretofore had been his only touchstone. Carl got as much of a kick out of being a savior to the unions, a champion of labor, as he did out of owning an airline, maybe more, Black said. Because it was a nice counterpunch to all the things he'd been being accused of in Washington. He did care about his image. And don't forget, it would have potential, too, for whatever he would want to do in the future. In early September, '85, Icon chose Payne Weber to raise $750 million for his buyout of TWA. Lorenzo, typically, had made a deal for Icon's purchase of his stock, then unmade it, and then rampaged around for another week or so before finally settling. The explanation offered by both Drexel and Icon for Icon's choice of Payne Weber is that in early September Drexel could not obtain a release from Lorenzo, whom they were still representing. However, one advisor in the deal said that he told Icon that he thought he could obtain a release from Lorenzo for Drexel, and that Icon said not to bother. Steiner's opinion was that, Carl chose Payne Weber because they offered to do the deal for a quarter or a half point less than Drexel would have charged. It no doubt suited Icahn too, because it enabled him to be independent of Drexel in a junk bond financing and have a good excuse for it, so that it would not jeopardize his dealings with Milken. Joseph Stewart, the Payne Weber investment banker who approached Icahn, thinks he got the deal because he offered to do it for less than Drexel. Robert Peiser, then TWA's chief financial officer, said, "Carl doesn't want to say that he went to Payne Weber because they were cheaper. But he is a great believer in getting service the cheapest he can, and forget the quality." This was an unusually large junk deal for Payne Weber. But the head of its junk bond department was David Brown, who had been one of Milken's early hires back in the 70s. In 1984, Brown became the FIRST of Milken's followers, who was said to have challenged Milken for a greater share of Professor ITS and then to have left with acrimony. At least in theory, Brown knew the Milken network and could distribute it. Icahn, of course, is no one's fool. In an apparently unprecedented arrangement, and the terms were to be kept secret, Payne Weber placed $1 million in escrow, to be forfeited if they were unable to do the deal on the agreed-upon terms. The way the deal was structured, the $750 million would enable Icahn to buy out all the shareholders and also take out his investment of about $300 million in TWA stock. In addition to getting all his money out, he planned to take out TWA's computerized reservation system, PARS. It would be given to the Icahn Group as a dividend, and Icahn planned to lease PARS back to TWA for 10 years for an amount that would have given Icahn an annual Professor IT of $25 million. Under this plan, Icahn would have had little more than his pride at risk. He would have recouped his $300 million, he would own the lucrative PARS. And in the worst of all worlds, if the airline went bust, it would be the bondholders, not Icahn, who would lose. The investment bankers and bond salesmen at Payne Weber wanted to feature Icahn at their roadshows. But since Icahn wanted to travel as little as possible, they staged an enormous roadshow at the Waldorf. In a rare move for an underwriter, Payne Weber paid for prospective buyers to fly in from as far away as California and Japan. According to Joseph Adams, who would later work on the Icahn offering at Drexel, it was a mistake to feature Icahn. You use the operating guy, that's whom the debt holders want to hear from. And you keep it to relatively small groups. Otherwise, if one person has a valid concern and stands up and voices it, all of a sudden 200 FTY people who never would have thought of it are worried. That wasn't a roadshow, it was a media event, Adams scoffed. Icahn at the Waldorf. Worse, it did not sell. Icahn, apparently carried away by his enthusiasm for PARS, went on at such length about its value that the prospective bond buyers began to wonder why PARS, as well as all Icahn's money, had to come out of the company. In October, Stewart told Icahn that he had placed about $660 million of the $750 million of debt, but in order to place the rest PARS would have to be left in TWA. Steiner says that Payne Weber asked him to place some of the junk bonds in Europe, and he asked Icahn whether he should. Carl said, "They are not going to get the deal done. It is a waste of time. Forget it," Steiner recalled. Now Black returned to the scene, telling Icahn that Milken not only would raise the $750 million with PARS out of the company, but would raise another $500 million war chest, or blind pool, in the company in which PARS would be placed. Bond buyers who liked the airline could buy its debt. Those who were enamored of PARS could buy that company's debt. Others could mix the two. The company that would be formed to receive PARS, and the $500 million, would be called Mandrake, as in The Magician. About Payne Weber's failure, Mark Schenkman of Schenkman Capital Management, Inc., one of Milken's early converts to the junk fold, said, "They just didn't have the placement power to do it." David Brown could know the right names and know those people, but you've got to really have their conference idents to come in for such a super high-risk deal. He doesn't have the relationships Mike does. He can't call the Beltzbergs, Perelman and the rest and basically call in a chit. Many in the junk market suggested that Paine-Webber's difficulty was exacerbated by Milken's and his crew's bad-mouthing and sabotaging. It was, they say, Milken's public humiliation of his former acolyte, Brown, for having dared to compete. Others had left Milken, but they had generally gone with his assistants to spots where they were, if anything, more useful to him than when they worked for him. The humiliation was not Paine-Webber's only loss. Icahn took the $1 million that the firm had placed in escrow. They, bankers at Paine-Webber, never believed Carl would take the million, said Adams. When he did, they were just shocked. But Carl said, "Hey, that was the deal." Paine-Webber did win its Phi GHT to stay in the deal and be listed as a co-manager. But, as was nearly always the case when another firm tried to co-manage a deal with Milken's crew, it was co-manager in name only, and it received a pittance compared to Drexel. During November and December the numbers at TWA deteriorated rapidly. In November, TWA revised the forecast of its losses for the year from $70 million to $110 million. In early December, the night before Milken was to unleash his sales force to sell this deal, TWA got a reading on its November results, which indicated that losses for the year were going to be $150 million. Milken called off his troops. Icahn's agreement with TWA gave him 2 outs. If the airline suffered a material adverse change, or if he could not arrange financing. Both were available to him. Either he was going to change the terms of his deal, paying less cash and more paper, or he would terminate it and sell his position. But who would take him out? The only buyer whose interest in TWA appeared undying was Lorenzo. The unions were violently opposed to Icahn selling out to Lorenzo. One advisor in the deal said Icahn told him that he was dying to sell out to Lorenzo, except that he was afraid the machinists would kidnap his children. Publicly, however, Icahn declared that he felt he had a moral commitment to the unions not to sell to Lorenzo. Then, on December 20, came the terrorist bombings in the airports in Rome and Vienna, which killed several people at TWA ticket counters. Picer, the TWA chief financial officer, said the bombings really shook Carl. "We had a long conversation about how we could stop the terrorism. We concluded, of course, that we couldn't. It really shook him, that there were these events outside of even his control that affected the company. He realized he was not in control of terrorists in Rome. He wanted out," Picer said. "We talked about management's buying him out, and he was interested in that. But we couldn't keep the labor concessions, and we didn't have a lot of time to raise the money. If we could have come up with a proposal to take him out whole, I'm sure he would have taken it then." Icahn was trapped. His investors too were losing money. He had bought TWA stock at an average price of about $19, and the stock was trading at about $16. He decided to pass up the leveraged buyout. He already had control of the company. He negotiated a new deal with TWA, whereby minority shareholders would have an option to exchange part of their shares for preferred stock. And Drexel said that it would raise $750 million for the deal, with the magical $500 million for Mandrake a thing of the past, but that Icahn could not get more than $100 million of his money out. He decided to leave in the company the $750 million that Drexel was raising. And Pars as well. An indication of the extent to which Icahn may have felt beholden to Drexel at this point is that he committed $200 million to GAF's bid for Union Carbide, for which Milken was raising $5 billion. Since GAF later dropped its bid, Icon walked away with a healthy commitment fee. According to Icon, this is the only Drexel megadeal for which he signed up. The TWA deal changed one last time when Drexel raised the money, not $750 million but $660 million. The reason Drexel gave for coming up short, in the face of a highly conference ident letter it had given, was that conditions at TWA were so disastrous by early February that many expected the company to go bankrupt. The list of bondholders submitted to the SEC months later, when the time came for these privately placed bonds to be registered, is not a typical Drexel megadeal list. The most substantial pieces were taken by Fred Carr, adding all his companies together, $72,500,000, and Tom Spiegel, through Liberty Service Corporation, a subsidiary of Columbia S&L, $64,825,000. Ron Perelman, through Revlon, Inc., bought $38,175,000. There were a few other tranches of $30 million and $20 million, but the rest was composed of relatively small purchases. Some buyers came in for as little as $75,000 and quite a few between $100,000 and $500,000. There were executives from Columbia Savings and Loan, a teachers' retirement association, an investment from Middlebury College. One of Milken's protégés, Dort Cameron, is a Middlebury graduate and invests money for the college. The list looks as though it was something of a struggle to create. And that, indeed, was what Icon told TWA when he announced that Drexel was having so much trouble that they could raise only $660 million, not $750 million, and that therefore he wanted to exercise his option to change the terms one more time. He now wanted to lessen the dividend on the preferred that he was offering to minority shareholders. Freund, TWA's advisor, called Fred Joseph to ask whether the company was being jerked around, or whether there really was trouble. Fred called me back and said we weren't being jerked around, Freund recalled. A source at Drexel maintained, however, that while raising the $750 million was indeed difficult, it was by no means impossible. Michael would just have had to make a couple of calls. But, according to this source, Icon asked that Drexel claim it was impossible to raise the $750 million, so that he could then have an excuse to change the terms of his deal with TWA. Icon denies this allegation. By the time Drexel held its annual Predators Ball in the FIRST week of April 1986, the TWA financing was completed and the terms of Icon's acquisition of the airline were, finally, FLUID no longer. But events had continued their downward spiral. Just 3 weeks earlier, the FLID attendants had started a long-threatened strike. While Icon had prepared for it, training 1,500 new hires, the strike had caused enormous disruption and loss of revenue in its FIRST few weeks. The FLID attendants were at the Drexel conference, parading with their picket signs around the Beverly Hills Hotel, where so many of the most favored guests, including Icon, were staying. On the evening of the FIRST day they took up their post outside Don Engel's famous Bungalow 8, where a cocktail party for the big hitters was being held, and then followed these guests to Chasen's, the swank Beverly Hills restaurant which hosts a gala dinner at the Predators Ball each year. By midnight, however, a few of the FLID attendants had put aside their signs and joined the Drexel merrymakers at Engel's table in the Polo Lounge. Fred McCarthy, Nelson Peltz's main investment banker at Drexel, remembered, I said, when we were at Chasen's, what a waste of good-looking women. Why don't we bring them in here? Icon was not in the Polo Lounge. He had arrived at the conference earlier in the day, and then came a news broadcast that a terrorist bomb had exploded aboard a TWA fluid from Rome to Athens. Icon turned and headed back to New York. He may well have been remembering his visit to the Predators Ball 1 year before. Then, he had had no major company to run. Then, he had had his money and no situation that he could not control. Then, he had been fresh from his Phillips Grand Slam, where he had played his game and made $52.50 million in 10 weeks. And then, he had stopped in at Picer's presentation. BY October 1986, 6 months after Icon had departed hastily from the Predators Ball, he had subdued, at least for the short term, his demons at TWA. The staggering losses of the FIRST half of the year, $275.60 million, had been staunched. TWA reported third-quarter earnings of $65.20 million, which looked remarkable not only in comparison to the FIRST 2 quarters, but to the same period 1 year earlier, when the airline suffered a loss of $13.50 million. And TWA's operating earnings for 1987, $240 million, would be the best in the airline's history. The second best was $95 million in 1965. There were several factors in the turnaround, and a couple of them, as had been true from the start, were beyond Icon's control. But now they were going with him instead of against him. Terrorism had subsided. Therefore, by the late summer of '86, transatlantic travel was just beginning to return to normal levels. And the price of oil went down, enabling TWA to cut its annual fuel bill by $100 million. Other factors, however, were Icon rot. He had taken on the FLITA attendants, replacing them with newly trained hires, so that while the strike was disruptive, the airline was not brought to a halt. The new hires who replaced the veteran workers started at $12,000 a year and abided by tough new work rules. If the FLITA attendants union succeeds in its ongoing court battle with Icon, the airline could be liable for over $400 million in back pay, and it could also be forced to reinstate the former FLITA attendants. But, for the moment, Icon was the victor in that contest, and he claimed savings of $120 million a year. He had negotiated the sale of a half-interest in TWA's PARS reservation system to Northwest Airlines, giving the airline an infusion of about $200 million. And he had negotiated the $242 million acquisition by TWA of Ozark Airlines, an acquisition that the previous management of TWA had been trying, unsuccessfully, to effect for some time. Ozark had been TWA's principal domestic competitor in vying for TRAF IC to end from St. Louis. Now TWA would control over 80% of that TRAF IC, giving a large boost to its domestic professorability. The acquisition of Ozark was an important move to expand and strengthen TWA, but by far the most dramatic results Icon achieved sprang from his cost-cutting. He had won the early concessions from the pilots and the machinists. He had eliminated layers of bureaucracy at TWA. He had taken on the FLITA attendant strike. He had decided not to renew leases for some planes. Thanks to the drop in oil prices and Icon's talent for chiseling, TWA would see a savings of $600 million for the year. The praise on Wall Street was not universal. In the view of some analysts, Icon was running TWA like a classic short-term play, making moves that would translate into quick professor ITS with no long-range perspective. He was not investing in new aircraft, and TWA's fluid EET was aged. Morale at the company was terrible, with some employees leaving because they were convinced Icon was only waiting for the opportunity to sell it. Still, TWA was now Professor I-table, making an operating Professor ITS about $250,000 a day. It was hard to argue with success. And with the corner turned at TWA, Icahn emerged in early October with his most audacious bid since the one he had made for Phillips Petroleum, an $8 billion tender offer for all shares of the Mammoth USX, the nation's largest steel producer and a force in the energy business, with about $21 billion in assets. With about $650 million from his usual investor partnerships and TWA, which contributed about one-third, Icahn had begun buying USX stock in June and now owned 11.4% of the company. And Drexel said it was highly confident that it could raise $7 billion. Icahn's absorption in TWA had not been complete. He had found time and energy in the spring of 1986 to amass a large stake in Viacom International, the broadcasting, cable television and entertainment concern, and to negotiate with that company's management a thinly disguised greenmail package which afforded him and his major investor, Jeffrey Steiner, a professor IT of about $100 million. But that had been the old green mailer Icahn, just keeping his hand in, turning a professor IT. As a major Drexel player, one of those few with appetites and ambition gigantic enough to be, as Meshulam Riklis had put it, Milken's monsters, Icahn had been sidelined ever since he took over TWA. For a time, it had seemed that he might be the Phi RST of Drexel's kingpins to topple. But he had prevailed, and now he was back with an appetite as insatiable as ever. Icahn's triumph, of course, was also Drexel's. It meant that they had chosen wisely when they decided to give him a war chest, back in 1984. Nothing Icahn had done, up until that point, proved that Icahn would be able to run a large company. He was running ACF successfully, but that was different. As Black pointed out, Carl saw the value in ACF. There were a few things that obfuscated its value to the rest of the public. It had a few non-performing dogs, which it turned out you could sell for real money. And then there was the railcar leasing company, which was a gem, a cash cow. So Carl sold off the dogs, and was left with a stable cash cow. Indeed, the takeover of ACF cost Icahn $410 million, but he then raised $400 million by selling off pieces. But ACF is not a complicated business, Black said. Frankly, it was not until TWA that we saw Carl's managerial talents. With TWA, Icahn became living proof of the Raiders' catechism that he, and Milken too, had been reciting for years. The fall of '86 was the season of Drexel's triumph, when the business press crowned Milken as the financier of the age, and his Raiders as industrialists. Icahn was one of the new celebrities. In October, Businessweek published his "I Told You So" essay entitled, "What Ails America, and What Should Be Done?" There Icahn delivered a homily. America has lost its edge to foreign competition, in some large measure, because of bad management, he wrote. When America established its economic leadership in the world, its industrial powerhouses had been owned by the Carnegies, the Mellons and the Morgans, to whom managements answered. With the passing of these owners and the dispersion of stock ownership among the public, management answered to no one. It became autocratic and mediocre. It encouraged bureaucracy. But now, declared Icahn, pointing with a flourish to what he had done at ACF and TWA, the manager-owner was back. In press interviews in which Icahn recently had been challenged about whether he really wanted USX or whether the savvy fast buck artist was just up to his old tricks, he had pointed to TWA. Skeptics had said the same thing then, he countered, but he did buy TWA, he had spent time running it, and the company now was Professor I-Table. Now, he told Businessweek, I really want USX. Putting it together with TWA. Now that is really going to be something. Now if we can turn around a couple of these companies and make them more productive, that will make a statement about what I've been saying. Economic historians will see that I was proven correct. Among the Drexel-made titans in the fall of 1986, Icahn was the one who most craved stature, the only one who made statements about public policy. Nelson Peltz was interested in expanding his empire and enjoying a life of rarefied luxury. Ronald Perelman was interested in expanding his empire and climbing the social ladder. Icahn, clearly, was bent on empire expansion, but he also seemed to be ruminating about posterity. He spoke of writing his autobiography. He did in fact have more intellectual depth, and a greater range of business talents, than his Drexel-crowned peers. That was why he did not have to Januf Lect before Milken. The more respect he earned, and the more he publicly articulated the Drexel credo, which was also his own, the more valuable an adjunct, free though he became. Jeffrey Steiner said, "Carl and Mike have a very good relationship. Mike feels, I think, that Carl is different from most Drexel clients, and he is. I don't think that Carl has ever felt as dependent upon Drexel as so many others have." In the offices of Icahn & Company in Midtown Manhattan, M. Elliot Schnall was marveling at the fact that after the marathon of TWA his nephew had not even paused for a breather before plunging headlong into USX. Schnall says that he had counseled Icahn, during the TWA takeover battle, to sell out to Lorenzo and take his Professor ITS. Sometime during Icahn's travails of the past 8 months, he had told Schnall that he wished he had taken that advice. So he had weathered that crisis, only to go into the steel industry. Schnall has invested in nearly every one of Icahn's deals, but when Icahn asked him whether he wanted to join the investment partnership for USX, he declined. Schnall has done well with Icahn. In 1985, he made over $1 million. But he laments still that he accepted Icahn's suggestion that Icahn buy out his 20% interest in the company, back in 1974. He calculates and then recalculates what would have been his. In October 1986, Schnall figured Icahn's net Professor ITS at about $300 million and so concluded that $60 million, pre-tax, would have been his. He and Icahn are close. When Schnall is in Manhattan, mainly in the spring and fall, he comes to Icahn & Company nearly every day. He and Icahn banter about Schnall's fateful error. Schnall laughs, but he has never stopped wondering whether Icahn back in '74 had some sense of the bonanza that was coming, and wanted it all. Kingsley, whose small warren of an off-ICE is shouting distance from Icahn's, has no such lost partnership interests to regret. He has remained an employee all these years, which sometimes bothers him and sometimes does not. He says he has moderate needs, which his salary and occasional bonuses satisfy, like college tuition for his children, a car for his son. He still lives in Forest Hills, Queens, as he did when he started working for Icahn, though he has moved from an apartment to a comfortable home, and that suits him. "What do I want, to join the jet setters?" asks Kingsley, although he wouldn't mind having a summer house. Kingsley's off-ICE is a reminder that while he might have made more of a name for himself and more money on Wall Street if he had left Icahn's shadow, at Icahn & Company he has been free to be himself. Stacks of the Financial Times, waiting to be clipped, climb halfway to the ceiling on one side of the room. The window behind Kingsley's desk is nearly obscured by mountains of 10 kiloseconds, annual reports, prospectuses. And Kingsley himself is barely discernible behind the cascading piles of papers that rise from his desk. "Mount Everest," remarked a secretary as she tossed a letter onto the top. From beneath his desk, on his visitor's side, papers spill. And there, too, rest unpacked cartons from the peregrinations of Icahn & Company over the past 2 decades, one from 42 Broadway, one from 25 Broadway. Out of this strange, unsightly chaos has come what Kingsley says with some pride is the overwhelming majority of Icon's targets. He selects, then he proposes, debates, sometimes is rejected by Icon. But they have been together for 20 years, and he has a good sense of what will persuade. When Kingsley was arguing for USX, where Chairman David Roderick and the steelworkers' union had been at each other's throats, he said, "You know, Carl, you could do again with the unions what you did in TWA." And he is more than Icon's analyst. Once Icon is in the midst of a deal, Kingsley is his constant sounding board, really his co-strategist, and they often attend negotiating sessions together. They are an odd couple, segueing into well-worn routines on cue the way people who have been together for a long time often do. Icon, who refers to himself as the Lone Ranger, calls Kingsley Tonto, and Kingsley obligingly plays the role. A cough from someone in an elevator sends them into a routine of eye-rolling, hypochondriac panic. One longtime friend of the two said, "Carl and Al operate in a kind of mutual hysteria." Kingsley fans, and there are quite a few in the circle of Icon investors, suggested that Kingsley is the phantom of the operation, the moving finger that picks the right targets, while Icon is the frontman, with the force of personality and presence to play the game. "Al has always been the perfect foil for Carl," said one. "Carl gets all the money and all the publicity, and Al gets to work at what he loves." Whatever are the dynamics of the relationship, it has endured. Among those employees who have aspired over the years to play significant roles at Icon and Company, Kingsley is the sole survivor. One former employee asserts that Icon has been as ruthless with employees as with the companies he targeted, guided by nothing but his economic benefit. Some employees, therefore, were useful for a time, until they demanded promotions or raises and thus outlived their usefulness. He is a keen valuer of assets, and that's how he judges people too. "How Professor I table you're to him," said this former staffer. "It's somewhat cold. He gets the maximum use out of people, and gives the minimum in return." Interviewed at his seigneurial estate, purchased from the actress Jennifer O'Neill and named Fox Field, after the Marshall Field raid, in Bedford, New York, Icon seemed finally to have made the adjustment to wealth. For years after he made millions, he had continued to live as he always had, taking the subway on occasion, eating lunch with Kingsley at a dive called The Dungeon, keeping a spare one-bedroom apartment in Manhattan. But he has finally forsaken the subway and abandoned the dives, and he has purchased a penthouse apartment in the posh museum tower, next to the Museum of Modern Art. He has also become philanthropic. He has donated $500,000 to the renovation of Carnegie Hall and funded a center for abused children and the construction of housing for homeless families. In at least one instance, however, an Icon gift came with strings attached. In 1986 or so, Icon was discussing making a large donation to his alma mater, Princeton University, but he wanted to become a member of its board of trustees. When his request was rejected, the gift failed to materialize. By 1988, however, Icon discussions with Princeton about a possible donation were said by one close to Icon to be in progress, again. Icon's indulgence in luxury and his forays into philanthropy suggest that his longtime tight steadiness may be loosening. Certain habits, however, never die. When Icon, carrying a briefcase, and his uncle, Schnall, carrying an umbrella, go to a restaurant together, Schnall takes Icon's briefcase so that they don't have to leave more than one tip for the checkroom attendant. Now he shows a visitor the gardens he has been designing, explaining that it has recently become a hobby. He owns horses with Peter Brandt, the polo impresario, in nearby Greenwich, and he has attended the polo matches there. He tells a funny story about having seen Nelson Peltz, his Bedford neighbor, at a polo match. What with Icon, Peltz and Ivan Boesky, whose mansion is down the road from Icon's, Bedford, a longtime WASP enclave, is not what it used to be. I told Nelson, Icon says of Peltz, he's Bedford Hills' answer to Beverly Hills. While Icon now seems to be enjoying the pleasures and pastimes of the extraordinarily rich, he has no pretensions. He allows, with some self-amusement, that designing elegant gardens is a recent, not a long-time, hobby. And having found himself at those polo matches seems to amuse him, too. His closest friend is Stanley Nortman, who used to have a metals business in Great Neck, Long Island, and now is exploring some way for Icon and him to get into the movie business. Nortman is a singularly down-to-earth, unaffected individual, who seems closer in style to Bayswater than to Fox Field. And when Icon's wife, Libba, decided to give a black tie party at Fox Field for his 50th birthday, with a guest list that read like the Forbes rich list, Icon insisted that all the employees from Icon and Company be invited, too, and changed it to optional black tie. Icon sets off on his canned diatribe about incompetent management in America. It is for him an oft-repeated spiel about how most of the people running corporate America are former fraternity presidents who got where they are because everybody liked them. About how mediocrity rises naturally to the top because the number one guy, none too swift, wants someone unthreatening as number two. About how most of these CEOs are aristocrats who live for nothing but the perks of the OFICE. One of Icon's favorite lines, now years old, is that whenever he tried to get one of these chief executive officers on the phone, the CEO's secretary would say he was out of pocket. He always wondered, where do they go when they're out of pocket? The only way he could get these guys off the golf course, Icon would conclude, was by filing a 13D. Another story, also well-worn, concerns his taking over ACF, which had operations in the Midwest and a headquarters staff of 173 in New York. He couldn't figure out what they were doing in New York, so he went to the guys in the Midwest and asked them, "How many of these guys in New York do you need to support you?" And they said, "None, we'd do better without them." But, not to be too hasty, Icon called in a consultant to analyze the New York operation. 6 weeks later the consultant returned with a big black book filled with charts. Icon said, "Don't give me that, just tell me, what do these guys do?" And the guy looked at him and he looked at the guy. And then Icon took out a check and said, "Here, I'm paying you no matter what you tell me. Now tell me, what the hell do they do?" At which point the consultant said, "Mr. Icon, you've been straight with me, so I'm going to be straight with you. We can't figure out what they do, either." So Icon closed the New York OFICE. And Icon asserts that ACF was well run compared to TWA. At TWA he eventually replaced most of top management. Now he is full of steam. "What I've been saying all these years," declares Icon, referring to his polemics on the ills of American corporate management, "I never knew how true it was." He listens to his words for a moment, as though hearing them played back, and then laughs at the admission. These days, Icon can afford such moments of candor. His most strident critics, who for years derided him as the critic of management who had never managed much of anything, have been stilled by the TWA turnaround. And TWA is news, while the effects of some of the previous forays of this self-proclaimed savior of American business are not. Phillips Petroleum, for example, borrowed $4.50 billion in 1985 to repel Icon, swelling its debt load to $8.60 billion. The company had to cut $400 million from capital expenses, slash exploration budgets, sell $2 billion in assets and cut its dividends. Its workforce fell from 27,000 to 22,000 by the fall of 1986. Icahn is well aware that he can hold TWA up before his critics like the cross before the vampire, and he does so. He continually trumpets himself as the savior of TWA, insisting that but for his intercession the company would have gone bankrupt. But the triumph, sweet as it is somewhat tinny. Yeah, he says, I know, this has stopped the critics. But this was almost easy. I mean, you need entrepreneurial spirit, and you need strength of personality, okay. But after that, it's sort of self-evident what has to be done. I mean, it's almost just common sense. The arbitrage with the options, I think, needed more brainpower. The measure of success that for Icahn has always been the most compelling is dollars. Friends say that while he has clearly begun to think about his place in history, one said that Icahn sees himself as heir to the merchant banking tradition of the Rothschilds and Samuel Montague. His drive for dollars appears unabated. And that two preoccupations are hardly in conference lict. The more successful he is as the manager-owner of once floundering companies, the more money he will make. As one longtime associate said, for Carl, it's his report card. Every week, every month, every year. Another friend recounted that he had recently remarked to Icahn, you know, Carl, before too long you're going to be worth $1 billion. What will you do, if you're not happy then? And Carl said, I will know I made a big mistake, his friend recalls. It will mean I picked too low a number. 9. Pantry Pride Revlon. The crucial campaign. In the early evening of June 14, 1985, Ronald Perelman appeared at the lavish penthouse apartment of Michel Bergerac. Perelman had just acquired control of Pantry Pride, Inc., a supermarket chain discharged from Chapter 11 bankruptcy reorganization in 1981, which had assets of $407 million and a net worth of about $145 million. Bergerac was the chairman and chief executive officer of Revlon Inc., the cosmetics and healthcare giant, which as of December 1984 had over $2.30 billion in assets and net worth in excess of $1 billion. Implausible as it would have been in any era other than this one so dominated by Milken the magician, the small-time, unimpressive Perelman, girt by a wave of Milken's wand, had come courting. The chemistry, however, was all wrong. According to Bergerac, Perelman told him about McAndrews and Forbes Holdings, the mini-conglomerate he had amassed in the preceding 8 years with interests including cigars, chocolates, licorice extract and Phi LM processing. I'd never heard of it, Bergerac said. Perelman talked enthusiastically about Pantry Pride and its most alluring asset, a huge tax loss carry-forward of over $300 million that could be used to shelter income. The company, which Perelman was in the process of stripping into a corporate shell, was his planned vehicle for acquiring Revlon. He was about to go on a Drexel roadshow, traveling to cities around the country, making his pitch to junk bond buyers, in order to raise about $350 million. He told me that the dream of his life was to buy Revlon, recalled Bergerac. I said that that was wonderful, but it was not for sale. He said that he would bid in the low 40s. He said that he would do wonderful things for me. I said that I didn't have much taste for being bribed, and goodbye. Perelman had offered wonderful things, personal inducements, in addition to assuring Bergerac that all his severance agreements, including his $15 million golden parachute, would be honored, and that he, Perelman, would want Bergerac to stay on as chief executive. One associate of Bergerac recalls Bergerac remarking angrily, shortly after the Perelman encounter, "Can you imagine this guy, saying he's going to make me a rich man?" Lawyer Arthur Lehman, whose Phi Paul, Weiss, Rifkind, Wharton and Garrison, had been counsel to Revlon for decades, had also worked for Perelman in recent years, and he had arranged this encounter. Ronald was sensitive to Bergerac's position as the CEO, and he really wanted to please, but he went about it in the worst possible way, Lehman said. Perelman said that he and Bergerac had a very cordial meeting, lasting about an hour and a half, and that Bergerac suggested that they make a dinner date to discuss the transaction further. Then, Perelman said, Bergerac cancelled the dinner, saying it would be pointless to meet because he was not going to do the deal. Perelman denied that he offered Bergerac extra inducements. I never even mentioned or hinted or winked about his getting anything. Associates of both men agree that their personal styles must have blended like oil and water. Bergerac is a courtly, somewhat imperious, urbane, witty Frenchman. Perelman is crude, brusque, humorless, speaks in a staccato manner and perpetually puffs an enormous cigar. They didn't hit it off, declared Perelman's lawyer and constant cohort, Donald Drapkin, who was at Skadden, Arps, Slate, Mar and Flam. Bergerac with his Chateau Lafite, and Ronnie with his Diet Coke. And I think that after that meeting Bergerac checked with his friends, and most of them had never heard of Ron Perelman. Or if they had, they said he was young, really aggressive, and Jewish. I think it was just beneath him. Bergerac had long inhabited the corporate stratosphere. In the 1960s, when Harold Janine was building International Telephone and Telegraph, ITT, into the world's biggest conglomerate, Bergerac helped negotiate about 100 acquisitions of companies for ITT in Europe, and in 1971, at the age of 39, Bergerac was promoted to the job of running all ITT European operations. During the next 3 years, he doubled European sales to $5 billion. But in 1974 Bergerac, considered the most likely candidate to follow Janine as head of ITT, was wooed away by Charles Revson, the legendary founder of Revlon. Revson had courted Bergerac for several years, and when he finally won him Bergerac received what was then an unprecedented bonus, $1.50 million. For a time, the financial press referred to Bergerac as Kadif-i-Shish, after the Yankees pitcher Kadif-i-Shish Hunter, who also won a 7 Gur contract at that time. In 1978, Bergerac was the subject of an admiring cover story in Time magazine, which noted that the company had survived, triumphantly, the death of its founder, Revson, and that in 4 years, since Bergerac had taken over, sales and Professor ITS had multiplied about 2.5 times, twice as fast as the industry average. In the last several years, however, Bergerac had lost some of his star quality. The company's earnings reached a peak of $192 million in 1980, dropped to $111 million in 1982, and essentially stayed at that level through 1984, though in the first half of 1985, just as Perelman was approaching, they began to rise by about 10%. The weakness was in the cosmetics business. When demand slackened in the early 1980s and competition intensified, Revlon lost market share and Professor ITS. Meanwhile, however, Bergerac had vastly expanded Revlon's healthcare business, making 11 acquisitions and increasing revenues tenfold in the past decade. With its stock in 1984 trading in the mid-30s, considerably below its breakup value, Revlon had attracted the attention of some investors known as the Freites Group, after their leader, Joseph Freites, a wealthy Oklahoma investor, who went to Milken to explore financing. According to one member of that group, secret talks were held with Bergerac, who was not opposed to the idea of a buyout in which he would continue to run the company and would own 10 to 15%. Bergerac asked repeatedly whether the financing was in place, and was assured that it was. But when the group was ready to go public with their proposal and made their formal approach in a meeting at Arthur Lehman's office in the spring of 1984, Lehman determined, in a call to Milken, that their financing negotiations were in the most preliminary stage. Bergerac, furious, sent them packing with a cursory public denunciation, referring to them as the gin rummy gang, saying their only money came from the kitty for their card games in Southampton. But in the acquisition-happy marketplace of 1984, once the Freights Group had made their approach, the company was in play. That summer, Alan Clore, the English investor who had climbed on the Icon bandwagon in Marshall Field, acquired stock. Realizing his vulnerability, Bergerac explored with his investment banker, Peter Jacquith of Lazard Frères, the viability of his leading a management leveraged buyout, but they concluded that the price that would make the deal workable, in the low 40s, would not pass muster with the board. And then, for about 6 months, the rumors quieted, and Bergerac did nothing to pursue his own buyout. In the spring of 1985, however, Perelman had extended his feelers. Drapkin enlisted the help of Joseph Flom, senior partner of Skadden, Arps. Flom talked to Felix Rahotin, senior partner of Lazard Frères, about Perelman's interest in Revlon. Rahotin said later that Flom was talking about a leveraged buyout with management, and that he responded that for Lazard to render a fairness opinion the price would have to be in the mid-50s. Simon Rifkind, founder of Paul, Weiss, and, at 84, a luminary in the bar, dipped his oar into these waters. Rifkind had been on the Revlon board since the late FIFTIES and was executor of the Revson estate. He had also been counsel to the family of Perelman's FI-RST wife, Faith Golding Perelman, for generations, and had become a director on the board of McAndrews and Forbes. Now, just before the June meeting, he spoke to Bergerac on behalf of Perelman, describing him as a kind of young Larry Tisch. Arthur Lehman, Rifkin's protégé and heir apparent in the Paul, Weiss firm, said Perelman came to have lunch with him and talked about how Revlon was bound to be sold in any case, and he would do well by the shareholders and well by Bergerac. He said he really needed Michel because he was a wonderful operator and he, Perelman, was not an operating person. Lehman also recalled that Flom told him that Perelman had never done a hostile deal, with the clear implication to me, Lehman added, that he would not. Perelman felt like a welcome suitor. The signals we were getting in May and June were all positive, he asserted. We were hearing back from Felix and Arthur things like, the price, has to start with a 5A, but it could end with a 0, and, we like the music we're hearing. But all this high-powered matchmaking back I read when Bergerac met Perelman in mid-June and the reality of Ronald Perelman and Pantry Pride and Perelman's banker, Drexel, making it all possible via the sale of junk bonds hit home with Bergerac. Bergerac didn't know much about Drexel before Perelman's visit, but he quickly learned. Michael Milken is very clever, Bergerac declared. He has done the same thing that Delfim Neto, who was finance minister of Brazil, did there. No one would lend Brazil money, so Delfim Neto said to the bankers, "What does it cost? I will pay whatever it takes." Well, Milken realized people would do the same thing. All these people whom the banks would never lend to in a million years, and Milken says, "Here's 100 million. And they say, "Wonderful." In the old days, people to whom the banks would not lend went to pawnbrokers, who charged an arm and a leg. Now Drexel has inserted itself between the pawnbrokers and the banks. As Bergerac's comments suggest, Revlon was indeed a class war, between the corporate America and Wall Street elite, and the Drexel arrivistas. It was not simply a turf battle, to be sure. Most of the defenders of Revlon in this FI-GHT genuinely deplored the junk bond depredations as financial free-for-alls hurtling toward disaster, and they believed, moreover, that these high-risk players were violating the law to achieve their goals. But beneath these complaints of principle lay something more visceral. The age-old hatred for the outsider, always exacerbated when that undesirable other dares to venture beyond his conference INES and encroach upon the elite's preserve. Certainly those in Perelman's camp perceived the violent opposition they encountered as generated by class bias. Howard Gittes, a well-connected Philadelphia lawyer who left his law firm to join Perelman shortly before the Revlon battle, recalled Perelman's early overtures. At the beginning, we really believed that we would be able to do it friendly. There was a lot of suggestion that, especially with his huge parachute in place, this was a chief executive who would not kick and scream. But I'm convinced that Bergerac's was a non-economic, emotional reaction. He didn't want Revlon to be sold to Panty Pride, as he called it, and then Marty Lipton, of the law firm of Wachtell, Lipton, Rosen and Katz, and Felix Rohatyn, fanned that feeling of Bergerac's. Their attitude was, who are these people, coming in to buy a company like Revlon? They're upstarts that nobody ever heard of, and they're financed by Drexel, an upstart itself. Perelman is one of the great stories of coming from nowhere in the last decade, commented one of his associates admiringly in early 1986. 7 or 8 years ago, when I met him, he didn't even have a business. Today he's worth maybe $500 million. Indeed, Perelman's life story reads like a parable of these leveraged times. He grew up in comfortable circumstances in Philadelphia, where his father, Raymond Perelman, owned a small metal fabricating firm, Belmont Industries. Ronald Perelman graduated from the University of Pennsylvania and then from the Wharton School, receiving an MBA in 1966. His marriage to Faith Golding, whose grandfather had founded the Sterling National Bank and the Essex House Hotel in New York and had amassed a fortune, obviously pleased Perelman's parents. In an interview in 1986, several years after Ronald Perelman had divorced Golding and married gossip columnist Claudia Cohen, Raymond Perelman ticked off the real estate holdings of the Golding family and pointed out on the baby grand piano the numerous photographs of Faith, including her bridal photo, noting rather acidly, "He's divorced, we're not." For the next 12 years, Perelman worked in his father's business and managed his wife's money. Then, in 1978, at age 35, he decided to venture out. He borrowed $1.90 million to buy 34% of Cohen Haddif ILD Industries, a jewelry distributor and retailer with $49 million in revenues that year. In 1980, Cohen Haddif ILD spent about $45 million to buy McAndrews and Forbes, a maker of chocolates and licorice extracts, and the Cohen Haddif ILD name was dropped in favor of McAndrews. In the fall of 1980, McAndrews issued its Phi RST batch of junk bonds, a modest $33 million, underwritten by Drexel with Bear Stearns. Over the next 4.5 years, Perelman set out on a wholly leveraged, though relatively small-time, acquisition trail. He tried and failed to acquire the Richardson Company and the Milton Bradley Toy and Game Company, but he made money in both transactions. He succeeded in buying, for a total of about $360 million, Technicolor, Inc., the Phi LM processor. Video Corporation of America, a major manufacturer of home video cassettes. The Phi LM processing assets of Movie Labs, Consolidated Cigar, and a controlling interest in Pantry Pride. Roughly $140 million of this money came from Drexel junk bond offerings, the rest from banks, and all built on that original, borrowed, $1.90 million, back in 1978. Perelman chose companies that were strong cash flow generators and that had problem assets that could be sold off, quickly paying down much of the high-interest debt, leaving the pared-down, Professor I-table core business. Before Revlon, Perelman's greatest acquisition success story was Technicolor. the Phi-LM processing company, which he bought in early 1983 for about $105 million, and an additional $20 million of assumed debt. Technicolor was a dominant force in the Phi-LM processing industry, but it had made an unsuccessful diversify cation effort into a chain of one-hour photo processing stores. Its stock had plummeted from $28 per share in the second quarter of 1981 to $8 to $10 per share in the second quarter of 1982. Perelman's price, $23 per share, looked rich. He sold off the processing stores and 4 other divisions for about $30 million, plus notes, receivables and warrants with a value of more than $20 million, as well as some of its California real estate for about $6.40 million, reducing his debt substantially. In 1983, Technicolor's earnings skyrocketed, and within 2 years the company had paid for itself. Declares Drapkin, Perelman's close friend and advisor, Technicolor was the classic Perelman transaction. He paid full price for the company, seeing values no one else saw, sold off pieces and put money back into the core business, and earnings have gone up dramatically. But if allegations in a suit Phi led in the Delaware Chancery Court against Perelman, Technicolor, its previous directors and McAndrews and Forbes are found to have merit, Perelman may yet have to pay substantial damages, and his greatest success story pre-Revlon will have a rather smarmy postscript. The complaint, Phi led by Cinerama, which was a stockholder of Technicolor, started out as an appraisal action, claiming that Perelman had not paid a fair price for Technicolor, and then, because of facts learned in discovery, was amended in January 1986 to include claims of fraud and breach of fiduciary duty. According to the complaint, in September 1982 a banker from Bear Stearns asked Fred Sullivan, the early Icon investor and a Technicolor director, to meet with Perelman to discuss Technicolor. Sullivan agreed. A meeting was scheduled in 1 week's time, and before the meeting Sullivan purchased 1,000 shares of Technicolor stock at about $9.50 a share. As a result of a subsequent insider trading investigation by the SEC, Sullivan agreed to disgorge all Professor ITS made by that stock purchase. Sullivan then met with Perelman and became his ombudsman. He arranged for Perelman to meet the Technicolor chairman, Morton Kamerman, and, it is alleged, was the only Technicolor director from whom Kamerman sought advice. The complaint also alleges that Sullivan was retained by Perelman to lobby for the transaction, in return for a fee of $150,000. None of the other directors, it is alleged, knew that Sullivan, who was voting for the transaction, was retained to do so. The complaint alleges that Perelman sweetened the deal for Technicolor's chairman, Kamerman, by granting an enhancement of his employment contract and a structure for the transaction which would allow Kamerman to receive the best tax treatment for the sale of certain option shares of Technicolor he owned. It further alleges that these sweeteners were negotiated, and the price of $22 to $23 per share was agreed on, before Kamerman consulted with any disinterested member of the board or with Goldman Sachs, which later rendered the fairness opinion. Kamerman, however, testified that he did not solicit Perelman's approval of the amendment which was passed by the board. Furthermore, the complaint charges that a director named Arthur Ryan, who was then president and chief operating officer and has since become chairman of Technicolor, was induced to vote for the transaction by the private promise, told to no other director, that if he did so he would be granted the opportunity to run the company. Ryan, a former Paramount Pictures Corporation executive who had a bitter running feud with Kamerman, it is alleged, was being kept apprised of the deal's progress by Martin Davis, then a senior executive of Gulf Plus Western who would later become its chairman. Davis is a friend of Perelman and had been Ryan's boss at Paramount, a division of Gulf Plus Western. Davis allegedly told Perelman that Ryan would be crucial to the company's success, and then relayed the message to Ryan that, under Perelman's aegis, he would manage the company. Within little more than a month after the transaction, Perelman terminated Kamerman and, as he had allegedly promised, made Ryan chairman. Both Perelman and Ryan have denied in depositions that any promises were made. Taken as a whole, the complaint paints a picture in which Perelman allegedly used deceit and secret deals, money here, position there, whatever it took, to buy off the necessary people and get the company. In early 1983, with Technicolor under his belt, Perelman began to move to take McAndrews and Forbes private. According to close associates, he was influenced by two factors. The first was that his marriage to Faith Golding was ending in what he knew would be a very messy, publicized divorce, and he did not want the added glare of a public company's spotlight upon him. Perelman had had an affair, as his wife's detectives had been able to document. Moreover, his wife would allege, as part of her divorce action, that he had misused money that came from her family, and she would claim in a filing with the SEC that she owned part of her husband's claimed one-third interest in McAndrews. In his divorce, Perelman was represented by his longtime friend Roy Cohn. Cohn told the Wall Street Journal that the Perelman divorce settlement talks almost broke down at the last minute because Perelman disputed 1/8 of a percentage point of interest that he was to pay his ex-wife. But the action was settled in 1983, with terms that included Perelman's paying Golding $3.80 million in cash. The other reason Perelman wanted to take McAndrews and Forbes private, one associate said, was that he wanted to do some things which might be criticized in a public company, have his own plane, have his artwork in his office. He wanted to have McAndrews and Forbes as his nest egg, and then he wanted to acquire some other public company for presenting his face to the financial world. In March 1984, Perelman took the company private, with Drexel raising the $95 million that the deal required. Then, the next fall, he became enamored of the huge tax loss carry-forward, or net operating loss, in Pantry Pride. He reasoned that this knoll not only could be put to good use in sheltering the income of any company he might acquire, but would give him a substantial advantage in a bidding war. Post-bankrupt situations, moreover, were a specialty of Milken, who had made much of his fortune analyzing the securities of bankrupt companies. And by this time, in the fall of 1984, Perelman was being positioned as one of the Drexel players, along with Icahn and Peltz and William Farley, all of them being provided their war chests. Drexel investment banker Paul Abecassis, who started working on Perelman financings in the early 80s, said Perelman was a logical choice. Ronnie in his own little way was already doing it. He was acquisition-oriented, using leverage to go after companies and then using the cash out to pay down the debt. Also, his personality was right, he was extremely ambitious, willing to take risks. It was a natural. There were obstacles, however, between Perelman and Pantry Pride. The idea had been brought to Perelman in late '84 by Patrick Rooney, a co-founder of the brokerage house of Rooney, Pace Group Inc., since closed down, which specialized in initial public offerings of small, risky companies, and which had one of the worst reputations on Wall Street. It also had a close relationship with Drexel. In the summer of 1984, Rooney, Pace had done a $25 million junk bond offering, at an interest rate of nearly 18%, which according to the prospectus was underwritten by Rooney, Pace but which in fact was placed by Milken. One associate of Patrick Rooney said that Milken thus extended himself because the plan was to have Rooney, Pace pick up the smaller or riskier junk business. A buyer of the Rooney, Pace paper also conference IRMED that it was sold by Milken. In late '84, Rooney was about to wage a proxy Phi GHT for Pantry Pride. According to one insider, Perelman did not want to join Rooney in that Phi GHT for fear that he would be tarred by the Rooney paintbrush. According to another associate, Perelman also felt that, given the allegations made by his former wife during their divorce, he would suffer in the mudslinging of a proxy contest. And his fi problem with joining Rooney was that Drexel was representing Pantry Pride. "We made Ronnie sit on the sidelines, because we didn't want one client going after another," said investment banker Stephen Weinroth of Drexel, describing the policy that would be invoked less than 6 months later when Icahn went after TWA. In Perelman's stead, Philadelphia lawyer Howard Gittes joined the Rooney team, though Gittes claims he was acting independently. Perelman continued to hold a large block of stock. Then, when Gittes and Rooney lost the proxy vote in early 1985, Perelman stepped in. And with the advent of Perelman, Grant Gentry, the chairman of Pantry Pride, who had fought bitterly during the proxy Phi GHT, became malleable. With Drexel representing both sides in the negotiations, McAndrews and Forbes acquired control of 37.6% of Pantry Pride, for $60 million. And Gentry received a payment, some of which was structured to be paid out over his lifetime, of about $3 million with additional payments of $150,000 for the rest of his life, in lieu of a pension. Now, having had his way with Technicolor and with Pantry Pride, Perelman moved on to Revlon. In the junk bond takeover war, which began in earnest in early 1985 with Icahn's raid on Philips, Revlon was the crucial campaign. That was where the most impassioned corporate defenders were united against Milken's onslaught, where they unloaded everything in the takeover defense arsenal, and where they fought down to the wire, committed to evading Perelman at all costs to the very last moment. What they lost sight of, particularly as Perelman, by the good grace of Milken, kept upping his all-cash bid, was that Perelman's money was as good for the shareholders as anyone else's. In the end, they sought so desperately to escape his clutches that they undid themselves. To Bergerac and his advisors, and to the rest of the corporate establishment that watched with fear and trembling, the Phi GHT for Revlon was a rude introduction to a new world. All the brainpower, clout and class connections that Revlon summoned were no match for the raw financial might of Drexel. Michael Milken had become the great equalizer. At the outset, it seemed to Revlon's advisors, and to much of Wall Street, preposterous that Pantry Pride would prevail. For all the furor in Congress over Drexel and its junk bond financed takeovers, the facts were that by mid-1985 few had succeeded. In the most highly visible and emotion-charged bids, Icahn's for Philips and Pickens for Unocal, the companies had fended off the raiders. Triangle's bid for National Can had succeeded, but that had not exactly started out hostile. National Can was in the midst of trying to do its own LBO, and its directors had said they would consider any higher price by another bidder. Before Perelman made his bid for Revlon in August 1985, the single instance of a Drexel-backed deal that had started hostile and gone to completion was Coastal Corporation's takeover of American Natural Resources Company, ANR, which had turned friendly after 2 weeks' bitter struggle in April 1985. And ANR, an Oklahoma pipeline manufacturing company, was not Revlon. As one Pantry Pride strategist recalled, the attitude on the street was, how could a major institution like Revlon be taken over by someone like this, a complete unknown, someone who'd made his wealth in cigars and licorice, not to mention with his wife's money? Dennis Levine, the Drexel investment banker who represented Pantry Pride in the Revlon battle, recalled Martin Lipton's attitude when the Phi GHT was just about to begin, in mid-August. Levine was in Lipton's ICE at Wachtell, Lipton on another matter. Lipton had just been retained to represent Revlon, and Levine had mentioned that he would be advising Pantry Pride. "Don't waste your time," Marty said. "Pantry Pride will never get Revlon." Lipton brought more than the usual defense lawyer's fervor to this deal. Over the course of the preceding year, Lipton, who had built his firm and his wealth on a takeover practice, had emerged as one of the most outspoken and vehement enemies of what he called the two-tiered, bust-up junk bond takeover. Two-tiered referred to the fact that bids had featured a front end which paid cash to tendering shareholders and a back end which paid debt securities, thus pressuring shareholders to tender speedily so as not to be left in the second group. But now that Milken appeared able to raise almost any sum of money through the sale of junk bonds, Drexel had moved to the all-cash bid, which would be much harder to defeat in court. Bust up referred to the plan, in most of these deals, to pay down the debt by selling off pieces, if not the entirety, of the company. During the course of the Revlon battle, Lipton would be moved to new heights, firing off to his corporate clients a memo entitled, "Rape and Pillage in the Corporate Takeover Jungle." This year has witnessed the demise of the few remaining restraints on corporate raiders. They have been let loose to take over and bust up American corporations at will. Lipton was drawing a line between the kinds of hostile takeovers he had helped to engineer in the 70s and the Drexel-type wave launched by what he called takeover entrepreneurs. He drew this distinction in testimony before Congress in the spring of 1985, when about 30 bills to curb hostile takeovers or junk bonds or both were being debated. Soundly financed acquisitions by successful operating companies seeking to diversify or expand have been an integral part of this country's economic development, and they should not be restricted, Lipton testified. But the bust-up takeovers by takeover entrepreneurs move assets into hands that professor IT by reducing expenditures for research and development and capital improvements, while a very high percentage of the revenues produced by the acquired assets are diverted to paying the debt incurred by their acquisition. The result is enormous professor ITs for the takeover entrepreneur in the short term, and badly weakened companies, both financially and operationally, in the longer term. What we face today, Lipton warned, is not different in substance from what happened in 1928 and 1929. Privately, Lipton expressed another concern, one shared by many of the businessmen and lawyers who were part of the Jewish establishment in New York, and by some of the Drexel contingent as well. They feared that the common strain among these nouveau entrepreneurs and their nouveau bankers at Drexel, an overwhelming majority were Jews, would unleash a backlash of virulent anti-Semitism. Lipton and other corporate defenders had already felt its undercurrent in the executive suites of the Fortune 500 corporations that had come under Milken's gun. Should the kind of economic disaster that Lipton and others were prophesying take place, they feared that Jews would be scapegoated. As one Drexel client who shared Lipton's concern put it, "It used to be that the Jews would go into Manny Hanny, or Morgan Guarantee, and they'd beg for money, and they'd be rejected, while the Gentiles would come in and they'd all go to lunch and smoke cigars. Now it's a shift of power to the Jews. Drexel is making these huge sums of money, and the banks comparatively little. The problem is, all the entrepreneurs are Jews with the exception of Pickens and Lindner, a longtime supporter of Israel, is the most Jewish non-Jew I've ever known." Lipton had been practicing what he was preaching on the public podium. He had refused business from takeover raiders, including former client Sir James Goldsmith. More significantly, he had turned down Fred Joseph's repeated offers to split Drexel's legal work three ways. Among its longtime firm, Cahill, Gordon and Reindl, Skadden, Arps, and Wachtell, Lipton. In fact, Lipton had represented Drexel in one vital matter in the spring of 1984. But that was before Milken's takeover machine had really gotten into gear. Milken's only effort, at that point, had been Mesa Gulf. Lipton had been invited to speak on a panel at the 1984 Drexel High Yield Bond Conference. While he was there, Drexel executives learned of a planned coup d'état by their 35% shareholder. Groupe Bruxelles Lambert SAGBL was unhappy, among other things, about the fact that Drexel was reaping so many millions but paying no dividends on its stock. Lipton organized a defensive maneuver whereby the rest of Drexel shareholders voted to change the FI-RM's charter in such a way as to hamstring their Belgian partners. In the end, a compromise was reached. GBL got its desired dividend in return for lowering its holdings from 35% to 28.5%. They exchanged common shares for preferred. Since they did that, the value of the common had skyrocketed. That was the only time Lipton had agreed to represent Drexel. How Lipton had gone from hired gun, who with his friend and rival Joe Flom virtually had created the takeover business in the 70s, to crusader, even turning down business in the name of his cause, bemused many who knew him. Some questioned whether the impassioned polemic sprang at least in part from a shrewd business judgment, to curry greater favor with his beleaguered corporate defense clients and thereby enlarge his franchise, something which Goldman Sachs had done in the early 70s, when it announced it would not represent aggressors in a hostile deal. Or it may be that Lipton, like certain regents of the takeover world, felt proprietary about it, responsible for it, and abhorred the ways in which the newcomers, Drexel's parvenus, were changing it. Another outspoken and high-powered foe of the junk bond takeover by the spring of 1985 was Lazard's Felix Rohatyn, who was now brought in to represent Revlon. Like Lipton, Rohatyn had testified before Congress, and, like Lipton, he had sought to differentiate between those hostile takeovers which were fair and soundly financed, in which he as advisor, like Lipton, had made much of his money, and the current junk bond variety. The risk in financing these megadeals with junk paper is twofold, Rohatyn had testified. First, the paper is not secure. In order to service the high rate of interest, companies have to either improve operating performance significantly or, what is much more often the case, make asset divestitures, which may not be desirable. Rohatyn remarked, "It is an approach that also completely fails to take into account the fact that a large corporation is an entity with responsibilities to employees, customers and communities, which cannot always be torn apart like an erector set." The second risk, he had continued, lies in the illiquidity of the paper, since in most cases it is issued not as registered public securities but as a private placement, ultimately making its way through private transactions into financial institutions such as savings banks, insurance companies and pension funds. These institutions, many of them under considerable financial pressure, end up holding securities for which no large-scale liquid, public market exists. On the issue of fairness, Rohatyn had pointed to the market speculation that seemed to go hand in hand with these raids, as arbitrageurs often bid up the price of a stock before any public announcement of a bid, making it appear an insider's game. Public confidence idents in the capital markets, he had averred, is thus destroyed. He had pointed out that arbitrageurs manage enormous pools of money, some of them financed by junk bonds. Raiders also have huge pools, similarly financed. This creates a symbiotic set of relationships, with the appearance, if not the reality, of professional traders with inside information, in collaboration with raiders, deliberately driving companies to merge or liquidate. Also on the Revlon team, though not publicly committed to repelling the junk bond invaders, was Arthur Lehman, one of the best-known securities litigators in the country. His FI-RM, Paul, Weiss, had a conference licit of interest, as it had been counsel to both Perelman and Revlon. Lehman decided that it would nonetheless be appropriate for him to work on the corporate defense for Revlon, one of the firm's largest clients for over 20 years, but not on its litigation. Lehman brought in Wachtell, Lipton to head the litigation. Capping the Revlon lineup was Simon Rifkind, a former federal judge and Lehman's senior partner. He was a crucial player. He was a very influential director on the Revlon board, and the Revlon lawyers were able to wave his mantle before the court. When Perelman made his hostile tender offer, Rifkind, distressed at having vouched for Perelman to Bergerac and encouraged their initial meeting, resigned from the McAndrews board and remained on Revlon's. A day or two before Perelman made his offer, he had asked to meet with Rifkind. The judge tried hard to dissuade him, said Lehman, who attended the meeting. He told him there were greener pastures elsewhere. He said that Ronald would never be perceived the same again after mounting a hostile raid. He said he wouldn't be following the path of Larry Tisch. But he didn't ask Ronald, for his sake, not to do it. As for Ronald, Lehman continues, he obviously cared a lot about what the judge thought of him. He wanted the benediction of Abraham. The only eminence gris that Perelman had in his Comer was Joe Flom, a senior partner of Skadden, Arps, who had expanded it from its core takeover business to become a full-service firm and a national powerhouse. Flom is a consummate strategist. Here he played his most significant role at the beginning and at the end. The day-to-day handling of the deal he turned over to Donald Drapkin, the then 37-year-old Skadden partner who had vaulted over many of his more senior colleagues to become Flom's protégé. He had become Perelman's close friend and lawyer 3 years earlier during Perelman's failed attempt to acquire Richardson. In line with the Drexel tenet that people work best when they have an ownership stake, Perelman had made Drapkin a principal in this deal. In June, '85, the board of Pantry Pride had loaned Drapkin money to buy Pantry Pride convertible debentures. For a lawyer to become a principal in a deal with a client was a first at Skadden and a practice not followed at any other major New York law firm. It enraged some of Drapkin's partners, but it was a measure of his new clout. From Drexel, Perelman's senior investment banker was Dennis Levine, a rising star in the firm's corporate finance department, recently arrived from Shearson Lehman Brothers. Since coming to Drexel, Levine had worked on Phillips, Coastal and Crown Zellerbach Corporation deals. Perelman also had his longtime sidekick, Donald Engel, who had first brought Perelman to Drexel. Engel had been a Drexel managing director until he resigned in 1984 to become a consultant, but he continued to be involved in Drexel deals and continued to be Milken's trusted aide for entertainment at the Predators Ball. After his resignation, Engel moved his ICE into the top floor of the opulent townhouse owned by McAndrews and Forbes in which Perelman lived and worked, on East 63rd Street in Manhattan. Finally, and surprisingly, Perelman had on his team Eric Gleacher, head of mergers and acquisitions at Morgan Stanley, most white shoe of all Wall Street investment banking firms. Gleacher had moved to Morgan from Lehman Brothers about a year earlier. He was familiar with Revlon from his days at Lehman, where Revlon was a client, and, according to Perelman, the idea of acquiring Revlon was brought to him by Gleacher in February 1985. Gleacher, moreover, is said to have mounted a vigorous campaign, against heated opposition from partners in his firm, for their representing Pantry Pride. He is said to have won only on the conditions that Morgan Stanley not be listed as dealer manager on the tender offer, which Drexel badly wanted them to do, so as to lend their credibility and also share the heat, and assume a distinctly secondary role to Drexel's, something Rohatyn refers to as Morgan's backstreet arrangement. Gleacher's partners may have looked askance at representing Perelman's pantry pride against a company as august as Revlon, but they had been increasingly tantalized, of late, by the fees in the junk market. In fact, since the fall of 1984, the venerable Morgan Stanley, along with many other investment banking firms on the street, had been struggling to break Drexel's stranglehold on the junk market. By mid-1985, however, Morgan's record was an embarrassment. One of its inaugural junk underwritings, a $25 million issue for a Houston oil and natural gas company, Oxoco, a deal which Drexel had declined to underwrite, went into default after about 6 months. According to Forbes, the biggest loser on that deal was Morgan Stanley, which, when it couldn't sell the $25 million offering, took $18.20 million itself, and, after default, with the bonds worth about 35% of face value, suffered a loss of over $10 million. Drexel came to the rescue with one of its famed 3.9s. It was one thing to try to break into a market, however déclassé that market was. But it was quite another to join Drexel in one of its most daring assaults on the corporate establishment, and to assume a subordinate role. That Morgan Stanley would play handmaiden to this renegade firm was shocking to the rest of Wall Street and a measure of just how much of a force Drexel had become. William Loomis, a general partner at Lazard Frères, who worked on this deal with Rohatyn, said, "3 things made this deal a departure for Morgan Stanley. That they acted jointly with Drexel. That they acted secondarily to any other investment bank, let alone Drexel. And that they would go out and attempt to sell things that their client didn't own. That is really un-Morgan Stanley." Morgan Stanley was in charge of divestitures in this deal. And the divestitures, of course, were what made it all possible. Perelman's plan, at least at the start, was to do here what he had done on a much smaller scale in his earlier acquisitions, with Technicolor perhaps the best example. Acquire the company with virtually all debt and then sell off the pieces he didn't want, using the proceeds from their sales to pay down the debt and getting the remaining business virtually for free. Perelman made this plan explicit in his tender offer document, stating that Pantry Pride believed it might be able to realize up to $1.90 billion, the total of his offer, at the starting $47.50 per share price, from the sale of substantially all the assets of Revlon, excepting the beauty business. And it was, obviously, necessary to firm up these divestiture prices as much as possible, for Perelman, and, more to the point, Drexel, to know just how much they could afford to bid. One of Revlon's FIRST defensive moves was to try to shame Morgan Stanley out of the deal. Marty Lipton called them up and said, "How can you guys be getting in bed with Drexel?" claimed Dennis Levine. Bergerac called Robert Greenhill, a managing director of Morgan Stanley, with whom he had gone hunting on big game safaris. I said, "Bob, what are you doing with these clowns?" There was silence. And then I said, "I understand you are out getting prices for pieces of Revlon, selling a company you don't even own. You know, horse thieves used to be hanged." None of these calls to honor met with any success. The other defector from the corporate establishment, which Revlon executives and advisors also lobbied unavailingly, was Chemical Bank. It had made a commitment to provide approximately $500 million of what was then, at $47.50 a share, a $1.95 billion offer, on a well-secured, last-in, FIRST-out basis. Unlike Citibank and Bankers Trust, which were known for their willingness to lend to hostile deals, Chemical had rarely done so, and never for a junk bond, bust-up rate. Also, its policy was to refuse to lend to a hostile acquirer of a client. Chemical had loaned to some Revlon companies in Europe. Rohatyn, who says he was amazed at Chemical's participation, called Michael Blumenthal, then chairman of the Burroughs Corporation and a director of Chemical. Bergerac called Walter Shipley, Chemical's chairman. Rohatyn recalled, a number of Chemical directors, Andy Sigler of Business Roundtable probably the most vociferous, were very unhappy about the policy issue. But once the chief executive of ICER had made a decision, it was difficult to override, and there would have been legal liabilities. But there was lots of turmoil. Revlon made some headway in persuading them to back out, added Andrew Brownstein, a partner at Wachtell Lipton who worked closely with Lipton on this deal, but the odds were long. Had the bank backed out, we believed it would have been a serious blow to them, Pantry Pride. FIRST. Because Drexel charges more for the money they lend than the bank would, and, second, because it lent credibility for Drexel's investors, to be able to say that a bank was getting up 1/4 of the money. After threatening suit, and even sending to Bank of ICELS a draft of the complaint, Revlon finally did sue Chemical, along with Pantry Pride and McAndrews and Forbes, in federal district court in Delaware, about 1 week after Perelman had announced his intention to launch a hostile tender at $47.50 per share, on August 19. Not named in the Revlon suit was Drexel, a decision Lipton made because of his prior representation of Drexel in its internecine battle with its Belgian shareholders in 1984. The Revlon suit marked one of the rare instances in a hostile deal in which a bank was joined as a defendant. Revlon charged, FIRST, that Chemical was a bidder for Revlon and had failed to make the disclosures required of one, and, second, that the bank was in violation of the margin rules set by the Federal Reserve which govern loans made on stock purchases. The claims of margin violation, made against both Chemical Bank and Pantry Pride, were potential showstoppers, said Michael Mitchell, a Skadden, Arps partner who was one of the litigators on the Pantry Pride team. Essentially, Revlon was arguing that the loans made to Pantry Pride should be subject to the margin rules set by the Federal Reserve, because Pantry Pride's junk bond offerings and its chemical loan were all indirectly secured by Revlon stock. The maximum loan value of any margin stock is 50% of the current market value of that stock. And, Revlon was arguing, Pantry Pride's loans taken together, for $2.10 billion, far exceeded the maximum loan value of Revlon stock, with its current market value of $1.95 billion. The only other time in the junk bond wars that a target had raised this margin violation argument was in the Unocal battle against T. Boone Pickens, where it was raised not in the courts but with the Federal Reserve. Unocal and Pickens settled, however, before the Fed considered Unocal's petition. The rest of the Revlon lawsuit centered on alleged disclosure violations by Pantry Pride and attempted to strike at the inner workings of Milken's machine. Revlon charged that when Pantry Pride did its $750 million blind pool public offering in early July, Perelman and Drexel in fact had known that the money was in substantial part to be used for the Revlon bid but had not disclosed that in the offering prospectus. However, Revlon alleged, Drexel and Pantry Pride were not wholly chary with this information, disclosing to certain prospective bond buyers pro forma Revlon Pantry Pride financial statements, to convince them that the debt could be repaid. Moreover, Revlon charged that the prospectus failed to disclose that some $200 million of the $750 million that was raised was not for Pantry Pride's needs but for Drexel's, to enable it to sell off some of its junk bond inventory. Perelman testified that while he had been looking at Revlon, among other corporations, as a possible acquisition since as early as February or March 1985, he did not decide on it until about the second week in August. In an interview, Howard Gittes pointed to their interest in July in another acquisition, a Florida thrift, as evidence that they had not yet decided on Revlon. That thrift, however, would have cost only $50 million, hardly enough to warrant $750 million in the junk bond offering, and hardly a substitute for the Revlon acquisition. Indeed, Fred Sullivan said that, one, acquisition, had nothing to do with the other. The S&L was a money leverage deal, a way to get cheap capital. One Revlon source said that he was told by two top executives of two investment banking firms that the Revlon Pantry Pride pro formas had been shown to prospective junk bond buyers. But when the Wachtell, Lipton litigators took the depositions of more than 20 of these buyers, many of them loyal members of the inner circle, like Fred Carr, Nelson Peltz and Samuel Belzberg, they found none who testified that he had been told that the target was Revlon. Rohatyn remains convinced that the Wachtell lawyers just got stonewalled, and that there was a disclosure violation. Perelman came to Bergerac in June and said he wanted to take over Revlon. He said he was about to go out and raise about $400 million. He went out and raised the $750 million and came back for the company. It doesn't take a genius to figure out what was happening. One whose deposition was not taken was Ralph Papito, the tough-talking chairman of Nortec, a mini-conglomerate based in Providence, Rhode Island. Papito, who describes himself as one of Drexel's top-level clients, said that Milken has raised $600 million for him since 1983, and that he, in turn, has invested in Drexel's megadeals. In GAF's bid for Union Carbide, for example, Papito said, he committed to buy $50 million of bonds, and had to make that decision in 24 hours. I call this a renaissance, Papito declared. In the old days of J.P. Morgan, it would have taken 4 months, at least, to raise that kind of money, and you would have had reams of paper. But it's really not that complicated. We do it with just a term sheet. We're all pretty savvy. And it's 100,000% trust. Knowing Mike, if he tells me something's good, I tend to believe in it. In June 1985, Drexel raised $300 million for Nortec, for acquisition or other corporate purposes. Papito said he had only planned to raise $150 million. But it was so easy. It was sold in 2 days. They forced us, he said with a laugh, to $200 million, then $250 million, then $300 million. They wanted us to go to $500 million, but I said no. It was a far cry from the early days, when Milken used to raise $25 million or $50 million for a company that wanted to expand and couldn't get that kind of bank financing. Now it was more a matter of Milken saying to his customers, "Here, want $300 million?" And they're replying, "Sure, why not?" While Papito did not know exactly what he would do with that money, Milken was not at a loss for ideas. In July, Papito bought $10 million of preferred stock in Pantry Pride's blind pool public offering. You buy people in this business. Perelman's a pretty savvy guy, says Papito. And Pantry Pride had that big tax loss carry forward. Did he know the money was for Revlon? Orally, they tell you things, Papito replied. They say it's Revlon. They don't say in writing what they're going to do with the money, but orally. Revlon's claim that Pantry Pride and Drexel failed to disclose that at least $200 million of the $750 million offering was for Drexel's needs was an attempt to highlight the Drexel daisy chain. Drexel raises money for one client, such as Nortec, which then buys the Pantry Pride offering, and Pantry Pride then buys the securities of other clients, and so forth. If the issuer understands at the time of his offering that he will pay the piper by buying other junk bonds, this ought to be disclosed in the prospectus. To Revlon's allegation, Perelman's response was simply that after getting the money he had decided to invest some of the proceeds from the offering, about $350 million, in fact, in other Drexel underwritten junk bonds, in order to make up his carrying cost, of about 14.5%. According to Giddis, they had told many investment banking firms that they were in the market for junk bonds, but only Drexel had available the quantity that they wanted. We started hearing that others were trying to buy them from Drexel, to sell to us. Giddis also points out that they brought in an independent consultant to recommend to them which bonds to buy. That consultant was Mark Shankman, one of Milken's FI-RST recruits into this market. Shankman had recently left his job at First Investors and was about to start Shankman Capital Management, in which one of Drexel's managing directors, the London-based Albert Fuss, would own 24%. Not surprisingly, Shankman recommended Drexel bonds, original issues for other deals, he says, though he declines to name them. We talked to Merrill Lynch and Solomon, Shankman said, but they didn't have the size. I told them we needed bonds in quantities of $10 million, $15 million, $20 million. They, Solomon, for example, wanted to sell us oil paper, debt issued by oil companies, and we didn't want that. Shankman said Perelman and Giddis wanted new issues, as opposed to bonds in the secondary market, because the new issues would have greater liquidity. Pantry Pride bought 10 to 12 different issues, with interest rates close to that on Pantry Pride's bonds, in blocks of roughly $15 minus 20 million, bigger and therefore riskier than Shankman recommended. These were sold when the Revlon deal went through. Pantry Pride had FI led with the SEC for only $350 million, back in June. But after Perelman and Giddis went on their roadshow, also in June, visiting 10 cities in as many days, there was much greater demand. Ronnie was in Paris, and Milken kept calling me and saying he could sell 400 FTY million dollars, then 500 FTY million, then 600 FTY million, Giddis recalled, echoing Papito. Finally, at 700 FTY million, we decided to stop. By 1985, it was increasingly more usual than not for Drexel clients to take down much more than what they initially FI led for, and, by deduction, much more than they had thought they needed. Shankman asserted, Drexel, more than anybody else, always FI less for less than they think they're going to do. It's a trick of the trade. First, it shows the company how great they are. And, second, the buyers think the company must be in really great shape to have so many more orders. Shankman added that, as a buyer, he does not like it when an issue doubles in size over its FI Ling FI Ger. Then there are no new buyers afterward, if you want to get out. And the fact that it can double doesn't mean that the deal is great, it's just because there is so much money burning holes in people's pockets. By mid-September, all of Revlon's claims in the federal litigation had failed, and the locus of signify can't court action in this battle would move to the Delaware state courts. Revlon's lawyers were unable to find any evidence that prospective bond buyers had been told the target was Revlon. Despite the fact that Pantry Pride in Discovery produced documents that showed they were analyzing the Revlon acquisition, code-named Nicole, for Donald Drapkin's 18-month-old, from at least April, and that in late June there was a memo on the Nicole deal that stated, purchase price, $47.50 per share. The district court judge found credible Pantry Pride's position that no decision had been made on Revlon until early August. On the alleged margin violations, the court essentially deferred to the Federal Reserve, which would in fact take some action some months later, when the Pantry Pride Revlon drama was history. Another allegation which Revlon made in its complaint, that Pantry Pride and Drexel had selectively tipped certain arbitrageurs before the offer became public, so as to move large amounts of the company's stock into the hands of those arbs, who would then warehouse it for them, was also never proven. In the last 5 trading days before the Pantry Pride offer, an average of 1,258,800 shares of Revlon common stock per day traded hands, as compared to 283,760 per day in the preceding 5 trading days. As Wach tells, Brownstein said, the whole shareholder base of the company had changed before anything had happened publicly. Revlon's advisors, however, never banked on the federal litigation to defeat Perelman. Nor did they view the poison pill, an anti-takeover device instituted just before Pantry Pride Phi RST announced its hostile tender, as more than a buyer of time. It was with their major corporate maneuver that they expected to stop Pantry Pride in its tracks. An offer to exchange 10 million common shares for a package of notes and preferred stock valued at $57.50, thus exchanging about 1/4 of the company's equity for debt. After the buyback was announced on August 26, Bergerac reportedly summoned a group of company executives into the large conference room opposite his ICE on the 39th floor of the General Motors building and, gesturing to a sword that hung on the wall, according to a member of the Pantry Pride team, declared jubilantly, "We have just cut off Perelman's balls and nailed them to the wall." This battle was laced with tales of such machismo. Perelman recalled that, just prior to Revlon's announcing the buyback, Rifkind had set up a meeting between him, Bergerac and Lehman in Rifkin's ICE. They saw the meeting as my looking for a graceful way to exit. I saw it as their looking for a graceful way to go along. I'll never forget it. Bergerac looked at me and said, "I am not afraid of this. I am a big game hunter. I sit there and a tiger charges me, and when it gets to 10 feet from me I shoot it between the eyes." I said, "Then you shouldn't be afraid of a tender offer." Bergerac was, indeed, confident that he would prevail, and his confidence sprang from his advisors. They all were totally convinced that if we did the exchange, Perelman would be finished, Bergerac said later. In addition to turning 1/4 of the company's equity into debt, the exchange offer contained covenants which, among other things, precluded most asset sales and the incurring of other indebtedness, which any Pantry Pride deal would require. These covenants, however, could be waived by the directors. The rest of the watching world seemed to agree with Bergerac and his optimistic advisors. 2 articles appeared in the business section of the New York Times 2 days after the exchange offer was announced. A victory by Revlon seen near, in which Revlon's buyback was likened to CBS's recent successful buyback, which had thwarted Ted Turner, and Pantry Pride chairman pursues elusive quest, in which Perelman was portrayed as tilting at windmills, an almost sure loser. According to one source, depression set in at Morgan Stanley. People were going around the firm saying this hostile tender was not the firm's idea, that Gleacher had given assurances at the start that it would be friendly. Eric was being put in a pretty unpleasant position. For nearly 2 weeks, Brownstein recalled, Perelman looked like he was dead in the water. All through the period of the exchange offer, he did nothing. Then, on September 16, 4 days after the conclusion of the exchange offer, Pantry Pride came back with a $42 bid, the equivalent of its $47.50 bid with the debt that Revlon's exchange offer had incurred factored in. This bid was not conditioned, as the FIRST offer had been, on the redemption or invalidation of the poison pill, but was conditioned on 90% of the stocks being tendered, so as to diminish the pill's impact. But the real point of this offer, qualify cations and all, was that Perelman was still coming. Perelman's initial offer, rather surprisingly, had stated that the $725 million from junk bonds would be raised in the public market. This set Revlon apart from most of the buyouts and the few hostiles that Drexel had backed, where the debt was raised, or commitments were made, in a private placement. These had the advantage of speed. While a private placement can be completed within 20 days, Public offerings take as long as 45 to 60 days to complete. And since public offerings have to be registered with the SEC, they can be held up even longer by regulators' objections. But Milken's private placement distribution system was heavily stocked at this point. Some speculated, too, that Milken wanted to show the world the scope of his powers, show that even in a hostile deal the public capital markets would lend themselves to his instrumentation. It would have been a feather in his cap to raise the money for a hostile deal in a public offering. It would have been a phi RST, declared Stuart Shapiro of Skadden, Arps. A few of the Pantry Pride lawyers, however, had been unhappy about the initial plan to raise the money publicly, believing it far too slow and unwieldy a process. Now, in Perelman's revised offer, Milken had switched from public to private placement. It seemed to signal that the deal would be done expeditiously. The Revlon advisors and directors now resigned themselves to the fact that the company would not remain independent. They began to consider either finding a white knight or liquidating the company, doing something similar to what Perelman wanted to do, but giving the premium to the shareholders instead of allowing it to fall to him. Meanwhile, in Pantry Pride's war room, Perelman's off ICE on the second floor of his McAndrews townhouse, an elaborate sitting room with several large pieces of sculpture and with a Modigliani and a Leger on the walls, there was anxiety. The team frequently repaired to Perelman's haunt, the famous Le Cirque restaurant 2 blocks away, which one participant referred to as our cafeteria. Don Engel tried to ease the tension, likening this contest to the color wars at Camp Wanaki, where he and Drapkin had been campers, and telling Perelman, the blue team will win. Perelman and Drapkin walked around the block, debating the merits of raising the bid. Perelman's new wife, Claudia Cohen, formerly a gossip columnist for the New York Post, was now a television entertainment reporter. Whatever else was happening, the group, led by Perelman, gathered in front of the TV set to watch her morning program. Perelman, who is about 5'5", would sometimes make Drexel investment banker Paul Abacassis take off his shoes and stand back to back with him, and then summon one of his executives and demand to be told who was the taller. As such pastime suggest, the Pantry Pride team was feeling stymied. True, Perelman could afford to wait it out. He was not at risk of losing more than his fees and carrying costs. He had not purchased stock, in large part because of the Delaware State Supreme Court's decision in Unocal, which had validated that company's discriminatory offer to buy back stock from everyone but Pickens. But Perelman had conditioned his new tender offer upon 90% of the shares being tendered. And 90% seemed like a lot to expect. We spent days yelling at each other about what would happen, said one lawyer. Revlon could, of course, have played chicken and simply let Perelman try to get his 90%, but Revlon's advisors felt that the risk of his succeeding, and thereby getting the company at $42 a share, was too great. Or Perelman might raise enough money to take over just 51%, in which case the shareholders in the back end would be hurt. There were any number of disastrous scenarios. The problem with Revlon's finding a white knight, on the other hand, was that no company wanted to take the polyglot Revlon whole, and no one wanted the cosmetics business, which had been in the doldrums for a few years. Several days after Perelman made his $42 offer, a little-known private investment partnership that specializes in leveraged buyouts, Adler and Shakin, appeared as a buyer for the beauty business that no one other than Perelman wanted, at a price that ultimately reached a staggering $900 million. Adler and Shakin's entrance galvanized the situation. Now the leveraged buyout firm of Forstmann Little emerged as a buyer for the rest of Revlon. Peter Jacquith, with whom Bergerac had explored the possibility of a management buyout of Revlon a year earlier when Jacquith was at Lazard, had moved to Forstmann Little and was eager to revive the old plan. Within the next 10 days or so, a deal was hammered out in which Adler and Shakin, in a transaction that stood independent of the rest, would buy cosmetics. Forstmann Little, joined by Bergerac and other members of management, would then acquire the rest of Revlon for about $1.40 billion, giving the shareholders $56 a share, selling off a division to American Home Products and keeping the healthcare business. While this deal was being negotiated, however, Pantry Pride was neither oblivious nor idle. The Revlon directors were kept apprised of the negotiations, and, it seemed, so was Pantry Pride. Many of the participants on the Revlon Forstmann Little side were FIRMLY convinced that there was at least one channel from the board of directors to the other side. Wherever the leaks to Pantry Pride came from, they were constant and handicapping for Revlon. "I have never been in a deal where there were leaks like this," asserted Loomis of Lazard. "The transmission of information was immediate. And it reached the point where the people we were negotiating with didn't trust some of us, so they wanted to talk to some of us and not others, and felt they had to restrict their conversations generally." For example, when Forstmann Little finally made its bid at the October 3 board meeting, they didn't tell any of us they were at FTY $6 a share until 1 hour before the meeting. Pantry Pride, meanwhile, cognizant of the deal that was in the works, was desperately trying to entice Bergerac. Don Engel enlisted Harold Janine, Bergerac's old boss at ITT, to pay Bergerac a visit. Janine, on behalf of Pantry Pride, offered to give Bergerac his parachute, as Perelman had offered before, to give him a second one, which he would be able to cash in 2 years, and then to sell him a division, one of the health divisions of his choice, at a favorable price, and finance it for him. "He didn't spell out favorable price, but these things are understood," said Bergerac. So the package they were offering came to close to $100 million. Bergerac's account of Janine's offer was conference IRMED by a Perelman advisor, though flatly denied by both Perelman and his lawyer, Drapkin. Bergerac's continued rejection of all financial enticement, however, was mystifying to Perelman and his advisors. One went so far as to call it irrational. "Some people think that for $100 million you have to be crazy not to accept," Bergerac acknowledged. "But I chose to fight these characters because I found them to be undesirable." After Janine's failed visit, Robert Greenhill of Morgan Stanley, the firm that was playing handmaiden to Drexel in this deal, tried the emissary role. "I remember Greenhill saying he could swing it, he'd go see Michel," scoffed one Perelman team member. "If anything, he made it worse." So in order to combat Forstmann Little, Pantry Pride had no choice but to give more money to the shareholders. On September 27 it raised its bid from $42 to $50, and then, on October 1, to $53. Stuart Shapiro of the Pantry Pride legal team remembered, "We were all standing around that afternoon. We knew they were going to have the board meeting at 6 p.m. and we'd heard all these rumors. We'd heard Forstmann Little was coming in at FTY2. So in an hour and a half we convinced each other we should go up another $3 to FTY3. We drafted this letter, and since it was already 6 p.m. we needed somebody to bring it over. We decided that it should be Dennis Levine. It's hard to get into the Revlon building at night, and Dennis is so ingenious we figured he'd find a way. So we told him he was the messenger. He was mortified. We put him in a Rolls Royce to make him feel better. And he got it to them." Shapiro said that in August they had not believed that the company had these values. But since then they had learned that the divestitures could bring prices several $100 million in excess of what they had estimated. And they had seen Philip Morris Companies Inc. buy General Foods Corporation for nearly $5.80 billion, and Procter & Gamble pay $1.55 billion for Richardson Vicks, Inc., showing that established, big-name consumer products companies were worth much more than Wall Street analysts had thought just a few weeks earlier. From the start, some of Perelman's advisors thought he was overpaying at 47 FTY, Shapiro said. But Perelman's view was always that everyone else was being too conservative in their valuations, and that the assets were going to be worth much more. Told by Bergerac that a management buyout at a superior price was in the works, the board made no decision on Pantry Pride's $53 offer. 2 days later it met again and voted for the management buyout with Forstmann Little at $56 a share. Bergerac's parachute would be triggered, and he would invest it in the deal. Management would have 25% of the equity. There was no lock-up, an agreement which so favors one bidder that it makes the acquisition of the target by any other bidder uneconomic, given to guard against any other bidder. But there was a provision promising Forstmann Little a bust-up fee of $25 million if it was topped by another bidder. That was on Thursday, October 3. Finally, after close to 2 months of running the emotional gamut, Revlon's advisors breathed a sigh of relief. The Forstmann Little Adler and Shakin deal had been extremely complex, and those involved had doubted that they would succeed in putting it together with the speed that was required. But, in just 10 days, they had done it. And while the company would be broken up, they had, this time for sure, they believed, escaped the unsavory Perelman. The following Monday, Pantry Pride was back, with a $56.25 offer. And within 48 hours, by Wednesday, Drexel had obtained commitments for $350 million of the next $700 million and announced it was, highly conference ident, of obtaining the remaining $350 million. Perelman paid a little more than $5 million in commitment fees. On Wednesday, Arthur Lehman, who had always been more open to the idea of negotiating with Perelman than his two co-defenders, Lipton and Rohatyn, and who had, after all, attempted to broker the deal at its inception in June, instigated a meeting between Bergerac, Theodore Forstmann, and Perelman, in an attempt to work out a three-way solution. At around midnight on October 9, Perelman and his entourage arrived, for the FI-RST time, in Revlon's gilded, Rococo foyer on the 39th floor of the General Motors building. "I'll never forget those 20 or 30 guys coming off the elevators," recalled Bergerac. "All short, bald, with big cigars. It was incredible. If Central Casting had had to produce 30 guys like that, they couldn't do it. They looked like they were in a grade D movie that took place in Mississippi or Louisiana, about guys fighting elections in a back room." "What a scene," Lehman concurred. "All the Drexels were in one room. These guys with their feet up on Michel's tables, spilling their cigar ashes onto his rugs." For their part, Perelman's group thought little of Bergerac's decor. The animal heads from his safaris mounted on the walls, the elephant leg stools, the Abercrombie and Fitch-type murals of lions and tigers, the antique commode, throne-like, in Bergerac's private bathroom. As Drapkin commented, it was the tackiest. The three parties met, in various groupings, until 4 a.m. at the end. There was a deal on the table in which Perelman would take over the company and then sell one of the healthcare companies to Forstmann Little at a price that Forstmann now set, which Perelman would later claim was far too low. But Theodore Forstmann made clear that he would do it only if it was what Bergerac, who would run this one company, wanted, and by the next morning Bergerac said it was not. What did emerge from the meeting, and what made the biggest impression on Perelman's adversaries, was this. Perelman declared that, since Forstmann had had access to the Revlon numbers and he had not, he would simply use Forstmann Little as a stalking horse. Whatever they bid he would raise by 25 cents. He had done so already when he went to $56.25. By that time, Lazard's Loomis asserted, Perelman had clearly changed his thesis, from seeing this as the deal of the century at 47 FTY, where he would sell the rest and keep cosmetics for free, to saying, anything Forstmann Little can do, I can better by a quarter. It may no longer have been a phenomenal deal, but there were his fees to pay, the interest on the money he'd raised, his reputation for efficacy as an acquirer. I'm convinced that if Forstmann Little had been at FTY9, he'd have gone to 60. He had to do this deal. Indeed, Perelman's debt service and dividend obligations on the $750 million of securities he had issued came to roughly $110 million annually. The Pantry Pride offering prospectus had made the disclaimer, which Drexel subsequently made boilerplate, that funds generated by the existing operations will not be sufficient to enable the company to meet those obligations. Perelman had invested about half of the approximately $730 million he had received from that offering, after paying Drexel its fees, in other high-interest paying junk bonds, but those were, of course, risky themselves. He could take a loss on the principal. The interest on the majority of the securities Pantry Pride had issued was slightly more than 14%. So, assuming for the moment the bank rate, which was 8%, Perelman had a negative carrying charge of about $40 million a year. And it was, of course, not a case of just losing that $40 million. How was Perelman to pay back the $750 million, which even in the never-never land that Drexel had created must come due someday? If Perelman did not get Revlon, he had to get something else. Fast. And it had to be a good and reasonably priced acquisition, something that was increasingly hard to find. And if such an acquisition was hostile, then, after more months of fees and carrying costs, it too might not work. And Perelman would be no longer just a tilter at windmills, but a loser. There was also the time and money already invested in the Revlon deal. Perelman owed roughly $20 million in lawyers' and investment bankers' fees. And he had just incurred the commitment fees of over $5 million for the $350 million he had taken down in the private placement. Beyond these practical considerations that impelled Perelman, his advisors say, was his urgent desire to do the deal. Echoing other Perelman associates, Fred Sullivan referred to Perelman's incredible tenacity. He was like a dog with a bone. He would not stop. I think if he'd had to bid $90 he would have done it. Drexel's Abacassis added, I don't know when Ronnie would have stopped. We were getting nervous. It was getting very thin. On the Revlon Forstmann Little side, Loomis was not alone in his assessment of Perelman's position. In just a week, Loomis and others had gone from believing that they had buried Perelman to seeing him as someone whom no bid would stop. Bergerac said, we really were tempted to go to 60 or 65, just to watch him do himself in, but then what would we have done if by some chance he let us have it? Swept along in the maelstrom, the Revlon advisors and directors had gone from their initial and justifiable position of ghting Perelman's lowball bid of $47.50 to seeking a way to thwart his making an ever higher bid. The dynamics of the deal had changed, but their animus for Perelman stayed constant and blinded them. One other element had been added to the scenario in this last week. When the board approved the buyout with Forstmann, Revlon had had to undo all the defensive measures it had instituted to ward off Pantry Pride. It had redeemed the poison pill and waived the debt covenants, imposed in the exchange offer, to allow Forstmann to leverage the transaction by borrowing on Revlon's assets. Now the price of the exchange offer notes, which had been issued August 26 and were intended to trade at par, face value, plummeted in reaction to the announced leverage buyout. The notes would no longer be as secure, since Revlon's capital structure would be laden with debt. According to an AFFI Davit Phi led by Rifkind, since our meeting of October 3, the notes had dropped to as low as $87, a decline of about $60 million below par. I was deluged with telephone calls from irate holders who had exchanged shares for 11.75% notes which they believed would be worth par, and who now saw a 13% erosion in the value of their notes. And on October 10 an article in the Wall Street Journal, entitled, "Some Revlon Investors Say Company's Moves Could Cost Them Millions of Dollars in Losses," stated that some angry bondholders were considering legal action. What Pantry Pride offered to do about the noteholders is not clear. Giddis wrote Revlon a letter on October 11 stating that Pantry Pride would pay the interest and the principal on the notes, in other words, nothing extra. But Drapkin Phi led an AFFI Davit in which he stated that he had told Lipton, in a phone conversation on October 10, that they were willing to satisfy Revlon's concern for the noteholders and that the issue should not block the deal. What was clear was what Forstmann Little was willing to do for the noteholders. It promised to exchange the old notes for new ones that would trade at par. It also agreed to raise its bid to $57.25, $1 higher than Perelman's. In exchange, it demanded a lock-up option, something that would in essence preclude a bid for Revlon by anyone else. If another acquirer obtained 40% of the stock, that would automatically trigger the right of Forstmann Little to buy two divisions, Vision Care and National Health Laboratories, for $525 million. That price, according to Lazard, was below fair market value. And in this new version of the Forstmann buyout, management would drop out as equity partners. Lipton and Lehman both advised Bergerac that, with the lock-up option given to Forstmann, he was placed in a position of intolerable conference LICT. On October 12, after Drapkin had made repeated unsuccessful attempts to reach Revlon advisors by telephone the previous day in order to reopen negotiations, the Revlon board approved the new, revised Forstmann Little deal, with the essential lockups. These were essential not just to Forstmann Little, which wanted to halt the dance with the inexhaustible Perelman, but to the Revlon board and its advisors, who wanted the same thing. As the board minutes, which, in line with Lipton's regular policy, were taken in elaborate detail, say, the effect of the lock-up option, Mr. Lipton stated, was to deter a bid at a higher price than $57.25. At the decisive meeting, Forstmann addressed the board. He made it plain that he and the Revlon directors had united to defeat a common enemy, the worst sort of parvenu. Mr. Forstmann noted that before this transaction had begun he had never heard of Ronald Perelman, say the minutes. He stated that Mr. Perelman had proposed to Mr. Forstmann that they chop up the company between them. Mr. Forstmann stated that in Mr. Perelman's proposals the word "employees" was never in his mouth. A director inquired of Mr. Forstmann what his ultimate point of dispute with Pantry Pride preventing an agreement was. Mr. Forstmann stated that basically the chemistry just wasn't right. He stated that he had not entered into this transaction in order to make a deal with Mr. Perelman. Mr. Forstmann stated that he was interested in the transaction not only for the professor he could make but for other reasons as well, and that the other reasons would be violated if he had entered into a deal with Pantry Pride. Within 2 weeks of Revlon's having granted Forstmann Little the lockups, they were undone by Justice Joseph Walsh of the Delaware Chancery Court. The disclosure and margin requirements, whose alleged violation was the subject of the earlier litigation, were federal laws. But the issue that the battle now hinged upon, whether the Revlon board had failed in its fiduciary duty to shareholders by granting the lockups, was a question of state law. The court found that the Revlon board had indeed failed in its fiduciary duty to shareholders, having breached the duty of loyalty. While it found the Revlon board's early defensive measures, the poison pill and the exchange offer, appropriate, it opined that once it became clear that there would be a breakup of the company, the director's role changed from one trying to thwart a hostile acquirer to an auctioneer attempting to secure the highest price for the pieces of the Revlon enterprise. At that point, the court was saying, the board should have been essentially blind, or indifferent, to the identity of the bidders. Instead, it acted out of favoritism, seeming to want Forstmann Little in the picture at all costs. The reason for this, the court decided, appeared to be the directors' concern over their personal liability to the noteholders, but their sole responsibility as directors was not to the noteholders but to the shareholders. And it was their self-interest, the court found, that led them to make the concessions to Forstmann Little that excluded Pantry Pride. The directors had not contented themselves with giving Forstmann Little the lockups, but had further maneuvered to, in effect, lock up the lockups. The court mentioned that Revlon, after the final board meeting, had transferred into escrow the assets of the two divisions which were part of the lock-up agreement, and that the court, in response to a protest from Pantry Pride, had issued an order prohibiting any further transfer of assets until the pending motion had been decided. In Joe Flom's view, that transfer of assets was their biggest mistake. It colored the whole proceeding. On Thursday, 2 days before the final Revlon board meeting which Forstmann had addressed, Justice Walsh had seen lawyers for Revlon and Pantry Pride in his chambers. The Pantry Pride lawyers were pressing for an expedited hearing on their motion for a preliminary injunction to stop the Revlon-Forstmann leveraged buyout, which the Revlon board had voted to accept, and the Revlon lawyers said there was no reason the hearing could not be held after the weekend, during the following week, since no action was planned. The Revlon board held its meeting on Saturday and granted the lockups. The following Monday, a bank holiday, Revlon and Forstmann Little managed to get the assets and the $25 million breakup fee transferred from manufacturers Hanover to Morgan Guaranty. When the outraged Pantry Pride lawyers appeared before the judge the next day, the judge, clearly angered, issued an order preventing any further transfer of assets. On November 1 the Delaware Supreme Court affirmed the lower court ruling, and the battle that had begun in August was finally over. The court commented, Forstmann was given every negotiating advantage that Pantry Pride had been denied: cooperation from management, access to financial data, and the exclusive opportunity to present merger proposals directly to the board of directors. Favoritism for a white knight to the total exclusion of a hostile bidder might be justifiable when the latter's offer adversely affects shareholder interests, but when bidders make relatively similar offers, or dissolution of the company becomes inevitable, the directors cannot fulfill their enhanced Unocal duties, a reference to the court decision in Unocal, where directors were given wide discretionary scope, by playing favorites with contending factions. The court also commented that after that initial June meeting between Perelman and Bergerac, all subsequent Pantry Pride overtures were rebuffed, perhaps in part based on Mr. Bergerac's strong personal antipathy to Mr. Perelman. That, of course, was the key, the overriding animus that Bergerac and the rest felt for Perelman and Pantry Pride, and the Drexels. It was not simply that the Revlon directors and advisors feared that Pantry Pride would not take care of the noteholders and so had turned to Forstmann Little. It was that they feared, more than anything, that Perelman would come back, offering more and more, with his limitless piles of lucre, and there would be no escape. The conquest of Revlon signaled the end of an era. Those who defended it were struggling to perpetuate a way of corporate life, plush, congenial and secure, unmenaced by anyone but perhaps another corporate giant, that had lost its capacity to prevail in the economic world. The junk bond marauders had won here, and if they had won here they could win anywhere. It had all happened so quickly that Revlon's advisors, when they spoke later about the company, sounded faintly archaic, unmistakably out of step with the times. Milken had not single-handedly created a new age, but he had done more to shape it than any other individual. Months later Rifkind returned to the McAndrews and Forbes board, but he did not rejoin Revlon's newly constituted board. "I'd been a Revlon director since the Phi FTIES," Rifkind mused. "I had watched Revson build the company. The board was like a family. We'd known each other for years. It was collegial." Rifkind gazed out his off-ICE window toward the dome of St. Bartholomew's Church on Park Avenue. "If somebody could prove to you that the bricks of that cathedral could fetch a higher price in the market, would you dismantle it? I know, today it is put 'em together, break 'em up, no cement anywhere." In the final days and the aftermath of the battle, Bergerac was pilloried in the press and ridiculed by Perelman and his followers, who painted him as the kind of corporate executive from whom shareholders need deliverance. When Perelman was asked by a New York Times reporter about Bergerac's claim that he had offered to improve Bergerac's lifestyle, he responded, "I don't think that could ever be improved upon." With his enormous parachute and his elegant, European lifestyle, much of it supported by company perks, Bergerac had made an easy target. From the time the Forstmann Little management buyout was announced, he had received a working over in the press. At the outset of the battle he had announced that Revlon was worth $65 a share, and he had derided Perelman as a bust-up artist. Then he helped to engineer, with his roughly $35 million severance package, his own bust-up of the company, at a price that was $9 below what he had Phi RST said the company was worth. For this, Bergerac was portrayed as a self-interested hypocrite. But what this attack ignores is that $56 was a good price for the company, and that Bergerac had fought hard to bring it up from Perelman's $47.50, and then $42, when he factored in the cost of Revlon's exchange offer. He had done well for his shareholders. It is true that he was attempting to do the very thing he had accused Perelman of, busting up the company. But there was no white knight to take the company whole. Was Bergerac to do nothing and let Perelman bust it up for $53? In his own bust-up, he would have been able to take care of his people, something his advisors concur was a foremost concern throughout this battle. Had Bergerac been solely self-interested, he could have accepted Perelman's lavish inducements. Of his defeat Bergerac said, "It was a terrible experience. I would hope to never go through something like that again. At the final board meeting, people were bawling, I cried. You must understand, people had a love for this company. It was like a woman's being raped. Revlon was a public company. It did not belong to Bergerac or to the others on the board who wept for it. But shareholder ownership is an abstraction, compared to the tangible reality of a company, its directors, its employees who come to work every day, its customers and its community. It is the dislocation or destruction of that tangible reality that makes hostile takeovers so fraught with emotion." Felix Rahotin contrasted Revlon, which he calls his virginal experience in defending against a bust-up, junk bond raid, with other hostile raids in which he has been a defender. People on the other side are usually a company interested in a product, in business strategy, and the emphasis is on how do you put two companies together and make them grow. Where do we go from here to make them bigger and better? Here the overriding issue was, what can we sell for how much, to be left with a small piece for nothing, or virtually nothing. On the other side was a group of people tearing at a carcass, a group of people interested in numbers on pieces of paper, and nothing having to do with people, customers, quality, is this good, bad, or indifferent. This world had changed. And it had not changed for the better. It was not simply a matter of the old members of the club not liking the style of these shrewd, dollars and cents driven parvenus, who had started their own club and were now running things, though that, certainly, was a part of it. It was also that these newcomers, in their desperation to break in, seemed to FL out not only social values, but the law. Revlon's defenders had alleged and then failed to prove violations of the law, but they remained convinced that it was true. As one participant declared, in the 70s, among the people I dealt with, there were some I liked and some I detested, but they were all bright, decent people. The Arbs were Bob Rubin, of Goldman Sachs, and Bunny Lasker, of Lasker, Stone and Stern. And they were honest, and if they thought they had inside information they'd call and ask, and if we said yes, then they'd freeze their position. And the clients were people like Larry Tisch going after CNA, or big companies going after other big companies, because they believed they could run them better. Now it's the Icons and the Jacobses and the Pickenses and the Peltzes and the Perelmans. And, this participant continued, displaying the paranoid-sounding mindset that the junk bond wars had induced, we have to have detectives in to make sure our rooms aren't bugged and our phone lines aren't tapped, and that they aren't sending electronic beams into our ICES, and we have to look for hidden cameras when we go into and out of meetings. They have ruined my life. You feel like you're in the gutter, like they're piling shit on you and you have to keep struggling to get up from it. And it's all been made possible by Drexel. Without Drexel, none of it could have happened. While Revlon's defenders mourned, the Blue Team celebrated. When the deal closed in early November, Perelman hosted a dinner for 30 aides, lawyers and investment bankers at Le Club, an exclusive Manhattan night spot. Perelman's favorite champagne, Crystal, FL owed freely, and some of the key players put on a skit which, in the continuing color war motif, was referred to as the Songfest. It opened with the Phi RST Perelman-Bergerac encounter, in June, '85. Dennis Levine played Bergerac, dressed as a big game hunter, mimicking his French accent, calling Perelman an upstart and a Jew from Philadelphia. Engel played Perelman. Wearing Gucci loafers and one of his $3,000 Fiorentino custom-tailored suits, he fondled and puffed a fat Macanudo cigar and dropped its ashes on Bergerac's rugs. When Bergerac, Levine, offered Perelman, Engel, some Chateau Lafite, Perelman asked for vodka. Peasant, snorted Bergerac. There was plenty to celebrate for those on hand that night. Perelman had gotten the company of his dreams, though not for free, as he had originally planned. Its real cost would not become clear for some time, until the divestitures were completed. But for most of these merrymakers, particularly the lawyers and the investment bankers, the bust-up of Revlon had already spouted geysers of gold. Fees paid to lawyers and investment bankers in this deal came to over $100 million, making it the most lucrative takeover yet. Even the $13.40 billion acquisition of Gulf Oil Corporation by Standard Oil, instigated by Pickens, threw off only $60 million in fees. Revlon's legal bill, from Wachtell, Lipton and Paul Weiss, is estimated at about $10 million, while Pantry Pride's from Skadden, ARPS is estimated at $7-8 million. Fried, Frank, Harris and Shriver, representing Forstmann Little, was paid at least $1 million. But as is always the case, the investment banker's take makes the lawyers seem modest by comparison, though the bankers typically have far fewer people working on any deal than the lawyers do. Goldman Sachs & Company received about $3 million from Forstmann Little. Lazard Frères received about $11 million from Revlon. Morgan Stanley, once all the divestitures were done, received under $25 million, far less than the $30 million that had been established as their ceiling. In fact, Drexel had tried to persuade Perelman to ditch Morgan Stanley when they refused to put their name on the tender offer, and Drexel continued to argue that all Morgan Stanley deserved was its fee for having brought Perelman the idea. Not surprisingly, Drexel claimed the lion's share, over $65 million. In its July public offering of $750 million of Pantry Pride notes, Drexel received an underwriting discount, or fee, of about 3.5%, which equaled $25 million. It received another $11 million as an advisory fee. And then it received on its private placement of $770 million about $30 million. Moreover, when McAndrews and Forbes made its purchase of 37.6% of Pantry Pride stock for $60 million in the spring of '85, Drexel-related entities known as Prime Capital Associates had bought $10 million worth of that stock on the same terms as McAndrews. This stock was distributed, as such extras always are, to those whom Milken favored: himself, his people, some of the key individuals in corporate finance. Engel was one of those in Prime Capital Associates. Revlon's most senior executives lost their jobs, though they did not walk away empty-handed. Golden parachutes totaling $42.20 million were paid out to 13 executives. $15 million of this went to Bergerac's own parachute, the largest ever given. In addition, he received 5 years of salary and bonus, valued at about $7 million, and stock options and accelerated payment of restricted stock worth $13 million. In all, his severance package came to $35 million. Revlon's shareholders also did well. The stock was trading in the low 30s before the Pantry Pride rumors drove it up, and Pantry Pride paid $58 per share in the end. Immediately after the argument in Chancery Court but before Justice Walsh wrote his opinion, Pantry Pride had raised its bid from $56.25 to $58. Pantry Pride shareholders were not left out. That stock was trading at about 3 3/4 before Perelman took control of the company in the spring of 1985. Less than a year later it had tripled. And those who signed up for the bonds and bought them but wanted to trade out quickly also Professor I. Ted. One of the buyers said that over a period of several months, starting before Perelman announced his offer, but when the company was known to be in play, he had accumulated about $16 million of Revlon stock. When Drexel called to sell him the bonds, therefore, he had a powerful interest in seeing the deal go through. He sold his stock for about $18 million, he says, and then put that money up for the bonds at an interest rate of 13.75%, plus his commitment fee of 0.75%. The deal closed in mid-November, and within 2 weeks there were reports that Revlon was going to sell its Norcliffe Thayer Health Products and Rehees Special Chemical businesses to the Beecham Group of Britain for about $400 million. And its ethical drug division to Rohrer for over $600 million. Both deals were announced by the first week of December. Some onlookers were puzzled by the speed with which the Rohrer deal, particularly, was done, and by the absence of an auction. Howard Gittes, however, explained, they had an exclusive. Well, almost an exclusive. We said, if we get the company, and you commit to us now, then we won't shop the deal. This agreement should arguably have been disclosed in SEC filings if it was indeed made during the course of the deal. When later asked to comment, Gittes denied that anyone had been given an exclusive. At that point, in December, the money was just sitting there in the bank, but they couldn't buy back the bonds for 6 months, this buyer said. So it was completely safe now. Good for the S&Ls, and Milken wanted the bonds back. That suited him, he added, because he wanted to get his money out. And he was eager to be a team player so that Milken would come back to him in the next deal. This is the same kind of movement of the bonds, out of the hands of a high-rolling buyer into those of the more reticent thrifts, insurance companies and pension funds. That took place in Triangle National Can. Here the high-risk, private buyers were freed to go on to the next megadeal, which in December was GAF Union Carbide, while the more risk-averse but still hungry players could be fed. The only dissonant note in this chorus of happy Professor I tears came, as is usual in these transactions, from the bondholders of the acquired company who found their paper suddenly downgraded now that the company was so debt-laden. Their prices, however, have since rebounded. This illustrated the gospel according to Milken, which proselytized that while low-grade bonds might be upgraded, high-grade could go only one way, down. Of course, when he FI-RST started spreading that gospel, he had been speaking as an observer. Now, many years later, as Milken's raiders menaced companies which did defensive restructurings and then had their bonds downgraded, or acquired companies whose bonds were subsequently downgraded, he was often the propulsive force. According to Drexel, in 1985 $4.06 billion of junk bonds moved up into the investment grade category, while $9.10 billion of investment grade moved down into the netherworld of junk. 1 year after the Blue Team had had its high-spirited bash at Le Club, Perelman was still on the move. In October 1986 he had made a run at CPC International, the food processing company, and had then sold his stake to Solomon Brothers for a Professor IT of $41 million, in a trade which a Wall Street Journal, heard on the street, column suggested was pre-arranged, artificially infl aided, and, if so, Perelman's FI-RST, albeit disguised, green mailing. By early November, Perelman had accumulated 15% of the stock of Transworld Corporation, a restaurant, hotels and food service conglomerate. Transworld then decided to liquidate, but Perelman got the option of buying its prize, Hilton International Company, for $1 billion. That option aside, in 1 month he had achieved on his $223 million Transworld investment a paper Professor IT of $55 million. On November 14, he offered $4.10 billion in cash, with Drexel's highly conference ident endorsement, for the Gillette Company, the razor blade manufacturer. Perelman was thriving as a predator. But whether the Revlon acquisition, which had raised him from an obscure, small-time entrepreneur to a corporate mogul, would in fact turn out to be the world-class company that he envisioned was less clear. He had purchased Revlon shares for about $1.80 billion, assumed debt of roughly $1 billion, and had expenses and carrying costs that brought his total acquisition cost to about $3 billion. He had sold several of the healthcare businesses for a total of roughly $1.40 billion. He had kept National Health Labs and Vision Care, whose value at the time of the acquisition, though it has since gone up, was probably about $1.20 billion. Therefore, Perelman had not acquired the cosmetics business for free, as he had initially planned, but for roughly $400 million. And Revlon's contract to sell the cosmetics business to Adler and Shakin, for a price that Perelman puts at $780 million, not $900 million, ended in litigation that cost Perelman $23.70 million to settle. By year-end 1987, Perelman would augment the cosmetics business, making it the world's largest, by buying Max Factor, Charles of the Ritz and Germain Monteil for more than $500 million. According to Revlon, operating Professor ITS for 1987 would double what they had been in 1985. Drapkin, who announced in October, '86 that he was leaving Skadden, Arps, where he had been earning well over $1 million a year, to join Perelman as a vice chairman of Revlon Group. Revlon was merged into Pantry Pride, which then changed its name to Revlon Group, Inc., predicted at that time that Ronnie is going to turn cosmetics around. I doubt very much that he'll ever sell Revlon. I think he sees it as the cornerstone of an empire. Others are less rhapsodic. It will be a tough struggle, very tough, says one established figure in the industry. Too much damage has been done. I don't know any cosmetics image that has ever been resurrected. Many questioned the wisdom of Perelman's having brought Saul Levine, a protégé of Charles Revson and former consultant, whom Bergerac had let go, back into the company as its president. Bergerac had let Levine go because he considered him wanting. Bergerac, as was to be expected, is foremost among the doomsayers. He is convinced that Perelman was seduced by the glamour of the beauty business, and that it will be his undoing. Cosmetics was worth $500 million at best, he declared. But instead of taking the $900 million for it from Adler and Shakin, he got good to average prices for selling the healthcare businesses, which were running like a clock, generating enormous professor ITS. So he got rid of the good and kept the bad. That would be at odds with what Perelman had managed to do in most of his earlier, smaller acquisitions. But the cosmetics business was in itself a break with Perelman's past targets. Drexel's Abecassis admitted, Revlon does have a phi-ckle aspect to it that Ronnie's other acquisitions didn't have. They didn't have to depend on sophisticated selling. In Revlon, you're selling dreams, so it's a different story. He's done some things at Revlon, cutting expenses, consolidating. But it's certainly not done yet, not by any means. And the measures he's taken aren't going to improve the business in the long run. Abecassis believes that Revlon could benefit from Perelman's full attention, but the peripatetic Perelman does not see it that way. His attitude is, he came in, he cleaned it up, he's ready to go on to the next, Abecassis added. It worked with FL Avors, McAndrews, it worked with Technicolor, but here it's different. I told him this, just the other day. He said, what am I supposed to do? Sit here and look at the business every day? Ronnie is a deal person, Abecassis concluded. He wants to do deals. Given that, it is not surprising that Perelman changed the plan he and Milken had agreed upon, that he would sell off the pieces of Revlon and pay down most, if not all, of the junk acquisition debt. Instead, Perelman refinanced those notes. According to one member of the UAC, Underwriting Assistance Committee, some of its members thought that Perelman should pay down the debt, but they were overruled by others. As for Milken's view on Perelman's keeping the cash, Abecassis said, Mike is a trader. He has the view, you go in and out. And he's a hungry guy. So he doesn't say, stop. Also, he trusts Ronnie. According to Abecassis, if the Transworld deal had gone through, Perelman would have had to give up, to Drexel, which would probably have distributed some to bond buyers, 30% of the equity. Ronnie doesn't want to give any equity, but if he doesn't, there's no deal. In Revlon, he gave Drexel warrants in Pantry Pride, and it was not that much equity. That was really a way of paying our fee. We fought. We told Ronnie next time he would have to give equity. By fall '86, Perelman was still dependent on Drexel for the multi-billion-dollar deals he craved. In Transworld, which would have been a $2.50 billion deal, Perelman had no other recourse, Abecassis insisted. You may not be able to sell assets, you need long-term money. And the banks won't do it. I went to a meeting yesterday. The bank, are nervous about $400 million, when we have $1.90 billion below them, subordinated to the bank's senior, secured debt. While it was not yet clear whether Perelman would succeed in resurrecting Revlon, its acquisition had certainly done wonders for his social climbing. Almost everyone who knows Perelman has a story to tell about his eagerness for that ascent, which dates back to his Philadelphia days, when he was rebuffed by that city's social elite, and for the company of the famous. He had on the payroll of Technicolor a consultant, named Dennis Stein, known for his brief engagement to Elizabeth Taylor, who, as one associate says, is a high-class golfer. Stein's apparent function, this associate says, was to introduce Perelman to celebrities, though with Taylor's departure it became less viable. A few months after taking over Revlon, Perelman hired a well-connected editor from Town & Country magazine, Nancy Gardiner, to be his social secretary. And he brought Ann Getty onto the Revlon board. "Ronnie is determined to have a glitzy board," commented another of his associates. As reported by Spy magazine, Jacqueline Onassis, Halston, Caroline Herrera and Calvin Klein have been to the Perelmans' East 63rd Street townhouse for parties. And Perelman would become the honorary chairman at one of the most socially acceptable and literati filled benefits of the year, for the New York Public Library. Referring to all the gossip about Perelman's eagerness to gain entrée to the rarefied social realm, Bergerac says, with an acid chuckle, "Teddy Forstmann had the best line of all. This has got to be the highest price ever paid in the history of this country to get a good table at a New York restaurant." In September, '86, in the opulent Revlonoff ICES where he and the Drexels had arrived as hated interlopers and dropped ashes on Bergerac's Persian rugs, Perelman now seemed at home. He and Drapkin had liked calling attention to Bergerac's excesses, particularly the Boeing 727 Outef ITTED with a gun rack for his safaris, and the Revlonoff ICES in Paris which Perelman described as a castle. Now the company leased its corporate jet from a Perelman aircraft leasing company. And now that the castle was his Paris headquarters, Perelman had decided not to sell it, after all. He was having the New York off ICES redecorated. And James, Bergerac's butler, was now serving Perelman. Moreover, while Bergerac's $35 million parachute had elicited from Perelman and Drapkin a mutual outrage BEFITTING, two sign-bearers of the corporate revolution, the terms of Drapkin's employment would be far richer than any that Bergerac ever enjoyed. It is true that Perelman would take the company private in the spring of 1987, so Drapkin would not take his king's ransom out of public shareholders' money. But his employment agreement went into effect when Revlon Group was still a public company, and after taking the company private in the spring of '87, Perelman would owe public bondholders roughly $3.70 billion. The debt-to-equity ratio of McAndrews and Forbes, at the top of the Perelman pyramid, would be 18-1. In his 6-year employment agreement with McAndrews and Forbes Holdings, which comes just under Perelman in the corporate chart of the Perelman Empire, with all the other companies under it, Drapkin would receive $2 million as an inducement to enter into this employment agreement, which guaranteed him a salary that would escalate from $2,500,000 in 1987 to $4,192,650 by 1992. In addition, he would receive a bonus of $1 million each year. He would further be entitled to 20% of net trading Professor ITS in investment partnerships that would be formed. A separate 5-year employment agreement with Revlon would guarantee Drapkin $1,150,000 each year. Thus Drapkin was to start his employment at Revlon, this paradigm of the new cost-cutting corporate age, with a guaranteed take by March 1988 of $6.70 million, which with Perelman-type trading Professor ITS factored in could easily range into the tens of millions. Nor would Drapkin be the sole beneficiary of such Professor legacy. Bruce Slavin and Howard Gittes would also be guaranteed many millions. When this reporter came to interview him, Perelman assumed his interview posture. He was wearing his uniform navy cardigan sweater. He sank low into his chair, removed his tasseled Gucci loafers, put his navy-stockinged feet up on the coffee table, and worked his cigar. The posture was casual, but the man was not. He continually ground his molars. He seemed to be straining to project a pleasant image, but what kept appearing from underneath, pentimento-like, was a mix of impatience, vulgarity and boiling temper that was anything but pleasant. He raged at his secretary for taking 6 steps toward him to hand him a piece of paper after he had ordered her to summon Drapkin, something which required her to walk in the opposite direction. Associates say that he yells constantly at everyone who works with him: Jiddis, Slavin, Drapkin, Drexel investment bankers. No one except for Milken, they say, is exempt. One associate remarked, "It really is pretty bad. The excuse is he can't control it." When Drapkin arrived, Perelman addressed his erstwhile Revlon opponent's perception that by the end he was unstoppable, that if they had raised the bid to $59 he would have gone to $60. "There was no point where we were committed emotionally beyond financial reason," he declared. "Look at our record, in Richardson, for example. We have stopped where it made no sense to go forward." What about the fact that he had by that time raised $750 million, with high carrying charges? "It was reinvested," Perelman said shortly. "Right now I'm sitting on a cash hoard of $1.50 billion. I have a negative carry of about 1 point. I am willing to do that because tomorrow morning, without making a phone call, I could do 80% of the transactions that are available." Asked when he conceived of the megaleap he made with Revlon, Perelman replied that it was a process of bytes. No, he did not have this trajectory in mind when he started out in 1978 to buy the jewelry company, Cohen Haddif Ild. Go back to 1978. "Even if we'd net it, we couldn't have funded it," said Perelman, who refers to himself in the Rst person plural. This could not have been done without Drexel. As to the changes he has made thus far, Perelman said he had hired Richard Avedon to photograph high-fashion models for a new ad campaign and had cut through the excessive bureaucracy that plagued the company, eliminating numerous levels of review. All the bureaucracy, he added, stemmed from Bergerac. He did not run this company. "It's easier to shoot little birds than to run a company," interpolated Drapkin, referring to Bergerac's yearly shooting holidays in Scotland. "He put in layers of form rather than substance," Perelman went on. "Books this high, gesturing above his head, from each division. 4 times a year, he'd budget and rebudget. He brought that practice from ITT. Janine used that effectively. But Bergerac pulled out the form without the substance." Several times during the interview, Perelman denied that he had offered Bergerac extra inducements, either at the Rst meeting or later through Janine, the $100 million package, which was conference IRMED by one of Perelman's associates. Returning to this sore point, he put his shoes back on and paced the room, raising his voice. He demanded to know how Bergerac's charges, and his rebuttal, would be presented. "How can you believe what he says?" he demanded. "This guy was stuffing his pockets at every possible moment through the process. He had his finger in this pie from the very beginning. He was a guy totally motivated by greed. Do you think if I had said to him, 'Michel, what would it take?' he would have said, 'No, nothing'? Believe me, for $100 million, he would have taken it so fast your head would spin. He was stuffing his pockets at every opportunity. How can you believe this was not a guy who was stuffing his pockets? And what about that chateau bill in Scotland, prepaid for 2 years?" Perelman claims that before Bergerac left Revlon he wrote a company check to cover his shooting trips to Scotland. Perelman says he stopped payment on the check. And what about the 727 with the shower and the gun rack? Maybe you can say he didn't care about money because he was never spending his own. And what about when he took the china and silverware? He said he'd bought it, and then I came in here, Perelman argued, and they were rolling up the rug in his ICE and taking the wallpaper off the walls. Yes, the wallpaper. There was this $25,000 mural, African wildlife, and they were taking it off the wall. I said, wait a minute. If this stuff is his and he wants to take anything else out of here, I want to see invoices. That mural, Perelman said in disgust, was the ugliest thing I've ever seen. It's rolled up in the basement. He fixed his visitor with a baleful look. Does that sound like a guy who is bashful about taking? The Revlon saga has no heroes. Bergerac, though far from being the inept villain that Perelman caricatures, indulged himself with the perks of corporate life. Perelman, cursed with his crude persona that offends so many, apparently attempted to entice Bergerac with lavish inducements and then furiously denied it. And Revlon's defenders, the cream of the legal and investment banking establishment, allowed their professional judgment to be clouded by their passion and their prejudice. On Milken's chessboard, however, all that mattered was that his pawns keep moving deeper into corporate America, decimating its ranks further, making bids and acquisitions and issuing junk bonds and doing streams of divestitures and making new acquisitions, until one day the game would be won. Part 3. The Zenith and the Fall 10. Drexel is like a god. BY November 1986, Milken was scouting new frontiers. We want to finance the world with our goodies, proclaimed Drexel chairman Robert Linton. Indeed, Milken hoped to replicate in other parts of the world the hostile contest for control that his chosen had waged so successfully in this country. Japan, where the hostile takeover was still nascent, was his FIRST target. On November 10, Drexel held a mini Predators ball in Tokyo. Milken presided over this lavish affair. It featured 2 days of presentations, with simultaneous translation, by a familiar cast, a dozen of Drexel's star junk issuers, including Revlon Group, Wix Companies, Occidental Petroleum Corporation, MCI Communications, Texas Air Corporation and Triangle Industries. The U.S. ambassador to Japan, Mike Mansef ILD, was a luncheon speaker. The event was organized by Harry Horowitz, Milken's Washington lobbyist and the chief organizer of the Beverly Hills Bond Conference in 1985. Even Don Engel, of Bungalow 8 fame, was on hand to play his accustomed part, ushering some of the Drexel clients to baths, Japanese massage parlors, outside Tokyo each night after dinner. Drexel executives deemed the conference a huge success. They believed that the Japanese, while still cautious, they traditionally were buyers of AAA credits with household names, were now ready to wade into the junk market. The Japanese seemed receptive to the gospel Milken preached. That the rating agencies were wrong and that they, the Japanese investors, should reap the benefit of those prevailing misconceptions, as so many thousands of their American counterparts had done over the past decade, by investing in the high-yield companies of the future. While Milken did not make it explicit to this audience, they were participating in the FIRST phase of the process he had authored in the United States. First he would build a client base of buyers. Then he would raise capital for small-time entrepreneurs. And finally he would transform those entrepreneurs into mighty challengers, financing their raids on the giants of Japanese industry. The process would be replicated, but the time would be compressed. What had taken 7 or 8 years to evolve in the US would probably occur within 2. And even if the Japanese culture proved too inimical to the hostile takeover in Japan, Milken still wanted to tap the reservoir of Japanese capital to mount raids in this country that were far larger than any he had ever backed, $10 and $15 and $20 billion bids. It seemed only natural by the fall of 1986 that Milken should be expanding his scope to cover the world. The home territory, where he was using junk bonds to revolutionize and restructure the American corporate landscape, was in some sense already appropriated. While there were certainly many more battles to be fought, many more giant corporations to be won, Milken's gospel had gained such currency that it was no longer the heresy of an outcast but the liturgy of Wall Street. If everyone had decided to come to his Phi RST party, mustn't it be time to start another? Milken may have been restless, but many of his colleagues would have been content to pause and savor the moment. That Milken, and Drexel with him, could have scaled the heights they had made some of them lightheaded. Who would have imagined that such a rarefied atmosphere would ever be theirs to enjoy? The payout from Milken's singular idea had been so bountiful, in terms of money and power, and even a growing social acceptance, that the prevailing mood at Drexel in the fall of 1986 was close to euphoria. It was captured in a framed quote, in large, bold print, which Drexel investment banker Stephen Weinroth had displayed in his ICE. Referring to the junk bond market and takeovers, it read, "Drexel is like a god in that end of the business, and a god can do anything it wants. They are awesome. You hate to do business against them." The quote was from Michael Boylan, the president of McFadden Holdings, excerpted from an article in the June 1986 issue of Barron's. It had been sent to Weinroth and other colleagues by Arthur Bilger, of Drexel's Beverly Hills corporate finance department. Many of Drexel's wish lists drawn up in early Cava's go-by sessions. Wish lists which had been wistful, grandiose, almost delusional at the time, had become reality. Among them was the goal articulated by Leon Black in 1979 when he recorded the corporate finance team's resolution to FIND and helped create the robber barons of the future. Now, in 1986, Black expounded happily on his fully realized goal. "What I like about Drexel is that our clients are the growth companies of this country, and the heads of these companies are often real principals. They are the modern version of robber barons," Black declared expansively. "These are the guys shaking up management. These are the guys who are building empires." He ticked off his favorites, his friend and client Carl Icahn, Henry Kravis of Kohlberg Kravis, with whom he had worked on that Phi RM $6.20 billion buyout of the Beatrice companies, Samuel Heyman, the chairman of GAF, whose $6 billion bid for Union Carbide had been financed by Drexel, Rupert Murdoch, whose purchase of television stations from Metro Media had been financed by Drexel, and Ronald Perelman. "I look at them as the Rockefellers of 100 years ago," Black continued eagerly. "They're very, very bright. They keep you awake. They've got lots of guts." But Black reserved his most exuberant praise for the man who made all this possible. "I'm not much given to hero worship, but I have to tell you I never thought there would be a Michael Milken. He's someone who sees the big picture all the time, and also the small picture, down to the details. He knows so many industries in such depth. He knows the balance sheets of companies better than many of our clients do. And he is so aggressive. He has an absolutely voracious appetite. He wants 100% market share. To be creating empire builders, choosing them, molding them, sitting on their boards, owning pieces of their growing companies, was heady business, especially for investment bankers who, before 1985, had been the lesser knowns of Wall Street. Black was not alone in his breathlessness. One of his colleagues in corporate finance, G. Christian Anderson, who had lived through what he refers to as the baton death march on Wall Street in the early 70s, when he bounced from one failing firm to another, declared that he once had thought of getting his doctorate and teaching history. But now, in 1986, he said he felt he was making history. "We are the gentlemen who finance and create change," Anderson declared. When I read Alvin Toffler's Future Shock, and he described this vortex of change that whirls around us, and it happens very fast in New York City, and slower in Des Moines, and even slower in the outback of Australia. The thing that was amazing to me was, when I looked at the funnel of that maelstrom, the vortex of that sits right in the middle of my desk. I am the fella who determines what the change will be. If I don't finance it, it ain't gonna happen. I get to decide who's going to get capital to make the future. Now, I ask you, what's more romantic than that? As overblown as Anderson's image of himself had become, there was a germ of truth in what he said. For the most highly leveraged mega acquisitions, the nouveau entrepreneurs who were changing the face of corporate America, Drexel was indeed the only conduit. What Drexel had done was to securitize the low-grade corporate loan, much as Salomon Brothers had securitized mortgages in its creation of the mortgage-backed security. In its securitizing of the corporate loan, Drexel had to some degree displaced the banks and the insurance companies, which had formerly had the acquisition financing rolled to themselves, just as their clients, America's major corporations, had had the acquisitor roll to themselves. Now those banks' clients were as likely to be prey as predator. And those clients were being felled, one after another, in acquisitions more highly leveraged than the banks would ever have financed. The banks were lenders in many of Drexel's deals, but their loans were generally short-term and secured. Without Drexel to place the unsecured, subordinated debt, these deals would never have happened. And while other investment banking firms now were eager to play Drexel's part, the megadeals spawned securities, junk bonds, in amounts that no investment banking firm but Drexel could sell. Drexel's monopoly of this market, following the earlier years of monopoly of the non-takeover junk market, had resulted in a trajectory of growth that was unprecedented on Wall Street. At the end of 1977, Drexel's revenues were about $150 million. The firm had about $75 million in capital, of which less than $40 million was equity. The book value of its stock, as of August 1977, was $4.47 per share. By the end of 1985, the firm's revenues were $2.50 billion. It had about $1 billion of capital, of which over 75% was equity. The book value of its stock was $58.66 per share. Its professor ITS were thought to be about $600 million pre-tax and $304.20 million after taxes, which would place it not far behind the mammoth Salomon Brothers, which had nearly doubled Drexel's capital. And by the end of 1986, Drexel's revenues would soar to a record $4 billion and its after-tax earnings to an estimated $545.50 million, making it the most professor-I-table investment banking firm in America. Salomon was second in earnings, with $516 million. Goldman Sachs is a closely held partnership which, like Drexel, does not publicly report earnings, but its earnings were estimated by Perrin Long, an analyst at Lipper Analytical Services, Inc., to have been between $475 million and $500 million. The engine of this growth, of course, was Milken's Group. In 1978 it had been contributing 100% of the firm's professor ITS. With the growth of corporate finance, which Milken fueled, FIRST with the original issuance of junk bonds and then with the LBOs and the takeovers, the share of Milken's Group in the firm's professor ITS declined to roughly 43% by the end of 1985. But corporate finance, his adjunct, had been increasing its professor ITS at a rate of roughly 50% a year. In 1977, the corporate finance department had $4.20 million in revenues. In 1985, it had made about $700 million. In this entrepreneurial firm, where salaries were moderate and all the heavy compensation came in bonuses, those payouts were staggering. In 1985, Drexel is said to have devoted roughly $400–500 million of its $2.50 billion in revenues to bonuses. Milken, Drexel's highest-paid member, is said to have received about $40 million as his bonus. This did not include, of course, Professor ITS from all his trading partnerships and other investments, which associates estimated brought him closer to $100 million for the year. And even the top bankers in corporate finance, who had always felt like the poor cousins compared to Milken and his group, had little to complain about. Leon Black, for example, is said by one friend to have received about $8 million in a bonus payment that included warrants. And in 1986, Drexel would pay out as much as $600 million in bonuses, with Milken and his high-yield department reportedly receiving over $250 million and corporate finance receiving $140 million. One corporate finance executive, who estimated by the fall of 1986 that his bonus for that year would be roughly $9 million, commented, "This is Disneyland for adults." As spectacular as Drexel's Professor ITS were, they were no anomaly on Wall Street in the early and middle 80s. The M&A frenzy had thrown off enormous fees to the other major investment banking firms even before Drexel had a toehold in the business. Also, the period from 1981 to 1986 had seen one of the most powerful, sustained surges in stock and bond history. Firms were awash in trading Professor ITS. A number of Wall Street investment houses had taken advantage of this prosperity, too, to sell shares to the public and transform themselves from private partnerships into giant worldwide corporations. Salomon Brothers, which merged with the publicly owned Fibro Corporation in 1981, had increased its capital from only $200 million in 1980 to about $3 billion by mid-1986. But no other investment banking firm had vaulted into the financial stratosphere at Drexel's velocity. And no other firm had redefined the M&A business on its own unique terms, with the ability to raise billions of dollars almost overnight, from Milken's junk bond network, terms which could not be matched by anyone else on the street. Other firms sought to imitate Drexel. They attempted to break into the junk bond market. They embarked on merchant banking. They initiated bridge financing, at great risk to themselves, in a desperate attempt to compete with the highly conference-ident weapon. What had happened by the fall of 1986, quite simply, was that Milken had cast not only Drexel but to a large degree the street in his image. The most powerful firms, with the most cachet, had made their entrances into the heretofore disdained junk market in 1983 and 1984. By the end of 1985, Salomon, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, and First Boston, in that order, were each making small incursions into Milken's preserve. Trailing close behind them came many other notable investment banks. Drexel's market share slipped to about 56% from the sovereign 60 to 70% it had held in earlier years. But even now, with its market share lowered, there was no close second, just a crowd of would-be competitors at the lower end of the chart. In 1985, Drexel had done 73 deals, for a total of $6.70 billion, and Salomon, its closest competitor, had done 9 deals for $1.40 billion. Some of Milken's colleagues at Drexel took undisguised pleasure in their rivals' founderings. Morgan Stanley, for example, having Phi RST suffered the Oxoco debacle, where the company had defaulted within 6 months of the underwriting, had embarrassed itself further in its underwriting of $540 million of People Express bonds, some of which had plunged to as little as 35% of their issue price by July 1986. As Chris Anderson commented to the Wall Street Journal, they, Morgan Stanley, announced with great fanfare that they were coming in to gentrify the high-yield market. Anderson was referring to a trade publication headline that had trumpeted Morgan's entrance. I wonder how they feel about it today. Maybe it's a tough business. Maybe it isn't any more genteel than the steel business or the auto business or the banking business. Milken struck a different note. He told this reporter in an interview in 1987, "I welcome competition. Other people might see things we don't see. We might see things they don't see. The negatives are, and I'm trying to state this in a positive way, that some deals may get done that shouldn't get done, and then that may hurt the perception of the high-yield market. People have a tendency to remember only the ones that didn't work out." Financing is an art form, Milken added. One of the challenges is how to correctly finance a company. In certain periods of time, more covenants need to be put into deals. You have to be sure the company has the right covenant, to allow it the freedom to grow, but also to ensure the integrity of the credit. Sometimes a company should issue convertible bonds instead of straight bonds. Sometimes it should issue preferred stock. Each company and each financing is different, and the process can't be imitative. By 1986, Milken's rivals had also followed in his footsteps by venturing into merchant banking, a term borrowed from the British, whose investment banks in the 19th century had pooled capital to buy businesses and thus had built empires. In this country it meant that the Phi RMS were putting up their own capital in deals, mainly takeovers and buyouts. They were no longer acting solely as agent, but also as principal. This was something, of course, that Drexel, through Milken, as well as a few others, such as Allen and Company, had been doing for years. But Drexel's rivals had also come up with a new variation on merchant banking, the bridge loan. There, the investment bank puts up its own capital as a loan in order to facilitate a client's deal. That loan in effect bridges the time from the closing of the deal to the time when the junk bonds are sold. The proceeds of the sale then pay off the loan or, if the investment bank is leaving some of its capital in the deal, part of it. In their enthusiasm, Solomon and a group of institutional lenders who were participating in thus funding deals together dubbed themselves the Bridge Club. It was inevitable, once these Phi RMS, tantalized by those 3 to 4% spreads, had followed Milken into the original issuance of junk bonds, that they would then attempt to follow him the next step, to the junk bond financed takeover and buyout. How could they not try, after watching Drexel garner a financing fee of $86 million in the Beatrice buyout? Milken had no patent on greed. Although he did, arguably, give the word new meaning. Drexel's financing fee in Beatrice was dwarfed by the amount Drexel partners were said to have earned by 1987 from their equity stakes in the deal. Close to $800 million, several hundred million of which was said to have gone to Milken personally. But none of these investment banks had Milken's ability to tap into his network and raise billions overnight. None of them could enlist his buyers to give them a bridge loan, which is in essence what these buyers did for Milken. His FIRST tier buyers, who committed to buy the bonds and earned the commitment fees, but were often replaced by second-tier buyers by the time the deal was funded, or shortly thereafter, provided him a bridge. Milken's rivals had two problems. First, they didn't have Milken's distribution system, and so they were unable to place $4-5 billion in junk. Second, they needed more time to place what they could. The bridge loan cured the time problem and made deals with less than $2 billion in junk financing viable for them. From the client's standpoint, the bridge went the highly conference ident letter one better. While that letter had been largely accepted in the business world as transmutable into cold cash, it was not cold cash. But now First Boston, Morgan Stanley, Shearson Lehman, Merrill Lynch, Salomon Brothers and others were offering to put cash into their clients' hands, and take the risk of the refinancing themselves. That risk was considerable, for time here was a two-edged sword. Crucial for them to be able to place the bonds, but dangerous in that the market could change. That, of course, had been the beauty of Milken's system, that there was such bountiful reward for so little risk to him or the firm. When Icahn suggested that Drexel in essence give him a bridge loan in Phillips, his proposal had been dismissed and the highly conference ident letter conceived instead. But in their desperation to reap Drexel-like rewards, other firms were seduced into greater risk than Drexel had ever taken. These firms' deepest obeisance to Drexel, however, came not when they tried to imitate and compete, but when they simply gave up and encouraged their clients to bring this much-hated rival into their deals, so that the dreadnought would be on their side. According to two executives at Donaldson, Lufkin and Jenrette, which along with Drexel represented management in the buyout of Viacom, they had urged their clients to hire Drexel, for just that reason. And it was the same thinking, according to a well-placed source, that led Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, in planning a defensive restructuring after a month of frenzied trading in its stock during October 1986, to hire Drexel along with its traditional investment banking firm, Goldman Sachs. While the rest of Wall Street was trying occasionally to disarm but more often to compete with the renegade firm, Drexel was not only fighting to keep its lion's share, but also gearing for posterity. Fred Joseph had become the firm's chief executive off ICER in May 1985. And Joseph was intent on building a towering, enduring financial institution from the foundation that Milken's machine had laid. Over the past several years, Drexel had been plowing some of its enormous professor ITS into new areas. Dr. Richard Sandor, generally considered the principal architect of the interest rate futures markets, joined Drexel in 1982 to develop a financial futures division. Joseph's brother, Stephen Joseph, joined Drexel from Salomon Brothers in 1984 to start a mortgage-backed securities department. By 1986, his department had 280 employees and ranked in the top 5A of the industry. In municipal finance, where it also expanded enormously through lateral hiring, Drexel in '86 underwrote some $15 billion in offerings, up from $1 billion 2 years earlier. It went from being ranked as the 40th largest participant to number 11 or number 12. And in '86 Drexel also moved from 15th to 8th place in U.S. government securities trading. And Drexel, albeit far more measuredly than some of its compatriots, such as Salomon, followed the Wall Street trend toward globalization, expanding its off-ICES abroad, particularly London and Tokyo. Symbolic of this drive to make itself into a well-rounded Wall Street titan was Drexel's decision, in July 1986, to move from its scattered quarters at 55 and 60 Broad Street into the brand-new 2 million square foot, 47-story tower, 7 World Trade Center. Drexel, which acquired a minority interest in the skyscraper, committed to lease the entire building for $100 million a year. In 1986 the firm had 4,300 employees in New York, but the new tower, it was planned, would eventually house 10,000 employees. This institution building was Joseph's vision more than Milken's. It always had been. What motivated Milken was a consuming passion for dollars, and for an empire, ever widening, to control. But Joseph was bent on fulfilling the ambition he had expressed to Mark Kaplan, Drexel's then president, 6 months after arriving at the firm in 1974, when he said that, given 15 years, he could create something as important as Goldman Sachs. The iconoclastic Milken would have derided such an aspiration. Joseph, however, did not wish to remain the outsider forever. He would join the club. And now, 12 years after his declaration to Kaplan, he was on track. As Stephen Weinroth remarked, "Don't take me literally, but Fred, Joseph, would like to travel around the country and say, Drexel is the largest underwriter of corporate securities, and of this, and of that. He'd like to say, the largest in all things. And if he had to say that we were second largest in trading of government securities of Somaliland, he'd say, but we're gaining on the leader. And if we were the largest in everything, and we made only $10 million, he'd still be happy. He's a market share guy." A central tenet at Drexel, frequently articulated by both Milken and Joseph, was that it was not capital but people that were the scarce resource. Both of them, therefore, were willing to pay more than anybody on the street in order to hire and keep those they considered the best. In Milken's group, where the pay had been astronomical since the 70s, there were few defections. It was a historic event when, in the fall of 1986, one of Milken's traders of more recent vintage, Eugene Wong, was hired away by Prudential Batch. The headhunter had made a host of calls, seeking one of Milken's disciples. People did burn out, or worse, under Milken's ceaseless lash. One trader was rumored to have been found under his desk chewing his phone cord one day. But then they were generally shifted to less stressful positions off the trading desk, or placed outside Drexel to operate as adjuncts. A few simply retired, at an early age. Charles Causey, who had been with Milken since the Drexel Firestone days, gave it all up in 1981 and moved to Islamorada in the Florida Keys, to devote himself to Bone Fi Shing. In 1985 and 86, Joseph had gone on a Phi-RM-wide hiring binge, as part of his goal of diversifying the Phi-RM strength and expertise. By early 1986, one big drawing card he was playing as a recruiter was that Goldman Sachs was the only other highly professor-I-table private firm on the street. If Drexel ever went public, its shareholders and the stock was widely held throughout. The firm, with about 1,800 stockholders in all, would be likely to reap a bonanza. Now, in the fall of 1986, Joseph pointed with pride to some of his star recruits. Martin Siegel, whom he had finally succeeded in wooing from Kidder, Sam Hunter and Michael Jack Kugler from Merrill Lynch, Jeffrey Beck from Oppenheimer and Company, and Robert Pangia from Kidder. He had had some rejections, among them Bruce Wasserstein, the M&A star at First Boston, who would later leave to start his own firm, and Michael Zimmerman, a fast-rising M&A banker at Salomon Brothers who would soon become co-head of M&A there. But Joseph was still ardently recruiting. The day Drexel gets the last of the best people, for each position, is the day the bottle's over, he promised. And the buckets of money that Drexel was offering were not only for the superstars. Offers to the lower-tiered people also made the pay at other firms seem, as Martin Siegel had once commented, like the margarine spread. The case of one analyst at Donaldson, Lufkin and Jenrette is typical. DLJ had hired him out of Harvard Business School at $80,000 a year. After he had been with them for 1 year, he was doing good though not exceptional work in the healthcare field, and his salary and bonuses had risen to about $110,000. Drexel, meanwhile, had hired a corporate finance team specializing in healthcare businesses from Kidder, but it lacked an analyst. So Drexel targeted the DLJ analyst. They offered him $350,000. According to a DLJ executive, the analyst had been happy at the firm, content with his salary, never even imagining that he could be making more than 3 times as much. But when that tripled offer came, it was too much to resist. It was clear by the fall of 1986, however, that in Drexel's sweep of the street, in its self-touting as the hottest firm, one with a daring-do, entrepreneurial culture where there was virtually no limit to the dollars that someone with talent and drive could make, it had attracted some so greedy that even Drexel was unable to sat their hunger. Dennis Levine was a warm, jovial investment banker whose personality outshone his intellectual attributes. Nonetheless, he had made himself into enough of an M&A presence that when he was passed over for a managing directorship at Shearson Lehman in 1984 and decided to leave, he received job offers from 3 other top investment banking firms. But it was Drexel, which guaranteed the 33-year-old an income of $1 million a year, that won the auction. On May 12, 1986, Levine was arrested, handcuffed and taken off to spend the night at the Metropolitan Correction Center. He was accused by the SEC of having made $12.60 million in illegal professor ITS through insider trading in FTY4 stocks. And in June he pleaded guilty to 4 felony counts and agreed to cooperate with the government in its continuing investigation. Drexel reeled from the scandal. "It's more than embarrassing," Linton, the firm's chairman, told Businessweek. "It's like someone breaking into your home. You almost feel dirty about it." In private at the firm, it quickly became material for gallows humor. "Did you hear why Mike Fye read Dennis?" quipped one Drexel investment banker. "Because anybody who had to do FTY4 trades to make $12 million couldn't be any good." Levine's case quickly mushroomed into the scandal of Wall Street as his cooperation with the government led to charges against members of his ring, investment bankers from Shearson Lehman, Lazard Frères and Goldman Sachs, and a lawyer from Wachtell, Lipton. Moreover, within the next several months there were 2 other indictments, unrelated to the Levine case, brought against Drexel employees. One was arbitrager Robert Salisbury, who was alleged to be a member of yet another insider trading ring. The other was senior vice president in the firm's expanding international finance department, Antonio Gebauer, who was charged with having misappropriated funds from client accounts while he was a banker at Morgan Guaranty Trust Company. Milken had hired Gebauer to work on his Third World Debt project, attempting to find some original approach to the crisis, which, if found, would probably rival the original issuance of junk bonds in its payout. Both these individuals ultimately pleaded guilty. Drexel officials pointed out that all 3, Levine, Salisbury and Gebauer, had been at Drexel for less than a year, and that their criminal conduct had started, and, in Gebauer's case, occurred wholly before they arrived at Drexel. Furthermore, Drexel was by no means alone in this spreading scandal. With Goldman Sachs, Lazard Frères, Morgan Guaranty, and Wachtell, Lipton, Drexel was arguably in better company than it had ever been. By the fall of '86, the shock of Levine, who had been by far the most high-profile of Drexel's miscreants, had faded at Drexel. Soon, Drexel officials hoped he would be forgotten, erased from public memory, as cleanly as he had been wiped from Drexel's annals. Copies of Drexel's glossy 1985 annual report had just been distributed in the firm when the news of Levine's arrest hit. They were quickly recalled. New copies were issued, and in place of Dennis Levine's smiling image Martin Siegel's appeared. Siegel moved from Kidder to Drexel in February 1986. In so doing, he was betting more on Joseph than on Milken. After about a half-dozen meetings with Joseph through the summer of 1985, he had gone out to the West Coast in October to meet Milken. Siegel had found Milken almost frightening. Like a speed junkie, he thought, incapable of sitting still, shooting off ideas, here and there, like a sparkler. Milken told him, "When you start to add up how much you have, I don't want you working for me. Then you're not hungry anymore." Siegel thought Milken wanted to be the richest man in the world. That kind of rawness was not something Siegel wished to see in himself. He felt more comfortable with Joseph, a bright, smooth-talking and attractive salesman, like himself, and with Joseph's projection of their building a world-class financial institution together. He and Joseph were both builders, Siegel decided. He had built Kidder's M&A department from nothing, and Joseph, powered by Milken's engine, might indeed create an institution comparable to a Morgan Stanley, a First Boston, a Goldman Sachs. Siegel thought it was a historic opportunity to be in the vanguard of such an enterprise. And he and Joseph agreed that his presence would accelerate that process. Siegel had a franchise in tender offer defense, a whole roster of blue-chip and loyal clients, who, he guessed, would follow him anywhere, even into Drexel's lion's den. He made sure, too, that his relationship with Martin Lipton, with whom he had worked on so many deals and who was also a kind of father figure to him, would remain intact. That relationship had been soldered in 1983 when together they had inaugurated the Poison Pill, Lipton's creation, defending Lennox, Inc., against an attempted takeover by Brown-Forman Distillers Corporation. Other investment bankers on whom Lipton had tried to foist his poison pill had been reluctant to use it. It was sure to be open to legal challenge, they argued, and if successful it might kill the golden goose, the takeover business. But Lipton had urged Siegel that they should implement it, that if they did they would own the defense market. And that is not far from what had happened. Lipton had proceeded to carve out his defense franchise, refusing to represent aggressors in hostile junk bond financed deals and, of course, becoming one of the fiercest, most outspoken critics of what he derisively called Drexel's hostile, junk bond, two-tiered, bust-up takeover. Now Lipton promised Siegel that despite Siegel's joining the Huns, he would continue to work with him, but only on defense. So Drexel got not only Martin Siegel, but the promise of a sometime alliance with the dean of the defense bar in M&A, and the erstwhile leader of the establishment onslaught against Drexel into the bargain. Lipton negotiated Siegel's employment contract with Drexel. That contract assured that at the same time that Siegel would be satisfying his image of himself as a builder, he would be getting richer. He had obtained from Drexel a guarantee of $3 million a year for 3 years. With possible further bonuses and his investments in Milken's trading partnerships, he was sure to make much more. Drexel had also promised to make him whole on the Professor IT he would have reaped on his Kidder stock. He was that FIRM's fourth largest shareholder. If Kidder went public or was sold within 2 years of his coming to Drexel. Kidder was bought by General Electric about 6 months after Siegel left. If Siegel needed further confirmation of the financial opportunism of his move, he got it when the results of the first 2 months of 1986 came in at Drexel. In each of those months, Drexel made more money than Kidder had in the entire preceding year. However leery of Milken Siegel had been at their initial meeting, once he joined Drexel he too came under Milken's spell. He went out to Beverly Hills for 3-day periods, spending from 4 a.m. to 8 p.m. with the indefatigable Milken, and was awed by the fecundity of ideas that had first seemed to him wild and uncontrolled. At Kidder, he had had to generate the new ideas, and they had never come to him from the trading side. Now Milken was the generator. Siegel's primary mission, however, as conceptualized by him and Joseph, was to build a defense business at Drexel, with the kinds of blue-chip clients the firm had never had. If Drexel was to become a major financial institution, it could no longer be merely a haven for renegades. Siegel's goal was to have 20 FIV or 30 clients on a tender defense retainer, much as the law firm of Skadden, Arps did. And he got off to a good start. In his first month at Drexel, he contacted about 20 of his old clients. He began to represent several, either on defense or on financing. One was Lear Siegler, the aerospace concern and manufacturer of auto parts, which needed help because its stock was being accumulated by the green-mailing Belzberg brothers. Siegel was, of course, well situated to mediate with the Belzbergs. They had been part of Milken's coterie ever since Mesa Gulf, and ultimately the Belzbergs were bought out by Lear Siegler. According to Dan Dorfman in New York Magazine, the Belzbergs made a professor IT of almost $7.50 million. But the potential conference LICTS that could arise in Drexel's attempting to go both ways were vividly illustrated at this time. Contemporaneous with Drexel's representing Lear Siegler against the dreaded Belzbergs, it was also representing the Belzbergs as they green-mailed Ashland Oil. Here the Belzbergs reaped a professor IT of $15.40 million, according to Dorfman. If there was not an ethical dilemma, conference LICTS of interest are rarely recognized in the investment banking world. Such dual purpose might give pause to the sort of client Siegel was trying to bring aboard. Potential clients might wonder, as they disclosed their financials to their investment banker, where his loyalty, or that of his partners, really resided. Siegel decided that the best way for his Kidder clients to overcome their fear of Drexel would be for them to become acquainted with his partners, to meet Milken, to understand that true security lay in their being in the Drexel camp, not outside it. So he invited more than a dozen of them to the 1986 Predators Ball. In 1 year so much had changed that even the old name, Predators Ball, sounded faintly archaic. Among the 2,000 guests were many CEOs of major corporations. T. Boone Pickens, the raider who had started it all with Mesa Gulf, and had been a keynote speaker at Drexel conferences in 1984 and 1985, attended but was not invited to speak, and was clearly miffed. Ronald Perelman, now chairman of Revlon, opened the conference, and Dr. Armand Hammer, chairman of Occidental, closed it. There were also presentations by Beatrice, Gulf Plus Western, Burroughs, Warner Communications and Lear Siegler. As one of the conference organizers exclaimed excitedly, "It's the Academy Awards of business." The old ethos was still there, though not as strident and all-encompassing as in years past. In one of the videos that are produced each year at Milken's direction, Dallas Jr. Ewing, Larry Hagman, appeared, flashing a Drexel Express titanium card, which, he declared, had a $10 billion line of credit. Jr. urged, "Don't go hunting without it." But the best line of the conference, most participants agreed, was delivered by Nelson Peltz, who was asked to give a presentation for the FIRST time. A year earlier, Peltz had been a nervous hopeful, with nothing to his name but a controlling interest in a meager wire and cable company. Now he was magically transformed into one of the nation's industrialists, with a controlling interest in a $4 billion empire. In a play on Winston Churchill's famous declaration, Peltz gazed out at the crowd, many of them holders of his bonds, and declared, "Never have so few owed so much to so many." Martin Siegel played a prominent role, appearing on a panel and at one point, in reference to his move from the Bluenose Kidder to the dread Drexel, donned first a white cowboy hat and then a black. His old Kidder clients, among them the chairman of Lear Siegler and Pan American, seemed rather dazzled by it all. One guest wondered, "Wow, Marty, does Kidder throw these kinds of things? But probably no one was more dazzled than Siegel himself. The personal wealth there, he calculated, was 3 times the GNP. And it was not only the sheer dollars but the power and influence that he found so awe-inspiring. One manifestation of that growing power and influence was a political presence far larger than at any previous conference. Senators Bill Bradley and Frank Lautenberg of New Jersey, Howard Metzenbaum of Ohio and Alan Cranston of California all spoke at the conference. Senate Majority Leader Robert Dole was supposed to appear as a surprise speaker at a corporate finance breakfast, but he canceled at the last moment. Representative Timothy Worth of Colorado and Massachusetts Senator Edward M. Kennedy came, but they were not speakers. Kennedy told me, recalled Tubby Burnham, "I'm here to listen and to learn." Drexel had spared no effort, and no expense, in educating Congress over the past year and a half. Representative Worth was one of the early recipients of Drexel's lavish attentions, not surprisingly, since he chaired the hearings of the House Subcommittee on Telecommunications, Consumer Protection and Finance on Takeovers, in 1984 and again in the FI-RST half of 1985. At FI-RST, Worth spearheaded the congressional assault, but by April 1985, when he attended the Predators Ball, he was straddling the fence, and by the end of that year he had become a staunch supporter of Drexel and its junk bonds. In fact, one of his top aides, David Aylward, left his job with Worth to help organize Alliance for Capital Access, a lobby formed to oppose federal limits on junk bond financings, formed by Drexel clients at Drexel's prompting. The leader of Alliance was Larry Meisel of MDC Holdings, a longtime issuer of junk bonds and also a major subscriber to the bonds in the takeover deals. Under the Federal Election Campaign Act, the limits on contributions to candidates per election are $1,000 for a contribution by an individual and $5,000 by a multi-candidate committee, the category in which Drexel's Political Action Committee falls. In 1985, Drexel's PAC donated $2,000 to Worth, falling short of its limit by $3,000. But contributions by individuals at the FI-IRM, including $1,000 from both Michael and Lowell Milken, and $1,000 from Gary Winnick, who left the FI-IRM in the fall of '85, totaled about $17,000. Roughly $9,000 of this was comprised of donations of $250 from members of the Milken Group. There were also some contributions from Milken's extended family. Donations from Tom Spiegel, Abraham Spiegel, Helena Spiegel, Adita Spiegel, Lee Eckel, a Columbia Savings Director, and a Columbia PAC totaled $7,150. While Drexel executives knew that Worth was their supporter by the latter half of 1985, Wachtell, Lipton, with Martin Lipton spearheading the anti-junk crusade, apparently did not. In late 1985, 20 members of the Wachtell FI-IRM each donated $500 to Worth, for a total of $10,000. By mid-1985, the center of activity for anti-takeover legislation had shifted from the House to the Senate, and Senator Alphonse M. D'Amato of New York, chairman of the Senate Banking Committee's Subcommittee on Securities, had primacy. Drexel was by far the biggest donor among FI-National FI-RMS to D'Amato from 1981 to 1986. Its contributions totaled $70,750. The next highest D'Amato contribution from an investment banking FI-IRM was Morgan Stanley's at $40,600. As reported by Bruce Ingersoll and Brooks Jackson in the Wall Street Journal, Drexel's courting of D'Amato moved into high gear at the end of May 1985, when D'Amato was preparing to hold hearings on proposed legislation. One bill would have curbed the use of junk bonds in takeovers and buyouts. And another would have limited junk bond purchases by thrifts. Harry Horowitz, Milken's boyhood chum who joined Milken's group in 1979 to perform administrative functions and by the mid-80s was his Washington lobbyist and Predators ball organizer, set up a fundraising dinner for D'Amato at Chasen's in Beverly Hills. The guest list at that dinner included 23 executives from Drexel and a half dozen from Columbia Savings and Loan, including Thomas Spiegel. D'Amato's take from this dinner was more than $33,000. During the late spring of 1985, the wave of anti-takeover sentiment in Congress was cresting, and many legislators were eager to take some action. According to the Journal account, D'Amato assured his fellow senators that he would have legislation ready to be considered before the summer recess. That, however, did not happen. It was December 1985 when D'Amato finally had his draft bill readied, and by that time the issue had lost its heat. In any event, D'Amato's proposed legislation carried no provisions onerous to Drexel. On the subject of junk bonds, he suggested a federal study. 5 days after D'Amato introduced his innocuous bill, Fred Joseph and 35 other Drexel executives each donated $500 to the senator's campaign. In the end, of the 30 bills that dealt with regulating takeovers in 1984 and 1985, not one passed. While Drexel's, and other investment banking firms too, lobbying efforts were Herculean, at least as much credit for their non-passage must go to the Reagan administration, which had said that it would veto any such legislation. And the SEC, which was of course the agency most involved, did not support any of the proposed bills. This was hardly surprising, considering that it was the pro-takeover attitude of the SEC and the Justice Department, in its antitrust policies, under Reagan that had fueled the M&A activity of the early 80s. The SEC did do a study of junk bonds in takeover financing, which reached the predictable conclusion. Released in June 1986, it stated that there was no justify cation for new regulatory initiatives aimed at curbing the use of this kind of debt issuance in takeover bids or indeed as it relates to any other aspects of corporate financing activity. In their 1985 annual report, the President's Council of Economic Advisers had weighed in with its conclusions, surprising only in their ambitiousness. They purported to settle once and for all the decades-long debate over whether takeovers are beneficial or harmful. This August council concluded that mergers and acquisitions improve efficiency, transfer scarce resources to higher-valued uses, and stimulate effective corporate management. The conclusion was remarkably definitive but, apparently, more polemical than proven. In some of the more interesting testimony that emerged from the congressional hearings on takeovers, F.M. Shearer, a Swarthmore College economics professor, had rebutted the council's findings. In his testimony in March 1985, he pointed out that the report's conclusion that takeovers improve efficiency relied on stock market event studies, which are short-run in orientation, examining stock prices during periods 10 to 30 days before and after the announcement or consummation of the merger. If one looks at a period of 10 years or so, Professor Shearer testified, the results are very different. Shearer has developed the premier database in this country for looking at the financial consequences of merger. This database draws upon 27 years of merger history and 7 years of sell-off history for nearly 4,000 individual businesses. These are some of Shearer's findings, from his case studies and statistical research. Contrary to the council's view that merger makers sought companies where management had failed, most in fact targeted well-managed entities, such as National Can. What they were generally attracted by was not sick companies or slipshod management but undervalued assets. Takeovers by firms with no managerial expertise in the acquired company's line of business tended to impair, not improve, efficiency. Takeovers frequently led to short-run Professor IT maximizing strategies, such as the cash cow strategy, under which a business is starved of R&D, equipment modernization, and advertising funds, and/or prices are set at high levels inviting competitor inroads, leaving in the end a depleted, non-competitive shell. On average, acquisitions were less Professor-I-table for the acquiring FI-RMS than the maintenance of existing businesses and the internal development of new business lines. Many takeovers led to sell-offs, which did improve the efficiency of the simpler, self-standing entity. While Shearer had relatively few hostile takeovers in his sampling, in those he did study he found that the takeover aggravated performance deficiencies that existed earlier. In response to questions from panel members, Shearer also made an interesting point about the high leverage, or debt-intensive, capital structures of many U.S. companies, which are coming to resemble Japanese companies' financial structures. Indeed, in the Gospel according to Milken, which is spread by so many of his acolytes, it is often noted that Japanese companies have for years carried much higher debt-to-equity ratios than American companies. True enough, Shearer commented, but the Japanese are able to carry such high levels of debt because when they get into financial difficulties the government bails them out. Shearer's testimony was followed by that of Warren Law, a professor at Harvard Business School. Law too had come to rebut the glittering generalities of the Council's report. The Council's reliance upon short-run stock market behavior as evidence that takeovers are beneficial, he said, could be accepted only if the stock market were a good judge of intrinsic values. As Milken and his entire coterie of raiders, who had made billions by identifying assets undervalued by the market, could have told this group, it is not. Law added that he did not believe that it could be strictly proven that takeovers deter or promote growth and productivity. Inasmuch as we cannot run history twice with and without them, we can only speculate. With this caveat, however, his speculation is that takeovers decrease productivity. He bases this view on a number of factors. Through takeovers, bigger FI-RMS are created, and he believes that large FI-RMS make fewer but bigger errors, tend to continue wrong policies too long, and have the resources to delay until crisis is unmistakable. Furthermore, he pointed out that in the late 1970s approximately half of all corporate acquisitions were also corporate divestitures, many of them businesses which were acquired during the last merger heyday of the 1960s. That wave, he said, was accompanied by an increasing tendency of executive suites to be dominated by people with financial and legal skills. Executives who believed a manager with no special expertise in any particular industry could nevertheless step into an unfamiliar company and run it successfully through strict application of financial controls. The present dismantling of many conglomerates is the result of this folly. There is no reason to believe the result will differ this time. The takeover debate would be laid to rest neither by the 1985 annual report of the President's Council of Economic Advisers nor by Professor Shearer's research. While Shearer's conclusions appeared to be much more soundly based, one reason the debate has been so long-lived is that there is some truth on both sides. Some takeovers do result in more efficient and Professor-I-table companies, even when the new manager-owner has no expertise in the industry and has been, as Frank Considine put it, a financial operator, but not an operator, as in the case, thus far, of Carl Icahn and TWA. Some, on the other hand, do result in companies so debt-laden that their R&D budgets are starved and they become non-competitive, as could conceivably become the case with Uniroyal Chemical, which was the Professor-I-table, healthy core of the old Uniroyal and in its brief tenure under Nelson Peltz's aegis earned barely enough to cover the interest charges on its mountain of $1.06 billion debt. The questions that remain, of course, Which of these scenarios occurs more often, and whether there is indeed a preponderance sufficiently quantifiable and large that one can conclude that most takeovers are beneficial or harmful, will not be able to be meaningfully addressed for the most recent wave of buyouts and takeovers for years. Despite the reservations that both Shearer and Law voiced about takeovers during their testimony before Congress, neither professor was wholeheartedly endorsing anti-takeover legislation, since both were wary of efforts of the federal government to tinker with the tender offer process. Law, however, did favor legislation to abolish greenmail, and Shearer was in favor of changing the tax law that favors the issuing of debt over equity by making interest payments, on debt, deductible but dividends, on stock, not. No law to abolish greenmail was passed. While sweeping changes were made in the Tax Reform Act of 1986, that debt-favoring provision was not one of them. And the only regulatory measure affecting takeovers that was put into effect gave credence to the view that the government might as well stay out of the takeover arena, since its rules are no sooner passed than they become obsolete. In December 1985, the Federal Reserve Board had proposed a measure that would apply its margin regulations to junk bonds issued by shell companies to finance acquisitions. Margin rules restrict the use of borrowed money in buying stock, generally allowing no more than 50% to be borrowed. As the Fed's proposal was interpreted at the time, this would mean that buyers intent on financing a takeover would be allowed to borrow only 50% of the purchase price against stockholder equity of the target, rather than what had become the vogue in 1985 to 80% or more. In other words, they could no longer buy a company by using the company's own equity as collateral for loans. It was just such an enforcement of the margin rules which FI-RST Unocal, in its petition to the Fed, and later Revlon, in court, had argued for when they were under attack. The Fed's proposed ruling elicited an extraordinarily vehement response from the Reagan administration. The Justice Department was joined in its opposition by the Treasury Department, the Office of Management and Budget and others. Even within the Fed there was dissension. Chairman Paul Volcker, who had been an outspoken critic of high leverage and debt-financed acquisitions, was the measure's driving force, but the two Reagan appointees to the Fed's Board of Governors, Vice Chairman Preston Martin and Martha Seeger, both dissented from the board's recommendation. Wall Street was divided on the measure. Salomon Brothers, for example, was in favor of it, while Drexel of course mounted a blitzkrieg of lobbying against it. Even Milken, who typically did not make the politicking treks to Washington that Fred Joseph, Chris Anderson and others in the firm did, tried to lend a hand. Milken wanted to come and see the chairman and talk about capital markets, recalled Michael Brad Eld, the Fed's general counsel. We wouldn't let him come. Everybody considered that bad form, trying to initiate ex parte contact, trying to get in the back door. It was supposed to be all public comment, Brad Eld continued. In February, after the proposal had been approved, Joseph paid a visit to Volcker. The rule was finally adopted, but considerably watered down. The original proposal might have let the government review proposed takeovers based on the respective sizes of the acquirer and the target. But the rule as passed applied only to hostile takeovers by shell companies, and shell companies narrowly defined as having no assets or operations. After all the furor, the rule was irrelevant. One way to get around it was to use as acquiring vehicle a company that had some business, however slight. Another way was to use preferred stock instead of bonds. Preferred stock generally acts like debt, it pays an interest like dividend, and it gives the holder certain rights a common equity holder does not have, but it counts as equity. In the Drexel financed $487 million takeover of Warnaco in late April 1986 by a group that included Andrew Gallup, the chairman of 4 small, diverse companies, and Linda Wagner, a former president of Max Factor and Company. Drexel almost seemed to be thumbing its nose at the regulators. W Acquisition Corporation, WAC, represented the ultimate in the shell acquirer. Not only was WAC a shell corporation with no publicly available financial statements, but the individual bidders, who were providing only slightly more than 1% of the needed financing, were disclosing no financial statements with respect to anybody on the bidder's side. Indeed, it was not clear who would be in control of Warnaco, should the WAC tender offer succeed. All that was really known was that Drexel was expected to raise the financing. At least Icahn and Perelman and Peltz had been identified bidders, with some investment in the offer through their respective vehicles. It was clear they would control, if their tenders succeeded, and they each had to disclose their business histories. But by the early spring of 1986, Drexel was telling the world, including its lawmakers and regulators, all abject, that it had ceased to matter who the bidders were. It was a tender offer and it was money good, because Drexel was behind it, and that was all that mattered. Drexel got around the Fed rule by raising half the financing as common and preferred stock and the other half as debt. Following the announcement of the merger agreement, most of the equity financing was converted into debt. So much for the Fed. 11. Proven profit, so far. It was no wonder that by the fall of 1986 the Drexel juggernaut seemed unstoppable. Congress had been quieted. The takeover debate would continue, but in academia, not in the halls of Congress. And the Fed's action had been rendered impotent. The force in this country buying high-yield securities has overpowered all regulation. Milken had announced to a group of pension fund managers and others in April 1986, as reported in the Washington Post. The investors have recognized increased value, and those financial institutions who dare to move into this area have been well rewarded. Indeed, free of any constraints, Milken's machine was working like a dream. And his critics, many of whom had been prophesying a debt-triggered doomsday for the last 2 years or so, were twisting in the wind. One of the most thoughtful was James Grant, editor of Grant's Interest Rate Observer, who had carved out his anti-junk position back in September 1984. Grant explained that he had reached this point of view, FI-RST, because the world even at that time was long on debt and short on equity. And he followed the old investment adage that one should own the thing in short supply and shun the thing in surplus. What an illiquid world needs is cash, he reasoned, and so the debt security to own, if one chooses to own debt at all, is the one with the highest ratio of cash FL out to interest expense, not, in other words, the junk securities of companies which typically have little financial leeway. Second, Grant reasoned that the holdings of junk bonds were so concentrated in a handful of institutions, Milken's inner circle, which issued bonds and bought each other's paper, as to invalidate the argument of safety through diversify cation in one's portfolio. And, third, he declared that the junk idea had been carried too far, and that a faddishness had grown around its progenitor and proselytizer, Milken. Thus, Grant declared in September 1984, "Our hunch is that, in some basic way, junk has had its day." 2 months later, in November 1984, when Drexel refinanced John Kluge's leveraged buyout of the Metromedia Broadcasting Corporation and issued $1.30 billion of junk bonds, then the largest junk issue ever, Grant had sounded the alarms. He quoted extensively from the prospectus, which said, in the plain, daunting language that would thenceforth become junk boilerplate, that the company might not be able to pay its investors their interest or, for that matter, their principal. Grant's concern, however, was apparently not shared by the buyers, who grabbed up the Metromedia bonds, some of which promised, if all went well, interest of 155/8%. 6 months later, Grant was eating crow. In May 1985, Rupert Murdoch, the publishing magnate, bid $2 billion for the Metromedia television stations, not the radio stations. And he agreed to assume the whole Kluge debt, and pay some $650 million besides, for the television assets. In a mere 6 months, the value of the stations had appreciated by $650 million. This, Grant noted rightly, had added vitality to the already prevalent investment outlook that assumed not a recession but prosperity, that counted on something good just around the corner to make the balance sheet balance. Hot on the heels of Murdoch Metromedia came Storer Communications, at $1.93 billion, further testament to this kind of investment faith. Like Metromedia, Storer did not have enough money to meet its FI/XED charges out of cash FLO, and like Metromedia, it contained a healthy quantity of zero-coupon bonds, 1/3 of the total, in its mix of securities. The zero-coupon bond was vital to these deals. Sold at a discount from its face value, it requires no interest payments, hence, zero coupon, until maturity, when the annual accrued interest and the principal are paid out. Drexel had pioneered the heavy use of zero-coupon bonds in junk deals, especially in the communications industry, where the company in the foreseeable future could not make its interest payments. The day of reckoning for many of these deals, with securities issued in 1985 and 1986, would be years away. Now, in early fall 1986, Grant was still in print, and unswerving. He articulated a theory of a credit cycle in debt expansions, in which a gradual shift from vigilance to recklessness in lending and borrowing takes place, and he postulated that the current cycle had reached the reckless, or manic, phase. In this phase, the public competes frenziedly for securities of higher and higher yield, and poorer quality. Using the junk mutual funds as a benchmark, Grant pointed out that as recently as 1982, only 45% of the fund's holdings had comprised bonds rated single B or lower, or not rated at all, and as of mid-1986 such securities made up 68% of those funds' portfolios. Edward Altman, a finance professor at New York University who wrote a book entitled Investing in Junk Bonds, also asserts that credit quality of new issues, after improving over the 1978 to 1984 period, began to deteriorate in 1985. And Gail Hessel of Standard & Poor's asserted in Businessweek in November 1986 that within the junk universe the new issues were at the lower end of credit quality. It was noteworthy that at the same time that junk was becoming junkier, it had been comprising a growing percentage of the entire corporate debt market. A total of $50 billion of junk was issued in 1985–86. Junk rose from 11% of the total corporate debt issued in 1982 to 24% in 1985. This does not include all the debt that was downgraded into the junk nether regions, $20 billion over the 1985–86 period, much of it as a result of takeovers and buyouts. By year-end 1986, the junk market had grown from $15 billion a decade earlier to about $125 billion. If the quality of junk was deteriorating, one would expect there to be an increasing number of defaults, although the junkiest of issues, being the most recent, would not yet have had time to go into the can. For the period 1978 to 1985, the average default rate as a percentage of the junk debt outstanding was 1.222%. The year with the highest default rate was 1982, with 3.12%. 1980 FIV, by comparison, had only 1.68%. But then in July 1986 came the fall of LTV Corporation, the largest bankruptcy ever, which helped to produce a 1986 default rate of 3.394%, marginally higher than the 1982 rate and the highest ever since 1970, when Milken was a newly hired researcher and trader of arcane bonds at Drexel Firestone. While 1985 had seen a par face value of defaulting debt of $992 million, in 1986 it was $3.20 billion. LTV, whose defaulted debt had been underwritten by Lehman, not Drexel, caused some nervousness among junk bond investors. But there was no rush to sell from institutional investors, no large withdrawals from the FTY or so high-yield funds investing about $20 billion. In other words, none of the panic that leads to distress selling, that triggers further panic, that causes a market to collapse. And within about 2 weeks, the junk market rallied to its pre-LTV state. Thus LTV was perceived as, and quickly became, an isolated event. It was one that caught even Milken off guard, since he had not believed that a major steel company would go into bankruptcy. When one of Drexel's senior investment bankers told a client that Milken had taken an $11 million loss on LTV, the client, in perfect sync with the Drexel mood in summer '86, quipped, "Lunch money." It is true that by the fall of 1986 there was a growing chorus of business analysts worrying about the amount of debt in this country and the signs of strain it was causing, in the increasing numbers of loan defaults, bankruptcies, bank failures and savings and loan closings. By the end of 1986, total debt, federal plus other borrowing, would top $7 trillion, up nearly $1 trillion in 1 year. Debt would total 1.7 times gross national product, the highest such ratio since the worst years of the Depression. The market value debt to equity percentage, a key measure of the corporate debt burden, was 71.4% for 1985. That compared with 35.3% in 1961, 46.7% in 1971, 91.1% in 1974, and 70% in 1981. But the concern of these business analysts tended to be global, running the gamut from federal debt to corporate to consumer, and was not focused particularly on Milken and his enclave in Beverly Hills. It could not reasonably be, because their debt was not a problem, leverage was not a problem, the thrifts that were failing were not Milken's protégés, and the deals that were going into default in the main were not his, either. Many of the most highly leveraged acquisitions that he had backed were now refinancing their debt at lower rates. Taking advantage of the surging bull market, many were replacing straight bonds with either convertible bonds or equity. Equitize, in fact, was the new slogan at Drexel. By the end of 1987, Drexel would say that almost $22 billion in public high-yield debt had been retired in 1985 to 87, during which time about $99 billion of such debt was issued. Despite these signs of growing stability in Milken's empire, the Isaiahs of the financial world were still proclaiming that the Milken experiment had worked so far only because interest rates had gone down and the stock market had continued to soar. But when the next recession came, they declared darkly, that empire would be shown to be made of mirrors. Some of Milken's rival investment bankers too suggested that he, with the help of his and his group's capital, and Drexel's, and that of his ever-ready inner circle, had been able to create the illusion of a thriving supply and demand market, by fishing the trouble spots and providing liquidity when and where it was needed. When the recession came, they predicted, even Milken at the controls, with all his machinations and his billions of dollars of capital, would not be able to forestall a tidal wave of defaults. In the fall of 1986, however, that recession, which was indeed the necessary test for Milken's grand design, was nowhere in sight. And the critics, who in the face of Milken's success had begun to sound niggling, were all but drowned out. A spate of magazine articles about Milken appeared, rivaling each other in the lavishness of their praise. Forbes, which in 1984 had featured a cover showing Milken and his favored, Fred Carr, Tom Spiegel, Saul Steinberg and others, riding a merry-go-round, with an accompanying article by reporters Alan Sloan and Howard Rudnitsky that detailed the interlockings of his network, now published a piece, by the same reporters, laced with admiration and entitled, A One-Man Revolution. Businessweek, with Milken on its cover, quoted Harvard Business School professor Samuel Hayes comparing Milken to J.P. Morgan and ran an editorial headed, Junk Bonds Deserve a Little Respect. For Institutional Investor, the headline said it all, Milken the Magnificent. Even The Economist, that sober periodical, gave its imprimatur to Milken's accomplishments in November 1986. In an editorial, in defense of Raiders, its editors essentially sided with the President's Council of Economic Advisers. The editorial declared that the Raiders in their junk bond financed acquisitions were helping to make American business leaner and more competitive, instituting operating efficiencies through better management. The assumption of debt, it noted, is not necessarily Professor L-I-gate but can, in fact, as Milken had been repeating in his tireless litany year after year, impose a most wondrous discipline. All these plaudits did nothing to mellow Milken or soften his iconoclastic edge. Overriding conference idents, the utter conviction of his rightness, had been his insignia even when he was a 22-year-old summer intern at Drexel Firestone in Philadelphia and wanted to bring salvation to that Phi RM's beleaguered back-off ICE. Now, after more than a decade of having preached his unorthodox gospel about low-rated bonds, after having pioneered their issuance, eliciting first the disdain and later the antipathy of the corporate establishment, Milken had the certitude of the proven prophet. That he had been so right about so much, while others were so wrong, was a point that no one who listened to the few speeches he had given in early 1986 was allowed to ignore. His recurrent theme was, perception versus reality, or, put more bluntly, how he could see what most of the world could not. Self-serving as it was, he had in fact built his legendary career and fortune upon this ability, first, in seeing the creditworthiness of companies that the rating agencies deemed junk, and later in seeing the undervalued assets of companies that were candidates for buyouts or takeovers. His was the clairvoyance of the outsider. He held himself apart from the mainstream. He had become both prophet and engineer of change. And that was why, he believed, resistance to his endeavors had lately been so violent. We're faced with change, Milken told a group of money managers in Boston in February 1986. And all of us have resisted this change. Our regulators have resisted change. Our politicians have resisted change. Portfolio managers have resisted change. Traders have resisted change. Salesmen have resisted change. We're not willing to recognize that James Dean, in the movie The Giant, Sick, was really the person who was financially strong, not Rock Hudson. That many of our money center banks today are financially weak, even though we might perceive them to be strong. That many of the insurance companies in the United States that are considered to be mavericks are the strong insurance companies today, not the weak. That many of the savings and loans, who have used different investment techniques, and different ways to build their capital structures, will be the survivors and the strong savings and loans of the future, not the weak. Why are they not accurately perceived? Because their customs, their methods, their personalities, their people, are not the way they were in the past, and are not immediately accepted. Often, what's old is weak and what's new is strong. The common perception is that capital is scarce, Milken declared in his time-worn message, but in fact capital is abundant, it is vision that is scarce. In a favorite exercise, Milken offered example after example of disastrous investments of excess cash made by those blue-chip companies rated AAA, the companies he had always disdained. The major international oil companies have had from $2 billion to $7 billion in excess cash for a 10 to 20-year period, he said. Exxon squandered perhaps as much as $3 billion in its foray into information systems. Standard of California made an $8 billion bid for a company named American Metal Climax which, had it been accepted, would have caused Standard to lose $12 billion. Atlantic Rich IL'd lost in excess of $2 billion in the metals business. So we see here, Milken drew the moral, excess capital is not strength. It leads to the opportunity of weakness. But if one has vision, the results are very different. While Milken had not mentioned them by name, his star protégés, Columbia Savings and First Executive, were clearly in mind when he spoke of those savings and loans and insurance companies that are today's mavericks and would be the strong institutions of the future. Now he tallied his triumphs. Even though Forbes magazine would have us believe otherwise, Mr. Perelman, who runs Pantry Pride today, seems to have had the ability of knowing what to do with his money. In the last 6 to 7 years, not only has he taken a few $1 million and purchased McAndrews and Forbes, and then bought Wilbur Chocolates, and then took the company private, and then bought Consolidated Cigar, and then bought Technicolor, but he has subsequently invested money in Pantry Pride. Pantry Pride was only selling at 3 3/4 before Mr. Perelman took it over, and is now selling somewhere between 11 and 12, in a matter of less than 1 year. Why? Because a management team has been brought to bear, which was willing to take the risk, who had the vision of value, and to find the backing of you in this room and other institutional investors around the country, willing to loan them money with the understanding that they had to commit to repay your interest and principal, and have the vision or foresight, which was the scarce resource, to identify those assets that are undervalued in the marketplace, the difference between a perception and the reality, and to use your money wisely. Forbes magazine, I don't mean to dwell on their articles, recently wrote about 2 people who run a company called Triangle, who took advantage of the poor unsuspecting public, I don't know how, and bought National Can. Anyone in this room, anyone at Drexel Burnham, anyone could have bought National Can. It required a down payment of $100 million in equity, $490 million in debt. Today the company will make in 1986 probably $140 to $150 million from operations, and the stock of the public company that bought it has increased 4-fold. So, Milken summed up, the opportunities are there. The question is, who sees the value? A rhetorical question if ever there was one. Milken heralded the return of the owner-manager, back in American corporate life after an absence of 30 or 40 years. This had been Milken and Joseph's tenet, from the time they started raising debt for their junk issuers back in 1977. They had wanted those clients to have significant stakes in their companies. In 1980–81, 3 key Drexel clients, Meshulam Riklis, Carl Lindner and Saul Steinberg, had each taken their companies private, in the ultimate extension of the owner-manager philosophy. And then the mammoth LBOs of the mid-80s, largely financed by Drexel, had further amplified the trend. On another occasion, in 1986, Milken pointed to the Beatrice buyout as an example of the efficiencies that can be wrought by owner management. Why is this company worth $50 a share 3 months after the company decided to sell stock at 32? This company spent hundreds of millions of dollars on things an owner-manager might not spend money on. The company spent as much as $70 million a year sponsoring races. Elimination of $70 million a year in cash out FLO increases your value by $500 million a year. The company spent $30 to $50 million on corporate image advertising, so that people would know what a Beatrice was. Maybe as an owner you feel it is not important to know what a Beatrice is. You think knowing what Tropicana orange juice and Samsonite luggage, Beatrice products, is good enough. And so there you can add another $300 to $400 million a year. Corporate home off ICE overhead was $220 million plus a year to run a $12 billion business. S-Mark, purchaser of Beatrice, ran a $6 billion business on a $23 million corporate overhead level. Milken speaks extemporaneously. He usually scribbles a few notes on his way to his speeches, but he only glances at them. He never gropes for a number. The facts and figures pour forth, as effortlessly as though on a computer printout. The set of his jaw is as taut as his delivery. While he strives occasionally for some humorous one-liner, he is most himself when he is serious, hammering home one purposeful point after another. But at his February 1986 speech in Boston, to a group of high-yield fund money managers whom he had courted back in the late 70s, he did make one remark, lighter than the rest, that seemed to engage his fancy. There are at least 500 people in this country worth $1 billion, Milken said intently. Skip a beat. That gives us all something to shoot for, he added, with a smile of pleasure that told his listeners he was already over the mark. 12. Milken's money machine. In the fall of 1986, the street was FI-LLED with Milken imitators. They underwrote junk bonds, cutting the once secure 3 to 4% fees, and sometimes to Milken's fury they beat him out on a deal. Now they were offering bridge loans in an attempt to cut into his buyout and takeover business. But try as they might, what they could not do was be Michael Milken. They did not have the storehouse of knowledge about this market that he had built since his earliest infatuation with it in the 60s. Much of that knowledge he had fed into his computer system which, as he liked to say, shows who owns securities, when they bought them, where every security might be in the Western world. They did not have Drexel's portfolio of about $5 billion in junk, more than 10 times larger than any of theirs. And, most important, they could not sit out in Beverly Hills at Milken's NASA-like console of direct phone lines to buyers whom he had cultivated, enriched. In many instances created. Buyers whose commonality was that they owed him, and parcel out billions of dollars of bonds among them in pieces of $25 million, $50 million, $100 million, more. In that, he was inimitable. In December 1985, Drexel had backed the bid of GAF, a chemical and building materials company controlled by its chairman, Samuel Heyman, for Union Carbide, a chemical giant more than 10 times the size of GAF. Drexel had said it was highly conference ident, that it could raise $3.50 billion, the largest highly conference ident claim up to that time. Ultimately, GAF chairman Samuel Heyman decided to stop raising his bid and to sell into Union Carbide's defensive counteroffer, made to all shareholders, thereby reaping a Professor IT of $250 million for GAF. He stopped, he would later say, because he thought the price had simply gotten too high to make good business sense. Milken and Drexel had wanted him to go higher, and had assured him that the firm would raise the additional financing required to top the Union Carbide recapitalization offer. Heyman recalled going out to see Milken in early December 1985, a few days before GAF announced its offer. I wanted to look him in the eye in order to take the measure of his conference ident's level in getting the job done. He gave me his personal assurance that he would be able to raise the financing, and he reviewed with me a list of individual and institutional investors who had customarily participated in similar Drexel transactions, and indicated which ones he thought would be likely purchasers of the carbide issue. Within 3 weeks of that meeting, Mike had delivered to me on New Year's Eve signed commitments for $3.5 billion from substantially the same list of buyers he had earlier predicted would be interested in the deal. Considering the mammoth size of the financing, that it was a complicated hostile transaction, and that it was accomplished in 3 weeks over Christmas vacation, it was a Herculean effort, Heyman concluded. Capital, as Milken loved to say and to prove to the world, time and time again, is not a scarce resource, indeed. But there had never been quite so much at his fingertips as there was by the fall of '86. This was a tribute to his money machine, which had of course owed most copiously at its fount but had also spread its abundance, increasingly, through all its parts. First Executive and Columbia Savings, both of which Milken had an equity stake in, as well as pride of authorship, had flourished and continued to gorge on the junk bonds that had transfigured them. By the fall of 1986, Thomas Spiegel was investing at least $3 billion of Columbia's $10.20 billion in assets in junk. And that was conservative compared to Fred Carr, who was investing in junk about $7 billion, roughly 60% of First Executive's assets. In a sense, considering the enormity of their investments and their closeness to Milken, these institutions functioned as his merchant banking arms. Some who understood this relationship found it amusing that a branch off ICE of Columbia Savings should be on the second floor of Milken's building, which was locked, and could not be entered except with clearance. On a smaller scale, others in this game had also prospered. Money managers who had started in the late 70s with $50 million or $200 million to invest in Milken's junk bonds were now managing portfolios of $1–2 billion. James K. Wood, for example, who had been managing money for American General when Milken visited him in Houston in 1978, was now running his own fund, K. Wood Christian, which had about $1.50 billion of mainly S&L money. Howard Marks, who had been managing money at Citibank in New York when he came out to visit Milken in Century City and concluded that Milken's shop should be a Harvard Business School case study, was now managing about $1 billion, some of it First Executives at Trust Company of the West. And David Solomon, who had started out at First Investors when it was a FL Edgeling in junk and then had become by 1978 the giant of the high-yield fund buyers, with about $500 million to invest, was, by 1986, running his own fund, Solomon Asset Management, and investing about $2 billion. Then there was the Milken Placement Service. Michael is known for placing people who lose jobs, or who want to change jobs, commented one rival. That way, he gets the reputation for loyalty, and he also has all these different pots to draw upon. It's a double whammy. Mark Schenkman, who had Phi RST met Milken in 1977 when he was an equity portfolio manager at the Fidelity Fund in Boston, became the portfolio manager at First Investors after David Solomon's abrupt departure in 1983. Schenkman left First Investors in the spring of 1985. For a brief interim period of a couple of months he advised Ronald Perelman on how to invest, mainly with Drexel, the money Drexel had raised for him in its blind pool. Then, in the early fall of 1985, he opened up Schenkman Capital Management, with Albert Fuss, of Drexel in London, as his 24% partner. By the fall of 1986, Schenkman Capital Management had about $500 million to invest. Schenkman also was now investment advisor for 2 Drexel offshore funds for foreign investors, Finsbury and Winchester Recovery. Finsbury was a general high-yield fund. Winchester Recovery invested only in bankrupt securities, Milken's specialty, from the early 70s. Schenkman and David Solomon each were managing 50% of Finsbury. By having ostensibly independent managers, Drexel avoided the conference LICT of interest problem it would have had if it had put its own new issues into these funds. And for Drexelites who wanted to leave the firm, and were doing so on friendly terms, Milken often found or created new situations. Thomas Sidurick, whose brother, David Sidurick, was one of Milken's troops in Beverly Hills, worked brief LY at Drexel in New York and then decided he wanted something different. He became the manager of a $300 million junk portfolio at Coastal, a thrift in LA. No one ever really has to leave Drexel. That's what is so great about it, Thomas Sidurick declared. If you say you're tired, you want a change of pace, they say, fine, we can put you over here. Joan Conan had moved out from New York to join the Milken Group but never made the adjustment to California and wanted to return home. Milken is said to have helped her find a job at the Equitable, where she was now, in '86, running a $2 billion fund, investing mainly in buyouts. Another of the old-timers, Dort Cameron III, who had been with Milken from the Drexel Firestone days, left Drexel in 1984 to join the Base Investment Limited Partnership, subsequently renamed Investment Limited Partnership, in Greenwich, Connecticut. He did it with Milken's blessing and some of his money. Cameron's partners there were Drexel, the Base family and Richard Rainwater, who was the Base's chief dealmaker until he went independent in 1985. By 1986, Cameron had at least $2 billion to invest, mainly for LBOs. Gary Winnick, who had joined Milken's group in 1978 and had become one of his key salesmen, followed in Cameron's footsteps. In 1985, Winnick moved across the street from Milken's Beverly Hills off ICE to open Passive IC Asset Holdings. Winnick invested about $30 million, a Drexel Burnham Group put in $40 million, and the Base family and related entities put in $45 million. With that equity base, slightly less than $500 million of junk debt raised by Drexel, and bank borrowings, Passive IC Asset had over $1 billion. Both Passive IC Asset and ILP are structured in ways that ostensibly limit Milken's and Drexel's role in decision-making. At Passive IC Asset, for example, the two general partners are Winnick and Richard Sandler, Milken's ubiquitous lawyer and his brother's boyhood friend, who appears in so many Milken partnerships. Winnick needs the approval of Sandler, his general partner, for certain transactions. The strived for illusion here, of course, is that Sandler is something other than Milken's proxy. It is no different from Belvedere, the firm in which Milken owned the majority interest but was only a limited partner, and thus when asked about it in an SEC deposition could profess general ignorance about its operations, pointing to his limited partner status. This was, in fact, the position he took in a 1985 SEC deposition with regard to all the limited partnerships in which he was an investor. I don't have, investment authority for any of these accounts, Milken testified. Questioned again on this point, Milken testified, I would not make the investment decisions, correct? The idea of Milken allowing his control over his investments to be so usurped, however, is simply not believable. Indeed, Otter Creek, that early investment partnership for his group, had a revolving investment committee of 3 Milken Group members who theoretically made all investment decisions. Said one former member of Milken's group who served on that investment committee, I never made one decision. It was all Mike. Cameron and Winnick had done their hard time with Milken, accumulated many millions, and then moved out to augment their fortunes as Drexel adjuncts. But probably no one else joined Drexel, was relocated in a satellite group, and made his fortune, in as short order as did Guy Dove III. Dove had worked at Drexel Firestone in the early 70s. He had left Drexel and bounced through 4 other firms. When, in 1982, He was rehired at Drexel in Washington, D.C., where he did some selling for Milken. Dove had just signed a consent agreement with the SEC. The SEC alleged that he had sold stock short on inside information for a professor IT of $22,906.25, which he was made to disgorge. Dove had been an institutional salesman at Schroeder Capital Management when he did the trades that were the subject of the consent decree. After signing it, he realized, according to Schroeder's then senior vice president Howard Quosi, that he would neither move ahead nor make more money at Schroeder. So he went to Drexel. Quosi recalled, "Guy was always really aggressive in his own account, not like the rest of us money managers. We might have tried to enhance our personal wealth now and then, but he was really aggressive." In 1984, Dove moved to California and went across the street from Drexel to be chief investment officer at Atlantic Capital. This was the Atlantic Capital that committed to buy bonds in Icon's bid for Philips, in Peltz's and May's for National Can, in Perelman's for Revlon. In the $725 million that Milken raised for Revlon, Atlantic Capital, through its various subsidiaries, committed to buy $130 million of the bonds. In the $3.50 billion of commitments that Milken had collected for Heyman in his Union Carbide bid, Atlantic Capital had come in for $155 million. This was the ubiquitous Atlantic Capital. In the Drexel megadeals of 1985, it was among the biggest buyers, if not the biggest. Of all Milken's ready pools, Atlantic Capital was the one about which other investors, even those close to Drexel, knew the least. While other buyers sometimes used street names, probably no other buyer went by as many names or used as many subsidiaries in these deals as Atlantic Capital. In Revlon, there were commitments to buy bonds not only from Atlantic Capital Corporation, but also from these related entities: Worldwide Trading, SSC3 Corporation, Garrison Capital Corporation and First Oak Financial Corporation. In its 1984–85 heyday, Atlantic Capital had at least $3–4 billion to invest. While First Executive's investment pool was somewhat larger, First Executive, like all insurance companies, had to submit a list of all securities in its investment portfolio to the state insurance commissioner at the end of each year. By the fall of '86, in fact, the New York State Insurance Commissioner, who had jurisdiction over Carr's Executive Life in New York, a smaller subsidiary of the California company, had indicated that he was considering imposing a limit on the amount of junk bonds an insurer could buy. Similarly, Tom Spiegel's $3 billion pool at Columbia Savings was overseen by increasingly critical regulators at the Federal Home Loan Bank Board. And by the fall of '86, those regulators indicated that they expected to propose regulations that would limit Thrift's junk bond investments in some way, perhaps by limiting the amount that could be invested in a single company, or by requiring that investments be spread among various companies and industries. Tom Spiegel and Fred Carr had enjoyed great license for years, but theirs were not wholly unmonitored investments. Atlantic Capital's were. Atlantic Capital's game was the brainchild of a former investment banker in municipal finance at Shearson named Pierre Wedvik. In the early '80s, when interest rates went sky high, single-family mortgage revenue bond issues began to proliferate, since financing a home in the private sector had become extremely expensive. Typically, in these housing deals, a municipality would sell its bond issue and invest in an investment contract with the proceeds, which would remain in that investment contract until they were needed to purchase mortgages. That contract, which had to be provided by an institution with a high investment grade rating, promised to pay a certain rate of interest on the funds, and to repay the principal in an allotted period of time. In most of these housing deals, the bulk of the funds were moved out of the investment contracts and used either to purchase mortgages or to repay the bonds, generally within 3 years. However, some of the funds, approximately 10%, were invested in a debt service reserve fund for the full term of the bond issues, usually 30+ years. Wedvik's idea was to sell these investment contracts to the municipalities and, somehow, make a big spread between the rate he had to pay and what he made on his investments. An arbitrage. All he needed was an institution with a high investment grade rating, and a crackerjack investment strategy. An AA rating was provided through a Mexican named Rodrigo Rocha, who in 1981 had taken over a Bermuda-based reinsurance company. Clarendon. Rocha's cohort at Clarendon was Erkki Pesonen, then chairman of Kansa General Insurance Company in Helsinki, Finland. Kansa owned about 35% of Clarendon. Kansa was also a member of a pool of reinsurers for First Stratford, the reinsurance company formed in 1982 and owned primarily by a Milken Group and First Executive. Most important, Kansa had an AA rating from Standard & Poor's. So Atlantic Capital was created, as a subsidiary of Clarendon. Atlantic Capital issued the investment contract, which was backed by Clarendon, which was covered by a cut-through agreement, assuming liability from Kansa. That, however, was only half the farrago. The other was an investment strategy. And that, as Wedvik and Rocha soon discovered, they did not have. When they started selling these investment contracts in 1982, they invested the money in treasuries, which they attempted to hedge. They lost their asses on that, recalled one former Drexel executive. I remember going to a cocktail party in '84. And Rodrigo was introducing his hedge guy from Stanford, who had all these computer models. About 4 or 5 months later, I heard they took a really big hit. By mid-'84, they had moved to Milken's junk, bonds and preferred stock. Now they were making a spread of at least 400 to 500 basis points. There are 100 basis points in 1 percentage point, sometimes as much as 1,000. They would promise a return of 8% or so and then invest the money in junk that was paying 13 to 18%. Guy Dove came to be their trader, and Milken's man in the shop. It was rumored at Drexel that Milken had an equity stake in Clarendon through his investment partnerships. But those partnerships were essentially run as blind pools, so even those at Drexel who had money in them generally did not know what their investments were. It was great while it lasted. Wedvik, who had reportedly been making no more than $70,000 a year at Shearson in his pre-Atlantic Capital days, now was said to be making about $10 million a month. His lifestyle lent credence to the talk. "I saw Pierre not long ago," one friend remarked, "and he was driving a Rolls-Royce. But it was only one of them, that he owns." When Wedvik married in early 1985, Drexel threw a bachelor party for him in Las Vegas and FLEU in friends and key clients. It was an extravaganza worthy of someone who was said at the time to be Milken's biggest client. In these bond deals, it was typically the underwriter who decided which bidder would be awarded the investment contract. Major commercial banks and insurance companies FLU'd this market in the early '80s. But in California, where Atlantic Capital was most active, no institution could compete with it. There was no disclosure required as to how the funds would be invested, and most underwriters who accepted Atlantic Capital bids apparently looked to the A rating and not beyond. Of a half-dozen interviewed by this reporter, all said they did not know the money was being invested in junk bonds. One asserted, for about 2 years, they, Atlantic Capital, were tearing up and down the state, getting any deal they wanted. It was almost impossible not to do business with them. And for a long time they managed to keep it very quiet, the rates they were getting. I remember I was with Pierre in a restaurant in early 1985, and I said, "Pierre, how are you doing this?" And he said, "We've got the best options guy in the country." I can't say what they were doing was illegal, this underwriter concluded. But it certainly failed the good faith test. If the underwriters were ignorant of how the money was being invested, FGIC, Financial Guarantee Insurance Company, the bond insurer which insured some of Atlantic's investment contracts, was not. One analyst at FGIC says, however, that it was their knowledge of Atlantic's investment strategy that caused them to limit the coverage to $300 million. What was worrying, this analyst adds, was not only that Atlantic was putting the money into junk, but that it was also committing a cardinal investment sin. Like the S&Ls which had borrowed short-term money and lent long, and so got caught when interest rates skyrocketed and had to pay more for their money than they were receiving on their long-term loans, Atlantic Capital had borrowed short. Most of these funds had to be repaid in 3 years. And lent long. The securities they bought typically had maturities of 10 years or more. It was a game of musical chairs, this analyst said. They were using the new money that came in to make payouts on the old contracts. They weren't liquidating the securities. So there was certainly the risk that if interest rates had risen, in the end there would not have been enough money in the securities, whose price would have fallen, to make the payouts. Or if there had been any big defaults, in the junk issues. But there weren't. By the fall of 1985, it was essentially over. Standard & Poor's finally exerted sufficient pressure on Kansa that company refused to extend its cut-through agreements to any new investment contracts. Atlantic Capital stopped selling these contracts. It had sold about 100 by the late fall of '85. Within the next year, Pesonen, who had led Kansa into the foray with Rocha and Clarendon, left Kansa to join Clarendon full-time in its London ICE. He was replaced by a new chairman and management from outside the company who vowed to refocus Kansa on its domestic, rather than international, activities. And in December 1986 Standard & Poor's downgraded Kansa from A to A substantial downgrade, in large part because of its relationship with Atlantic Capital and its concern about Atlantic Capital's investment portfolio. Standard & Poor's noted, however, that Kansa had already taken steps to allay its concerns. In particular, Kansa General's intention to no longer reinsure new exposures of its one-third owned Clarendon Group will reduce over time the overall role in the company's portfolio as those exposures run off. Many of the bonds which had been backed by these contracts would also be downgraded by early 1987, so the bondholders were left with devalued bonds. Dove too by 1986 had shifted his base of operations to Clarendon's London ICE. In December 1986, U.S. District Judge Owen Panner granted a preliminary injunction to the Princeville Development Corporation, allowing it to block the attempts to acquire control of it by Dove, through Garrison Capital Corporation, affiliated with Clarendon, Charles Knapp, through Trafalgar Holdings, and others. Among his other findings, Panner cited numerous disclosure violations by Garrison, including its having failed to disclose that it was acting as part of a group, in an attempt to seize control of Princeville. Panner also found that, while Dove and Knapp were posing as only sources of financing for the tender offer for Princeville, in fact that financing, through the issuing of warrants, would place between 40% and 90% of the equity in Dove's and Knapp's hands. The offer to purchase was fraudulent. Panner found, inasmuch as Princeville shareholders were prevented from discovering that managerial control of Princeville could pass to persons with, at best, dubious pasts, Dove and Knapp. For Dove, Atlantic Capital was surely a once-in-a-lifetime kind of opportunity. Like other members of the Milken network, Atlantic Capital benefited enormously from the halcyon financial times in which it operated. Because Atlantic Capital's gamble on interest rates was so great, the superb economic climate probably meant the difference between striking it rich and suffering a disaster. For others, Companies which had issued mountains of debt, for example. The climate may have meant the difference between scraping by and prospering. But for everyone in this magnificently orchestrated, highly interdependent production, and for Milken, its maestro, most of all, timing was key. 13. The Enforcer. In the very beginning, from 1973 to 1977, when Milken's universe extended no farther than to the next trading area, he had controlled the members of his small, clannish group with the investment partnerships. As the junk market began to take shape, he controlled some of the buyers, some of the issuers. The larger that market grew, the more important it became to him to control the whole, the more he conceived it in fact his responsibility to do so. Because there was more opportunity for error, more that needed constant fine tuning, so much more to protect. One tremor could be costly. And as Milken's power grew, commensurate with his creation, the opportunities for abuse in the name of control, of expansionism, of disciplining the intransigent, of uprooting the indolent entrenched, also increased. It was for the greater good. He remarked to someone once that there was no corporate democracy in this country and there never would be unless it was forced. Milken was, self-appointed, the enforcer. It is axiomatic that the more powerful one is, the easier control becomes. As Milken became exponentially more powerful than the vast majority of his clients, many would not challenge him. And so he could gouge them, freely. As one Drexel employee said, "Mike is always saying, if we can't make money from, that means overcharge, our friends. Who can we make money from?" Norman Alexander, the chairman of Sun Chemical Corporation, met Milken in the mid-70s when Milken sold him some of Rickless Rapid American bonds. "I remember meeting Mike in Schrafft's, and him showing me all the companies, whose bonds he was trading, on one sheet," recalled Alexander. He had made a market in these bonds. He had organized himself among the players so that he could take you out when you wanted to be taken out, either because he had the capital or because he had the place to put it. Alexander added that through the last 15 years, that liquidity has remained constant. So far, he's always been there, and he's been able to provide whatever oil was needed. Once the original issue market started, Sun Chemical became one of Milken's early issuers, doing a $50 million offering of junk bonds in 1978. Alexander remained a satisfied customer of Milken's through the years, investing personally in some of the supraleveraged acquisitions when they came along. On these deals, he said that he, like many others, tends not to read the fine print. Alexander explained, "The investment is made largely on your confidence in Mike's ability to appraise the value of a deal." Alexander is a longtime admirer of Milken, but he did register one muted complaint. In 1986, Drexel was selling a small company for him. It was charging him a commission fee that he estimated was double what other investment bankers would have charged him. But he did the deal with Drexel anyway. "Because if I didn't," Alexander recalled, "the next time I would say, 'Mike, you have to get me out of Revlon,' or, 'You have to get me out of Boski,' he would say, 'Oh, and for 25,000 you went somewhere else.' So, you see, you tend not to go somewhere else." One of his clients going somewhere else, not just on a deal, but even on a trade, Milken took as a personal affront. And he was so vigilant that he missed little that occurred in his market. One client recounted getting a call from Milken in 1986, when Milken was steeped in multi-billion-dollar transactions. "You people just bought $5 million worth of bonds through Oppenheimer," Mike said. "I could have gotten you those bonds for half a point better." I said, "How do you know, and more important, why do you care?" And he said, "We want every piece of business." One rival trader said Milken's omnivorousness goes even further. "Mike wants not 100% but 101%, because not only does he want to do all your business, But he also is not happy unless you actively trade, churn the account. When Milken had 60 to 70% of the market, no one who intended to stay in it could afford to alienate him. Knowing they were being gouged by Milken but thriving on his merchandise, many of his clients had what one Drexel employee described as a love-hate relationship with Milken. Even some of those clients closest to him, Fred Carr, for example, actively, though privately, encouraged competitor investment banking FI RMS to enter the junk market. But while those FI RMS did enter, they were not committed to that market the way Milken was. And how could they be? He had created it, he viewed himself as not only its progenitor but its guardian. They had come along, late in the day, for the ride. Morgan Stanley, which by 1985 was emphatic about its determination to be a serious participant in this market, underwrote $540 million of junk bonds for People Express from December 1983 to April 1986. But in the summer of 1986, when People was on the verge of bankruptcy and some of its bonds plunged to as low as 35% of their issue price, Morgan Stanley made itself scarce. No bids were forthcoming. James K. Wood, who FI RST started buying bonds from Milken as a money manager in the late 70s, said, "Where was Morgan? Nowhere. Who's the only one who can tell you what's going on? Mike. So you go crawling on your knees. I was only in it for $5 million, but still. He took me out of it. I thanked him. He said, 'You don't have to thank me, Jim, it's my obligation.'" As Milken was approaching the zenith of his power, in 1985, there were some clients who so suited his larger purpose that he was willing to grant them more autonomy than most, or even take a beating from them in a negotiation. Carl Icahn was one, and Samuel Heyman was another. Heyman is a Harvard-educated lawyer and successful real estate developer, who had taken over GAF in 1983. By the spring of 1985 he had substantially improved GAF's earnings. Heyman was smart, studious, polished, a different breed from Peltz and Perelman, and he was gearing up for a major acquisition. That spring, he was talking to a premier investment bank about its underwriting $150 million of junk for GAF. Heyman had been a close friend of Eli Black, the former United Brands chairman, and had known Leon Black, Eli's son, as he was growing up, so Leon Black became Drexel's emissary, along with Fred Joseph. Heyman ultimately agreed to give the deal to Drexel, but he drove a hard bargain. Underwriters generally will not commit to exact terms until the night before the offering, when the deal is priced, and then issuers are at their mercy because they already have too much invested in the deal's consummation to walk away. So Heyman insisted that Drexel agree to a FI XED formula, with no leeway for negotiating at the end. He argued that the rating agencies were wrong in their assessment of GAF as a below investment grade credit, because they were so biased in favor of companies with little debt, whose managers buy treasuries and have no ideas. This, of course, was an argument close to Milken's heart. He told Heyman that in his next life he was going to set up his own rating agency. And he agreed that the issue should be priced as though GAF were an investment-grade credit. The formula Heyman bargained for was 115 basis points over treasuries. The other firm which had been talking to Heyman about the issue was not willing to commit to a FI XED formula. Milken, however, accepted Heyman's terms. Then treasuries went down 200 basis points, and the spread between the treasury rate and the junk bond rate widened dramatically, Heyman recalled. This meant that Milken was committed to sell these bonds at a rate that was well below the lowest end, strongest credits, of the junk market. The GAF bonds were issued at 11 3/8. In the end, most FI RMS would have said, "We just can't do it," said Heyman. But Drexel gave some customers a big discount. They did swaps, they put their commission money into it. Mike told me later, his blood was spilling. From Milken's standpoint, however, it was all for the usual good cause. Less than 6 months later, he was raising $3.50 billion for GAF's bid for Union Carbide, and by that time Milken had achieved his accustomed bargaining position, on top. For this amount of money, in a hostile bid, Heyman had nowhere else to turn. And though Heyman fought hard with Milken's assistant, Peter Ackerman, Milken remained characteristically above the fray. In the end, Heyman had to agree that in the event GAF did acquire Union Carbide, not only would the refinancings and some of the divestitures have FL owed in a golden FLUX through Drexel, but Drexel would also receive, ostensibly to distribute to the bond buyers, but maybe to keep for Drexel, 15% of the equity in the newly constituted company. By 1986, when merchant banking arrived as the new craze on Wall Street, Drexel had already amassed equity stakes in more than 150 companies. Milken had had the principal mentality from his earliest days as a trader, and the firm had followed his lead. It had become partners with many of its clients. This approach suited Milken especially, because not only did it mean sharing in the upside of the companies he was backing, but it augmented his control. With Milken and his group owning a sizable chunk of a company's stock, and being just a few phone calls away from amassing a much larger block, the chairman of that company would tend to be pliant. Drexel had started demanding its pound of FLS in equity back in the late 70s, when the firm sought warrants as well as fees in its junk bond underwritings. But its amassing of equity took a quantum leap as Drexel moved into financing leveraged buyouts in 1983–84, and then the hostile LBOs, or takeovers. The equity in these deals is, of course, where the massive upside potential lies. And Drexel typically demanded warrants, to purchase the stock cheap, as equity kickers to help sell the bonds. It seems, however, that much of that equity never reached the bond buyers. Richard Cashin, of Citicorp Ventures, who has worked with Drexel on a number of LBOs, said, Drexel was developing a clientele in these deals that was rate-oriented, like mutual funds. So Drexel would sell them the bond, maybe at a discount, and Drexel would keep the equity. They would say, the buyers need the equity. Well, Drexel needs the equity. A lot of the bonds are done on swaps. Drexel will give someone a Levitz bond for a Safeway. It's so Byzantine, you never know how much the trade was, where the equity has really gone. They register the equity in street names out in LA. In Levitz, Cashin continued, they said, the bond buyers need the equity. Then we find out. Who has the equity? It's Drexel. It's a movie, you've seen it 100 times before, you could cut it short but you don't. Look, we're Citibank, it's crazy for us to go on bended knee to LA but we do. Because we find they're very smart and they benefit 10 ways to Sunday, but they do what they say they're going to do and they get the deal to close. One former Drexel employee conference IRMED Cashin's view. In a buyout, Mike's guys might say, okay, we need 25% of the equity in order to sell the debt. But then it never goes to the bond buyers. Mike's salesmen know their accounts, they can say, buy this, and they will. And the buyers don't even know that the warrants are available. As the competition with rival FIRMs intensified and the options of clients grew, especially prospective clients, not already wedded to Milken, he encountered some resistance.
In one instance in early 1985, Merrill Lynch offered to do an offering of about $200 million of preferred stock at 14.75–14.75%, depending on the market at the time of pricing for home insurance.
Hearing about the deal, Drexel quickly offered to do $250 million at 14%. We had the order and were writing the prospectus, but George Schaffenberger, then chairman of Home Insurance, said, "I have to give Drexel a chance," recalled a Merrill investment banker. They came back with American Financial, owned by Carl Lindner, as the buyer for the whole thing, and they were demanding warrants for 20 to 25% of the company. George told them to stick it. Merrill did the offering, raising $285 million, at 14.75%. It was their old bait and switch, what they do all the time, this banker continued. Do you know what highly conference ident means? It means that Mike is highly conference ident that he's got you, one way or the other, and he's going to change it 14 different ways at the last minute, and the deal's fine but you're not. Some prospective clients too just wanted to do a debt issue, and did not want to become dues-paying members of Milken's club. Not everyone for whom Milken raised money also bought others' junk bonds, but those who did not were the exception rather than the rule. One of the driving forces of Milken's machine, after all, was overfunding. He would raise more than a company needed, or had led for, and then the company would invest the surplus, or, in some cases, the entirety, in junk. Fred Joseph once told Businessweek that 70% of their deals were overfunded, by which he meant they raised more than their initial filing. One chairman of a company recalled that he wanted to raise about $100 million of junk bonds, with which he planned to refinance his bank debt. Drexel said, "We'll raise $125 million for you. You'll have $25 million extra. You'll be paying 15% interest. So you'll want to invest in an issue we have coming up, which will pay 15%. This prospective client went to a rival of Drexel's for the underwriting. Lawrence Koss, chairman of Green Tree Acceptance, a Minneapolis company that services sales contracts for mobile homes and recreational vehicles, is one Drexel client who did not want to play the game, and believes he paid the price. In early 1985, Green Tree hired Drexel to underwrite a unit offering of bonds and stock. Midwest Federal Savings and Loan Association, its then 71% shareholder, wanted to sell most of its stock, so the offering would include over 50% of Green Tree's shares. Since it was such a sizable block, Green Tree officials expressed their concern that it be widely distributed, and Drexel, they said, assured them that it would be. Shortly after the offering, however, Koss said, James Dahl, who was Milken's most aggressive salesman by early 1985, called Koss and gave him a list of purchasers of his stock who would be filing 13Ds: Columbia Savings, Strong Capital Management, Martin Sosnoff and Reliance Insurance Company. It was Saul Steinberg at Reliance who, with his block of 9.3%, set Koss most on edge, since Koss thought immediately of Steinberg's Greenmail of Disney in 1984. However, Koss received assurances from his investment banker at Drexel, Gerald Corner, that the stock was just parked with these longtime Drexel customers to prevent there being a surplus in the market, and that when the stock price went up, the shares would be distributed out. According to one source, Koss then began receiving calls from Milken or one of his salesmen, offering him junk bonds to buy or acquisitions to consider. Koss didn't want to buy the bonds, this source added, and none of the suggested acquisitions was just right. So he declined everything. Over the course of the next 5 months, Steinberg raised his stake to 10.3%, then 11.8%, then 14.9%, and then indicated he was going to raise his stake to 20% and eventually 25%. Koss, said this source, was convinced that because he had refused to play the game he was paying the penalty, by being the target of either a real takeover threat or at least tactics of terror. In October 1985, Green Tree sued Drexel and Reliance, charging violations of trust and fiduciary duty, breaches of contract, and fraud, among other things. In March 1986, While he was at the Predators Ball, Steinberg sold his Green Tree stock back to Green Tree, reaping a Professor IT of about $26 million. The suit against Reliance was dropped, but in the fall of 1986 the Green Tree litigation against Drexel was still pending, one of the few clouds in that fair weather season. Koss's anxiety would have been shared by most chief executives if they were not members of Milken's inner circle. Some did business with Drexel but still tried to protect themselves. One deal that Milken is particularly proud of is the financing he did for the toymakers Mattel, Inc., when that company was on the verge of bankruptcy in 1984. After a $231 million cash infusion, the company went through a dramatic turnaround. Milken and many in his group, through their investment partnerships, were among the investors. Drexel, however, was not the lone money raiser. It was accompanied by E. M. Warburg Pincus and Company and Reardon and Joseph. As Mattel's then chairman, Arthur Spear, explained, Drexel wanted to do it alone, but we said they couldn't. It was going to be more than bonds, also stock. And, knowing they're stable, we were concerned about who the shareholders would be. I told Michael Milken that. Milken accepted the compromise in Mattel. And despite his craving for every last piece of business, after Green Tree FI led suit he may have realized that there were some clients who, either because they didn't want to play the game or because they were unnerved by having their bonds and, especially, their stock held by his coterie of high rollers, were better off elsewhere. But there were some clients who were potentially so integral to Milken's vision that he would not tolerate either losing or sharing them. Wicks was one. Sanford Sigaloff, Wicks's chairman and chief executive, sees himself as the doyen of troubled companies. In the 70s, Republic Corporation and then the Dalen Company, both of which had gone into Chapter 11, were successfully reorganized under his aegis. And by early 1985, after Sigaloff had steered Wicks, a lumber and building materials retailer, out of its bankruptcy, he was intent on raising about $300 million in junk bonds in order to make an acquisition. Troubled companies, of course, were the specialty not only of Sigaloff but of Milken, who had seeded his fortune in the 70s by analyzing the assets of troubled or bankrupt companies and buying the bonds of those with value at rock-bottom prices. Thus, he had accumulated a sizable portion of Dalen's debt, which then led to his futile attempt to exert control over Sigaloff at that abbreviated lunch where Sigaloff told Milken that the last time he had checked he was still chairman and CEO of the company. Later, Milken had acquired Wicks's debt. Now Wicks, having emerged from Chapter 11 in January 1985, had one enormous asset: a $500 million tax loss carry-forward. Sigaloff believed that the best way to capture the value of that enormous tax benefit was to raise debt capital and make a major acquisition. Drexel was by no means his only option as an underwriter. Nearly everyone was eager to break into Milken's market by early 1985, and Salomon Brothers courted Wicks vigorously. According to one associate of Sigaloff, Sigaloff favored doing the deal with Drexel, but members of his board of directors, worried about Drexel's reputation, preferred the prestige of a Salomon underwriting. So Salomon got the deal. Milken had apparently not been paying much attention to the Wicks deal. Perhaps because he doubted that Sigaloff, who had made a presentation at the 1984 Bond Conference about taking Wicks through bankruptcy, and who was Drexel's Santa Monica neighbor, would dare to go anywhere else. But in early March a Drexel employee told Milken that he had just seen Sigaloff socially and learned that he was preparing for his roadshow with Salomon. On Friday, March 22, after Salomon had already drafted and printed its red herring, the preliminary prospectus that must be filed with the SEC prior to the underwriting, for the Wicks offering, Saul Steinberg's Reliance Financial Services Corporation filed with the SEC A13D, required whenever one acquires more than 5% of a company's stock, stating that he owned 10.4% of Wicks's stock. Sigaloff received a call from Milken, and the two arranged to meet on Saturday, March 23. On Saturday, Mike told Sandy, Sigaloff, what Saul held, what Drexel held, and how, when you combined that with whatever other pockets Mike might have placed the stock in, it meant they would have control of the company, said a Wicks director close to Sigaloff. So Mike told him the facts of life. If they were indeed in collusion, Steinberg and Milken at least, and the other pockets, if they were aware of this anticipated action, were violating the securities laws by not filing 13Ds as a group. According to Steinberg's 13D filing, he had started his accumulation of Wicks stock on March 12, by which time Milken had been apprised by the Drexel employee that Solomon had won the Wicks deal. He crossed the 5% line on March 14 and continued to add to his position aggressively. However, according to a Drexel spokesman, this 13D, reflecting the purchases of approximately 8 million shares during the period March 12 to 21, 1985, reflects the settlement date of the purchase of, when issued, Wicks shares by Reliance back in November 1984. 5 million shares, and in January 1985, 5 million shares. Approximately 2 million shares had not yet settled. It seems noteworthy, however, that this 13D gives no hint that these transactions occurred as Drexel claims. It states that these purchases of securities were made, during the past 60 days, all by brokerage transactions. It does not mention that these are settlement dates rather than trading dates, though 13Ds generally reflect trading dates. And, suggesting that this is not simply a carelessly drawn 13D, it takes the trouble to state that a reliance off ICL's 1,200 shares, less than 0.1% of Wicks's outstanding stock, were acquired under Wicks's plan of reorganization, which would seem to refer to the kind of, when issued, transaction that Drexel claims accounted for the entire 10 million shares. During the March 23–24 weekend, Sigaloff suggested to Solomon that Drexel co-manage the deal. Sources say Solomon replied that the quid pro quo for Drexel's joining the deal should be that Steinberg sell his stock. John Gutfriend, the chairman of Solomon, is said to have been so enraged that he attempted to intervene. He phoned Sigaloff during the weekend. According to one Drexel source, Drexel was assured of being co-manager from the time of the Saturday Milken-Sigaloff meeting, and an investment banker from the Beverly Hills off ICE, Joseph Harch, met with Sigaloff and started working on the deal the following Monday morning. But it is obvious that two giants can't walk the earth, this source declared. And by the next Thursday, Solomon was out, and Drexel was in as sole manager. Sigaloff reached Milken by phone on Thursday in the Beverly Hilton Auditorium, where he was holding court at the 1985 Predators Ball. Sigaloff told Milken he was giving him the keys to the washroom and Milken had better not let him down. The next day's conference schedule was revised to insert a Wicks presentation. And there, attentive in the front row, was the company's 10% holder, Saul Steinberg. Sigaloff and he had a friendly conversation, and Sigaloff felt threatened no longer. They were in the same camp. Within the next couple of months, Steinberg reduced his position to 3 to 4%. At the conference, Sigaloff also met Martin Davis, chairman of Gulf Plus Western. Some 4 months later, Wicks bought Gulf Plus Western's Consumer and Industrial Products Group for about $1 billion. Drexel raised the debt for that acquisition, and 1 year later, in June 1986, it raised another $1.20 billion for Wicks in a blind pool, the largest ever. Its coffers brimming with that cash, in early November 1986 Wicks announced that it was buying Collins and Aikman Corporation, a manufacturer of fabrics and wall coverings. And only days later, Wix announced it had completed negotiations to take over Lear Siegler, the aerospace concern and maker of automotive parts. Together, these acquisitions would cost nearly $3 billion. Wix, like Heyman's Gaff, had been the kind of client Milken simply refused to lose. Each became one of the handful of quintessential players, Milken's giant acquisitors with appetites large enough to be Milken's monsters, as Riklis had put it. To win Gaff, Milken had done a deal that probably cost him money, one that no other firm would have done. To win Wix, he had used a different kind of persuasion, in this writer's view, extortion. Milken, of course, would not have used that word. He was recruiting his players, aligning them, disciplining when necessary, forcing when he had to force, and reforming the corporate world. Messianic visions aside, there was also the visceral satisfaction of having taken on a competitor, Salomon, a Wall Street titan. In 1985, Salomon was perceived as the most powerful investment banking firm on the street, with a vice-like grip on underwriting and trading. Milken had beaten it to a pulp. The fact that they had been able to expunge Salomon from a done deal was a source of great glee and self-congratulation at Drexel. Referring to Steinberg's sudden appearance and Salomon's disappearance, Leon Black said, laughing, "That's power investment banking. Things like that have always happened on the street, although," he added with a grin, "they're not usually so blatant." In fact, in this never-never land at Drexel where go-buy wish lists kept being granted one after another, the Wix deal marked the fulfillment of one more. In the notes of a go-buy meeting back in 1983, this goal was recorded in block letters: to be as big as Salomon so we can be as arrogant as they are and tell them to go stuff it. And at the Wix deal's closing dinner, held in the garden room at the plush Hotel Bel Air, one Drexel employee presented to Milken, Joseph and others framed copies of 3 prospectus covers, mounted side by side, a Wall Street triptych. The first was Salomon's red herring. The second was the prospectus with Drexel and Salomon listed as co-managers. The third was Drexel's. The inscription that ran across the bottom of the mounting read, as Yogi Berra said, "It isn't over, till it's over." 14. Sovereign privileges. In February 1986, when Milken appeared before the money managers in Boston, speaking about the difference between perception and reality and ticking off his triumphs, he had begun by noting that he had seen pickets as he entered the building. That had reminded him of the time he offered to finance Frank Lorenzo's bid for TWA. "We had pickets circling our building night and day in Los Angeles, until we explained to them that we were just a small branch off ICE and what they really wanted was 60 Broad Street, the executive off ICES of Drexel, in New York." It was an in-joke that could only be relished by those who understood Milken's relationship to Drexel. But in this group, comprised of many old-timers in the junk market who had known Milken since he first came pushing his oddball product in the late 70s, it brought the house down. This audience realized that however much of a Wall Street powerhouse Drexel had become, it was first and foremost a facade for Milken. Moreover, while Milken had fastidiously shunned the trappings of power at Drexel, refusing to be elevated from a mere senior vice president, refusing to be mentioned in the annual report, he was not averse to the thing itself. He did not exercise power in the administration of the firm, because it did not interest him. But in his operation, which was all he cared about, he enjoyed untrammeled power. The trading floor in Beverly Hills, notwithstanding the fact that he expected no one there to work any harder than he did, notwithstanding his unwillingness to refer to his people as subordinates, notwithstanding his having no off-ICE, was his throne room. And every other off-ICE, including Drexel headquarters in New York, was the hinterlands. In LA, Milken had gradually created his separate firm. Much as earlier, after the Drexel-Burnham merger, he had created his separate group. By this fall, 1986, his traders in Beverly Hills were trading not only junk bonds, straight and convertible debt, but common stocks, preferred stocks, the securities of bankrupt companies, and mortgage-backed securities. Drexel's mortgage-backed securities and common stocks departments were back in New York, but Milken traded whatever interested him in Beverly Hills. And in an adjacent building, connected to Milken's trading floor by a walkway, was the corporate finance department. John Kissick, Drexel's investment banker in Beverly Hills, who had worked with Milken on that FIRST Golden Nugget transaction for Steve Wynn, had built this department from 3 professionals in 1982 to about 10 in early 85 and to 60 in 86. According to Kissick, 30% of the firm's investment banking revenues then came from his group. Being in this corporate finance department was still not the same as being in Milken's enclave. Milken insisted that not only these corporate finance people but his salesmen cover the accounts he cared most about, so that he ceded no control. But it was the next closest group to the department. Kissick idolized Milken. "Mike," said Kissick, "is what we would all like our sons to be." And since he and his colleagues were so close to the fount, they tended to incorporate the Milken ethos. Arthur Bilger had moved from the corporate finance department in New York to LA in 1982, in order to be close to Milken. Being close to Milken, Bilger had found, meant living, more or less, on his schedule. "Mike gets in at 4:30, and it's sort of a competition among guys out here. Who gets in the earliest," Bilger remarked. "Although Mike always wins. I'll be with him at the end of a day," Bilger continued, "and I'll say, 'I have to see you.' Mike will say, 'How about in the morning?' 'What time?' 'How about 4:15? Bilger sighed. And I smile and say, 'What am I going to do with myself between 2:30 and 4:15? It was Bilger who in the summer of 1986 sent the framed quotation, "Drexel is like a god. And a god can do anything it wants," to several of his colleagues. But Bilger's excitement was mild compared to that of some of the younger associates in Beverly Hills. They had received their primer in corporate finance from Milken as he wrested control from the corporate elite and passed it to his chosen, the have-nots of American business life. Many of these investment bankers, and, even more, Milken's troops in the department, felt that they were in the vanguard of a force that would change the world. There was no legacy out in Beverly Hills. They started out fresh. It was a real Wild West thing, said one former Drexel investment banker from New York. "I remember, in 1986, one of the young corporate finance associates in Beverly Hills said to me, 'Maybe we'll take a run at IBM,' and he was only half kidding. Don't take me literally," this investment banker added, "but I used to think about what was happening in Beverly Hills as the 5 o'clock what-if sessions." In a sense, the most dramatic events in corporate takeovers in the last few years have come about because some guys out in Beverly Hills, tired at 5 o'clock after a day of trading, sat around saying, "What if?" He gestured, one hand seizing the other. And then, instead of going out and getting a beer, they'd get on the phone and make it happen. Back in '79, key members of the New York corporate finance team had resolved in their Kava's go-by session to merge with Mike. That goal had been only partially realized. The investment bankers in New York had merged with Milken in that they had helped him build the junk business, prospered mightily from it, and invested as principals in some deals along with him. But as Milken's LA firm grew, the schism widened between East and West Coasts. The Beverly Hills contingent tended to look upon at least some of their East Coast partners as ciphers who lived off the fruits of the West's labors, and the New Yorkers, for their part, looked askance at Beverly Hills as too wild, too reckless, and too greedy. The jealousy over the amount of money being made out in LA, which had spurred the resolve to merge with Mike in the FIRST place, had not abated. Much of the wealth that was being amassed in Beverly Hills, of course, came through Milken's investment partnerships, and while he had allowed some members of the corporate finance department to participate in several of them, the overwhelming majority of these partnerships were for him, his brother and his group, and at least a few of them included individuals wholly unrelated to Drexel. Corporate finance, for example, had not been allowed into probably one of the more lucrative of them, Belvedere Securities, which was by its very existence testament to Milken's sovereignty. For Milken to be the majority owner of another brokerage firm, which according to an SEC lawyer traded some securities that Drexel underwrote and took orders from members of Milken's group for clients of the department, was a situation so rife with conference licit of interest, and so ripe for abuse, that it is difficult to imagine how it could have been allowed, even at Drexel, even for Milken. Nor was Belvedere an isolated instance. A related entity, controlled by two of the same general partners, operating out of the same space in Chicago, although its official address was C.O. the American Stock Exchange in New York, with 75 to 100% of its capital at the outset contributed by Milken, was EGM Partners, a broker-dealer in options. Among EGM's limited partners were Milken, many of his favored from his group, and James Regan and Ed Thorpe, general partners of both Belvedere and Dorchester Government Securities. EGM Partners was formed in late 1982 and stopped doing business less than 2 years later, within a month after signing a letter of consent with the Chicago Board of Options Exchange for violating exchange rules concerning size of positions. Even when the New York corporate finance members did participate in the partnerships, they still felt underprivileged. Particularly once the buyout boom was underway, much of Drexel's and Milken's Professor ITS came in the form of warrants in the newly formed companies. The bulk of these were in the investment partnerships, including at least one in which corporate finance participated. But even here, where there was joint participation between New York and Beverly Hills, the warrants were distributed in unequal proportions between the two coasts, with Milken's group taking the lion's share. Another portion of warrants, many of them received as part of fees and underwritings, did not go into the investment partnerships but was available for more general distribution. This distribution, however, differed on the two coasts, according to a former Drexel investment banker. In New York, they went into a pool, known as the Warrant Strip Fund. Each year a certain percentage of those warrant strips were sold, and the proceeds distributed on a pro rata basis to the partners in corporate finance. According to their allotted percentages, senior partners had the largest slices of the pie. But in LA, this banker said, Milken distributed the warrants not on a pro rata basis but directly to those in his group he deemed deserving. The largest portion, to the most deserving, he is said to have allotted to himself. There were two separate FIRMs, and Milken's was more of a meritocracy, declared this former Drexel investment banker. He was giving direct incentives. Bringing in one deal could make you a millionaire. It worked on a micro level. You had guys who were really incentivized, which is what Mike wanted. They were animals, threatening companies and making $1 million on a single piece of business they brought in. But Fred Joseph's problem was that it wouldn't work on an institutional level. You couldn't run a firm with 10,000 animals. So he had to institute a different system, where you did well if the firm did well. The schism was reflected, too, in the battle fought between the two groups on behalf of their respective constituencies, a battle that LA almost always won. As one corporate client recounted, the way it works is that the New York ICE sort of represents you, and LA represents the bond buyers. Part of Mike's success, I think, is attributable to the fact that he negotiates a very, very favorable deal for the bond buyers. It was a great source of friction between Drexel and us. We thought LA was exacting much too much. But LA had the power. A former Drexel investment banker from New York added, "It is more true at Drexel than anywhere else that their real clients are not corporate. They are the buyers of the bonds. They feel they have a patrimony to protect. So if you're a corporate client, and you're not part of the inner circle, you are ripe for a raping." Usually, when it comes to a pricing for a deal, you, as the investment banker, have to fight GHT with the client to get him to pay a sufficient amount in interest. Here the FI GHTs were with the guys from Beverly Hills, to get them to a point that was reasonable enough that you could even go to the client with it. At Drexel, the most difficult, contentious, acrimonious discussions were with your own people, in Beverly Hills. While Milken's reign showered gold upon his associates, his was not a pleasant dominion. Some at Drexel perceived him as an insatiable, abusive tyrant, who by 1986 was operating, and demanding that others operate, at a whirlwind speed that no one else could, or should, emulate. Shortly after the April 1986 Predators Ball, one Drexel investment banker commented that it had struck him as a feeding frenzy. Everyone doing deals, deals, deals. So thrilled at being part of the new power elite. That spectacle had caused him to think about what had drawn him to this business, back in the 70s. To me, the appeal was essentially academic. You learned about the companies. You tailored the transaction. Lastly, I noticed, it paid well. But that was like a bonus. The trading mentality is supposed to be quick. Traders are supposed to know prices. We, in corporate finance, are supposed to understand things. But when you start making these deals look like trades, you begin to question whether it's worthwhile. And what I came away from California with was the realization that we are essentially a processing arm for Michael and his trades, and he doesn't pay attention to nuance, and he wants them as fast as possible. Michael is interested in power, dominance, 100% market share. Nothing is good enough for Michael. He is the most unhappy person I know. He never has enough. He drives people by insult. He drives everything, more deals. Michael doesn't care if it's a bad deal. He sees bad deals as an opportunity. You can refinance, restructure, do an exchange offer. Everything is an opportunity. The FI-RM's founder, Tubby Burnham, also struck one of the few dissonant notes amid the euphoria at Drexel in 1986. For Burnham, who had built the FI-RM by carefully husbanding its capital, the abundance of easy money that spilled from Milken's machine was discomfiting. He disagreed with the overfunding that was fundamental to that machine's operation. Companies have been piggish, he complained. It's wrong for an underwriter to say to a company that needs $50 million, we can get you $100 million. I am always telling my guys, it's wrong. It's like a kid saying, I want $5, and you say, take $10, have fun. It's not right, it's too loose. Burnham was also skeptical of the way fortunes were being made by the nouveau entrepreneurs, by what sometimes seemed little more than sleight of hand. It took me 15-20 years to become a millionaire, not like today, when it happens overnight. When this is over, some of these people are going to find out they're not millionaires anymore. They're going to be looking for their next meal. Whatever reservations brewed quietly in the more conservative corners of Drexel in New York, however, were irrelevant. People might carp now and then, but who could afford to challenge? Milken's hegemony was nearly complete. In 1978 he had announced to Edwin Contour, head of all trading, that he wanted to move to California. Burnham had had a FI GHT with Milken about it. But as Contour later said, what could we do? All that had changed was that Milken had made the FIRE's executives wealthy beyond their dreams, and had made Drexel into the most fearsome investment banking firm on the street. Drexel chairman Robert Linton, when asked in early 1986 who was the person to whom Milken answered, looked bemused for a moment and then replied, "Contour, Fred, Joseph. But that's a question that never gets asked." There apparently were occasions on which Milken did yield to Joseph. They had, after all, been partners from the beginning, when they started the original issuance of junk bonds. It was Joseph who had brought in many of the early corporate clients, and who was the superb salesman, and the genuine leader of the corporate finance team. It was Joseph who attempted to make amends with clients or competitors whom Milken's crew had roughed up. When Linton had ceded the position of chief executive off ICER to Joseph in the spring of 1985, the strongest opposition to Joseph's appointment came from Milken, who did not want to lose him as head of corporate finance. In 1985, as the firm moved into the eye of the political storm, it was Joseph who was the consummate frontman, and Milken who was able to remain cloistered. Some of their associates suggested that Milken gave Joseph latitude because the two super salesmen were simpatico, Joseph with his drive to be number one, Milken with his drive to have it all. Milken with his penchant for 30-second phone conversations, Joseph agile and fast on the comeback. But, for Milken, who had so distilled his life that his smallest action was calculated and purposeful, compatibility would have meant nothing unless it enhanced efficacy. He must have deemed Joseph extraordinarily useful. One occasion on which Milken paid attention to Joseph was in Drexel's financing of Ted Turner's $1.25 billion acquisition of the MGM, UA Entertainment Company. Drexel had issued its highly conference ident letter in August 1985. But after the letter was issued, there was deterioration at MGM. And the highly conference ident letter, which drew its almost mystical powers, it was after all merely a letter stating intent, and not legally binding, from its record of irrevocability, was altered twice to ref lect a restructured deal. It changed FIRST in October 1985 and again in January 1986. Arthur Bilger worked on that deal and said that, forcing its restructuring is the greatest value-added thing I've done at Drexel. Mike did not want to do it. He still could have sold the paper, and he had this relationship with Kirk Kerkorian, MGM, UA's majority shareholder. And everybody was watching, saying, Mike can't do the deal. And he could. But it would have been wrong. So we had to bring Fred, Joseph, in to persuade him. And he did. Milken did not discount Joseph, as he did most people. But in the main, he did as he pleased. And by 1986 he was doing it with ever greater frequency. In theory, the Underwriting Assistance Committee, UAC, formed in 1982, had to approve every underwriting the firm did. On the committee were about 8 or 10, it varied slightly over the years, corporate finance professionals. The investment banker for every proposed underwriting wrote a memo to the UAC, outlining its substance and the pluses and minuses of Drexel's doing the deal. Also, in 1984 or so, Leon Black introduced into his memos, which then became the form, a FIRST page paragraph stating what Drexel's compensation would be. That marked a subtle shift here, claimed one investment banker. The fees don't belong there. The deal should be judged on its merits, not the fee. It was going public with our venality. UAC meetings were held weekly in New York, with a phone hookup for members in corporate finance in Beverly Hills, and they lasted from several hours to more than a day. Everyone was expected to have read the memos beforehand, and the meetings were by no means a rubber stamp process in which every deal was approved. But after all the memo writing, the homework and the hours-long debates, Milken simply went ahead and did some deals that the committee had rejected. By the fall of 1986, some of the committee members thought that Milken's increasingly frequent FL outing of this fundamental process was a serious problem. They compiled a list entitled, "Diff I Cult Deals." On it were about 20 to 30 deals that had been bones of contention between Milken and the UAC, about half of which Milken had then proceeded to underwrite. A couple, for Sea Containers and Bright Star, for example, had gotten into trouble within their first 6 months. Others were not in trouble yet. Milken had done an $80 million underwriting for Compact Video, owned by Perelman's McAndrews and Forbes, a deal whose sole claim to viability was that the successful Perelman would make it work. Milken had done a $135 million blind pool for Banner Industries, controlled by Jeffrey Steiner. Here the committee had argued that they ought not to be doing a blind pool for an individual like Steiner, a former oil trader and arbitrager who had zero record as either a raider or an operator of companies, but should instead wait until he had chosen his target and then finance its acquisition. Milken had also done a $50 million deal for Great American Management and Investment, GAMI, a holding company controlled by Chicago entrepreneurs Sam Zell and Robert Lurie. Zell had made his fortune as a savvy bottom-fi share in real estate, picking up valuable properties at distress sale prices. Now, however, he was trying to apply that strategy to companies and had purchased a diverse mix of troubled companies over the previous 5 years or so. But thus far these acquisitions were still dismal, and it looked like Zell's bottom fi Shing Nak was restricted to real estate. The UAC had vetoed the underwriting. And then Milken had done a $640 million deal for Ivan Boesky's arbitrage partnership. This had been one of the most hotly disputed deals within the firm. The arguments against doing it were compelling. It was a very large private placement with no registration rights, because Boesky's business changed too rapidly to be able to comply with the disclosure demands of a public offering. Therefore, if Boesky got into financial trouble, there would be no public market for the debt and only the thinly traded, though not so thinly as it was supposed to be, private market to rely on. Holders who wanted to unload their securities would look to Drexel. It would be placing hundreds of millions more in the hands of an arbitrager who many thought was already overcapitalized. Drowning in dollars, he might chase the bad deals as well as the good and therefore not obtain the return he had in the past. Over the years, there had been SEC investigations of Boesky. Though none had borne fruit, rumors of insider trading persisted about Boesky, far more than about any other arbitrager. He was simply too prescient. And if he were ever caught, Drexel might be tarred. Even without such a tarring, executives worried, the firm could be criticized for its conference licit of interest. Drexel would be raising capital, and, as usual, taking an equity stake, in an arbitrage partnership where Boesky would be betting on the outcome of deals, many of which would be Drexel's. If he bet correctly, Drexel, which would have inside information on those deals, would share in his Professor ITS. According to one Drexel executive, it was not only the more conservative New York contingent but those closest to Milken on the West Coast who had argued against doing it. Peter Ackerman, Milken's right-hand man for buyouts, had reportedly subscribed to the overcapitalized argument. Lowell Milken, the one individual whom his brother was most likely to heed, had reportedly been against it because he neither liked nor trusted Boesky. But Michael, said this executive, thought Ivan was a winner. What Milken was doing violated the social contract of the firm. While Drexel prided itself on being non-bureaucratic and free-spirited, an institutional mirror of its entrepreneurial clients, it still had rules which were essential to its functioning as a coherent whole. rules which were meant to safeguard it against financial disasters and/or lawbreaking. The UAC, formed after the debacles of the American communications and flight transportation underwritings, was designed to carry out corporate finance and executive functions, analyzing a company and a deal, determining whether Drexel should be its underwriter. All proposed deals came before the UAC, plain vanilla underwritings for general corporate purposes as well as those more adventuresome ones for acquisitions and blind pools. No one from the trading side sat on the UAC, for Drexel, like other investment banking firms, had built into its structure a Chinese wall, meant to restrict the flow of information between its deal-making and its trading or arbitrage bodies. Such walls had been erected in investment banking firms after the Texas Gulf Sulphur Company case in 1964. Which expanded the definition of insider trading from company insiders to include anyone possessing material inside information. Because of Milken, however, such separation was antithetical to Drexel's very nature. Fusion had been the order of the day, ever since the members of the Foundering Corporate Finance Department collaborated with Milken on the restructuring of the troubled rights, back in the mid-70s. From that time on through the original issuance of junk, Milken and corporate finance had been frequently intertwined. And while Milken had at FIRST functioned as researcher, trader, salesman and business getter and left the investment banking or deal structuring side of the transactions to his corporate finance colleagues, he limited himself no longer after he moved to California. As Kissick, the Beverly Hills corporate finance head, told Institutional Investor in 1986, prior to 1977, Michael had never done any traditional corporate finance work. By 1978 he knew as much as virtually anybody on Wall Street. In that same article, an unnamed investment banker commented, "Mike is the only person in the securities business today who can do it all. He is a master trader, salesman, deal structurer, credit analyst, merger tactician, securities venturer. And he does these things at the level of the best guy in each of these categories." You look at the difficulty firms have in putting all these together, and here you have one man embodying all these attributes. In effect, Milken had appropriated all these diverse functions for himself. Just as he had no use for organizational demarcations in his group, because he believed that they subverted productivity by boxing people in, so he certainly would not allow himself to be constrained. For him, there was only one test: who had the best skills to get the job done? It was hardly surprising that Milken, who must have considered himself the best investment banker and credit analyst at Drexel, would simply subsume the function of the UAC and do the underwritings they had rejected. In earlier years he did not override the firm's veto so flagrantly, but by 1986 he seems to have considered it his sovereign prerogative. Just as there were few clients who would challenge him as his power increased, there was only one partner, Joseph, and he did so rarely. Milken's subversion of the firm's authority in the underwritings was one problem. But another, potentially more explosive, was engendered by his being a kind of Renaissance man of finance. While it was indeed marvelous for Drexel to have one man who embodied all those attributes, whose talents ran from trading and sales to corporate finance and M&A, Milken was a walking contradiction of the Chinese wall principle. Most firms tried to erect Chinese walls between their deal-making group and their arbitrage department, which traded securities for the firm's account. In the gold rush of the 80s on Wall Street, however, even this relatively simple separation was not always maintained. At Kidder, for example, Martin Siegel had both headed its M&A division and helped create its arbitrage department. But at Drexel, which had been practicing merchant banking before much of Wall Street knew the words, where Milken had invested for himself and the firm and his group and his customers in the rights, many of which were Drexel restructurings, where he had then gone on to invest in both the debt and the equity of Drexel deals for his investment partnerships, and where he was often not only the source of the business but increasingly, the structurer of the transaction. There could be no Chinese wall. The only check upon Milken, who, as he had shown the UAC, did just as he pleased, was that Contour theoretically had to approve all his trades. One Drexel employee, asked about Contour's supervision of Milken's trades, answered that that was indeed the rule. Mechanics, he added, can mask substance. For Milken, he said, opportunities for Professor I Ting on his inside knowledge were plentiful and the possibility of penalty slim. If Mike sees bonds busting, lets them go to 40, 30, 20, all the while knowing that a deal is coming that's going to make them worth 60 FIV. And if he buys up a bundle when they're at 20, well, that's insider trading if there ever was. But who's ever going to be able to prove it? That may have been the problem that the SEC confronted in a 1984-85 investigation of Milken. That investigation, like at least two others since 1980, ended without the government's taking any action, and the SEC does not comment on investigations that are thus closed. But much can be gleaned from Milken's deposition testimony, given in January 1985, a copy of which was obtained by this reporter through a Freedom of Information Act request. A major focus of the investigation was Milken's trading in the securities of Caesars World, the gambling casino. Milken, Kissick and John Taylor, one of the original salesmen who had joined Milken's caravan to the west, had attended a meeting at Caesars World corporate headquarters in Century City, Los Angeles, with the company's new chairman, Henry Gluck, and several other employees, on June 29, 1983. At that meeting, one of the topics discussed was the possibility of Drexel's doing an exchange offer, the popular 3(a)(9), for some of Caesar's outstanding debt. Either on that day or the next, Milken had purchased slightly more than $3 million, face amount, of Caesars World bonds which went into the FI-RM's account. According to a trading ticket, they were moved into Milken's personal Professor IT sharing account at Drexel on July 1. Those bonds, within about 2 weeks, became the subject of an announced exchange offer on which Drexel was the advisor. Milken bought them at 81.5 and sold them at 101.67, making a Professor IT of approximately $635,500. From the deposition, it was not clear just when Milken had bought the bonds. The trading ticket for the purchase was stamped 11:05 a.m., June 30, the day after the meeting. But on the ticket was also written, in one corner, as of June 29. Milken, who professed ignorance of the hieroglyphia of trading tickets, declaring repeatedly that he had not written a ticket in 14 years, nonetheless went on to insist that the "as of June 29" must have meant that that was when the trade was executed, and the stamping must have been done the following day because the order had gotten temporarily lost. He also was adamant that they had been intended for his account at the time of their purchase, and that it was not an after-the-fact decision made on July 1, as the trading ticket that showed them moving from the FI-RM's account into his might suggest. Milken is famous for his memory. Members of the Milken cult love to tell stories about how, in random conversation about a company on which he has not recently been focused, he will remember not only how many bond issues that company has outstanding, but the maturities and coupons of each one, and, more, the call provisions on a given issue. Joseph recounts Milken's recalling the trading pattern of a bond as much as 10 years earlier. The bid, the selling price, how much was left in the portfolios of the buyers and the sellers. At his deposition, however, Milken was positively forgetful on certain points. He could not, for example, recall the names of any limited partnerships in which he was an investor. He did not remember why the meeting with Caesars had come about, who had arranged it, when he had known about it, or much of anything specific that transpired at it. Asked repeatedly whether Caesars World doing an exchange offer had been discussed, or whether, indeed, there had not been an agreement at the meeting's end that Drexel would look into Caesars doing an exchange offer, Milken asserted that they had talked about FTY things at the meeting. And when pressed as to the agreement reached at its conclusion, Milken testified, after extensive maneuvers by his lawyer that seemed aimed at keeping him from having to answer, that he did not recall. According to Caesars chairman Gluck, however, in an interview with this reporter, the meeting had come about because a Drexel gaming analyst whom Gluck had recently met at a business conference had been pitching our doing an exchange offer. Given Caesars' 3-to-1 debt-to-equity ratio, Gluck said, the idea of giving bondholders equity in place of some of that debt was very attractive. The meeting, Gluck added, was held to discuss the exchange offer, which was then carried out. I thought it was not all that likely that the exchange offer would be widely accepted, Gluck recalled. If we had gotten a FTY% acceptance rate, I would have thought we'd done extraordinarily well. But we got over 80%. While Milken was vacant on most of the above matters, he was crystal clear on others. He was adamant, for example, that he had purchased the bonds before the meeting. He was also vivid in his recollection of having spoken to Edwin Contour and gotten his approval to buy these securities for his Professor IT sharing account. He invoked Contour's name many times. He testified that when he decided to sell the bonds about a month later, he had again sought Contour's approval. Asked whether in that conversation he and Contour had had any discussion about the fact that Drexel had recently worked on the exchange offer, Milken replied, I think as a senior member of the FIRM and on the FIRM's executive committee, Mr. Contour should have more knowledge than I did related to any of the FIRM's activities on Caesars. Asked a second time whether they had discussed it, Milken said he did not recall. It is, of course, possible that Milken has an astonishing memory for the bonds he loves and little memory capacity left over for ordinary human events, or for the trivia of life, like the names, any name, of his limited partnerships. Even so, the picture that emerges from this deposition is of someone who was full of certitude about details that would help him but aphasic on those which would not, and who was shockingly eager to pass the buck to Contour, who had been his loyal partisan through the years. Milken bought these bonds from Mark Schenkman, at Schenkman Capital. Schenkman supports Milken's recollection that Milken bought the bonds from him on the morning of June 29, before the meeting at Caesars World, though Milken would have known the meeting was scheduled for later that day, and would probably have known its purpose. Schenkman added, however, that when the SEC questioned him in connection with this investigation, he was shocked to learn from the government lawyer that Milken had bought these bonds from him, an institutional client, and put them into his personal account. Recalling his days at Lehman Brothers, Schenkman said, at most Wall Street FIRMs, certainly at Lehman, you could never have mixed professional and personal that way, buying securities for your account that you were trading for the FIRM. There's too much opportunity for self-dealing. Somewhat rueful about having made that losing trade, Schenkman calculated Milken's Professor IT as $635,500, and remarked, people work a lifetime and never make that kind of money, and Mike made it in a 3-minute phone conversation. Finally, from the line of questioning at this deposition, it appears that Columbia Savings, First Executive, and the Princeton Newport Limited Partnership, controlled by James Regan and Edward Thorpe, Milken's partners in Belvedere Securities, the Chicago brokerage firm in which he had the majority interest, may have done well, along with Milken, on the Caesars World Exchange. Milken was asked whether he had had any conversation about the Caesars World bonds with Tom Spiegel, Fred Carr, James Regan or Edward Thorpe between the time of his Caesars meeting and the announcement of the exchange offer about 2 weeks later. Milken testified that he had not. He was also asked if he was familiar with the sale of Caesars World bonds from the Drexel account of Prudential's high-yield fund, decidedly not an inner circle member, to the Columbia Savings account, about a week before the exchange offer was announced. Both accounts were covered by James Dahl, Milken's favored, super-aggressive salesman. Milken said he knew nothing about it. This was the kind of rumor that had swirled around